Clerk, just to let you know, council is still meeting in closed session. They wanted us to advise you they're going to be a little bit late. Thank you for your patience.
are back from closed session, reconvening an open session of the City Council of Redondo Beach. Thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Empty.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Tim Obaji.
Present. And everybody, I'm leading this meeting because the mayor is out, not feeling well today. All right, let's all rise for the salute to the flag and,
No,
oh, it's recess, sorry.
Motion to recess.
correct.
Is there a motion to recess from closed session? Yes. All right, any objections?
No.
All right, we are recessed from closed session.
No.
The flag.
Oh, we got a roll call again. That's right. It's good to stand. It's terrible to sit all the time. So.
Okay, so Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Empty.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here. All right. Now
And there's no reportable action, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
No reportable. Thank you, City Manager Wazanski. And I was present at closed session, probably about half an hour late. All right. We'll do the salute to flag and then the moment of silence. So, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, next we have blue folder items.
No,
Yep.
announcements.
Am I
and-
looking at the wrong agenda here?
You got to scroll forward.
That's C, salute to flag, and D, blue folder items.
Scroll
No,
forward.
it should be D, should be presentations.
D.
Got it. Well, all right, E.
D.
D, sorry.
I've got to be looking at the wrong city council.
No, actually, it's after that.
Yeah, you're back to
H.
open session,
I.
so you, yeah.
Back to open session. All right, cool. Oh, got it, back down here. All right, that's
A, B, C, D.
D. All right, presentations, announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I got a announcement. I have my community meeting this weekend on Saturday morning in Alta Vista. Had more people there than have ever been at a community meeting, probably since, actually more people there since the waterfront came to town at the council chambers. So I always do, what I have been doing since the start of COVID, I should say, I've been doing 2 community meetings, one online and one in person. And I'm continuing to do that. And the reason I'm saying that is because my online meeting was supposed to be next week, Monday. But I'm going to be moving that for an extra week for a variety of reasons. And on my online meeting, I'm going to extend it for an extra half an hour. We'll be talking about Project Home Key, something that's happening in District 1. We talked about it at council last fall. It's a grant, not going to get into it, but you're more than welcome to come to my community meeting online and hear about it. I'm going to have someone from State Senator Ben Allen's office, as well as Assemblymember Mirsucci, his office will both be there, and as well as Century Housing. And they'll have at least 1 or 2 people there talking about what they're doing on PCH. And it'll be, in the first half hour, it will be a couple light items, and we'll go through probably the budget real quick, just a couple of updates for the community members who haven't been watching. So other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nierenheim. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My wife and I were able to attend the Sunday pancake breakfast, raising money for our BPD. And so thank you for putting that on. I appreciate it. It was at the Elks Lodge. It was actually a good breakfast. The next District 2 community meeting will be held tomorrow evening, Wednesday, June 15th. Second floor of the main library, starting at 5:30 PM. I will be trying to actually broadcast it live on Facebook as well, too, for people that can't attend. And we'll have two subjects. The first one will be, of course, the budget, which hopefully we'll approve next week. And then the second topic, I'll have a guest speaker from the Beach Cities Health District talking about their new program called All Cove, which is for youth, 12 to 25, mental care, mental crisis therapist at low cost or no cost. I saw a really good presentation yesterday on it, and it's a phenomenal program that's going to be starting in the August, September timeframe. They're actually creating a space up at the Beach Cities Health District that have young children between 12 and 25. I think you want to pay attention to this. It is something that is definitely useful for a lot of folks because kids need that sometimes. So again, tomorrow evening, 5:30 to 7 PM, second floor of the main library, and we'll see you there at the District 2 community meeting.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting, I'm going to move actually from this week to Saturday, the 25th, from 9:30 to 11 a.m. We're still doing virtual meetings on Zoom, and we're going to be talking about the King Harbor Amenities Plan, and I'll have our Economic and Waterfront Development Director, Greg Popovich, there, and we will, that's what we'll be discussing. That's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember MD.
I think you guys covered it. Oh, no announcements.
All right, and for myself, I'll just announce that it looks like we have El Churrasco cleared to open up on Artesia Boulevard. So one new restaurant coming, but hopefully that'll be met with a lot more once we get through the rest of our proposed changes for the area. All right, nothing further. Approval of the order of the agenda. Are there any motions to change the order of the agenda or to approve as is?
Motion to approve as is.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, staff would request that we withdraw one item H8 with HDL. We've got a business unit change that needs to be made to that document. We'll bring that back on July 21st. So we would ask that we remove H8 from the agenda tonight.
Motion to approve the agenda without H8.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Councilmember
Lowenstein's fine.
Lowenstein. And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, passes 5-0.
You do have a speaker card for that item if you wanted to.
Mr. Svetko, would you like to come up and speak on H?
No, he can't. He can pull. Yeah, you can talk about it during non-agenda.
You can talk
about it on non-agenda. Okay. All right, so moving on to
We got a
blue folder items. Is there a motion to approve blue folder items, or what blue folder items do we have?
I can provide you the information. So day one, we have public communications that all this was emailed. The pickleball will be moved, all the correspondence will be moved to L1, which is the budget, the 5-year capital improvement program. We have the condition assessment report for the North Branch parking structure, the South Pier and Plaza parking structure. We also have a letter from the South Bay Conservancy. We have communication from public safety commissioners. We have 9 budget response reports. Also for L2, we have that which is the public hearing ordinance for zoning and land use and coastal land use plan. We have public communications. And for J1, which was non-agenda items, that's public communication. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. And moving on to consent calendar. Is there anybody who wants to pull any items on off our consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve all of the consent calendar items. Except for H, which was already pulled. so it doesn't matter.
Sorry, do we need to take public comment on that before we vote on it? All right, is there any public comment on the consent calendar, all items except for H8? No public comment, any e-comments?
We have,
Actually, everything that we've received under J1 is, our consent's going to be moved over to budget, so no, sir.
All right. So let's take a vote on the motion to approve all consent calendar items except for H8. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, that passes 5-0.
I'm sorry, can you repeat who seconded that motion?
I do.
Thank you.
and then I'll read the resolution. And there is no Zoom public comments also. So for the record, for H5, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2206-035, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications for the position of library director. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we go to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. Mr. Svetgo, why don't you come up now if you'd like to talk about something after. Mr. Svetgo will be Vivek Gupta, then Abornita Daskumal, and then Laura Duke, please.
Good enough. Good evening here. So with regards to agenda item H8, which I know is not going to be delayed from my understanding until next month, part of the reason I came up here to speak to that is that my understanding was that the city council's put a lot of hard work into trying to get our own ordinance passed well in advance of the competing outsider initiative. We rushed to get planning commission to see this back in March. It took 2 months after that to get in front of you, which I thought by that point we were going to get our ordinance figured out, only to have it further delayed to consider HDL and not even do an RFP process on that, which I have a lot of strong concerns, which I shared last time with you on that. Similarly, now we're being told that it's going to be delayed yet again till next month. And on top of that, part of the what we're looking to do is to hire HDL for a tax ordinance. The next time we'd have the opportunity for a tax ordinance would be March of 2024. Are we really looking now to push our entire ordinance to March of 2024? I'm not understanding what we're trying to do here. We've had an ordinance that was written off of a development agreement that was to be passed quickly. And so we could communicate to the community that we don't need this outside initiative. And we're doing the exact opposite. I want to bring up what most recently happened. I have expressed my sincere and deep concerns with bringing HDL in on this process. I have given you a couple examples previously, one of which I see was the city of Fairfield, of which HDL had written the council a letter most recently in regards to that, where they claimed that they had voluntarily pulled away from that process due to their human error mistake. And yet it was reported very clearly that the city council had fired them and demanded to have all their money back. Something there doesn't make sense. Most recently in the city of El Segundo, which also brought in HDL, just last week, we had a process by which the city council had previously voted on what they wanted in their ordinance. It came back to them for consideration. And it was pointed out by one of their council members that the language was not correct what they wanted. Not only was it not correct, it was literally a copy of what the outside initiative was. HDL had seemingly taken the outsider initiative, copied it, and given that back to council. That's what they were hired for, apparently. And I want to play that back, and this is the city attorney as well as that council member speaking about it.
Drafted, it was done by HDL consulting firm. Councilman Drew. Sorry, this one thing, Mark, what has been said on I think it's the wording that is confusing. It states in the staff report. You know, I'll look at that because that should not be in here. I'm now concerned. Yeah, I think we got to be careful with the copy and paste from HDL.
So to repeat that, just in the 30 seconds I have left here, what you heard there was that the city attorney had acknowledged that it was HDL that wrote their ordinance, followed by the city council member that had noted that the language was wrong and it seemed to be a copy of that. And the city attorney responded saying, I am concerned by that. I am highly concerned with us going forward. We do not need HDL for this step of the process. Later on, we can do that. And if we're delaying until 2024, we certainly have time for an RFP process to consider consultants. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Svetgo. As We often note here, we are not allowed to respond to anything that occurs during public participation on non-agenda items because it has not been agendized. So you will not see a response from us. Next up, Vivek Gupta.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Vivek Gupta. I'm a commissioner of public safety. So in the last few months, we have heard from the hardworking and caring people working at PATH, Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, Harbor Interfaith, Department of Public Health, and Substance Abuse Prevention and Control. We're doing amazing work, helping our community, helping those who suffer from homeless and drug issues. It seems like there's an issue in limiting some of the translating of the work and successes to the general population. So initially I was thinking that perhaps, like trying to find out where people are getting their news to try to spread this. However, in the 21st century, after thinking about it, it has to be, most people get their news on social media. So I'm basically up here today to bring everyone's attention to the issue of trying to really increase Redondo Beach's social media presence. I spoke with Luke Smoot, the assistant to the city manager, and I know there's a lot of great efforts underway to improve the website. However, I think the social media plans are a little bit more distant. And so I know it's hard, I know there's potential for controversy, but I just wanted to introduce some examples after just doing some quick research of Roanoke, Virginia. Basically, I have some papers of it, but the officials integrated social media into everything. Their followers increases from 22K to 100K. The accounts act like 311 services where users can query and complain and ask for help. It's helped to increase tourism by people posting on the site. They also hired a Facebook advertising company. And it helps, make policies and helps get information out. Other cities that have done this are Asheville, North Carolina, Carrollton, Texas, Clinton County, Ohio, Fredericksburg, Texas, Florida Keys, Glenwood, Jackson Hole, Sedona, Traverse City. So basically there's a lot of examples all across the United States that have done this. So, I personally don't love social media, but it's just where people are right now. And just what I've found in public safety, there's a lot of things I think that we need to connect to the community with. I've been living in Redondo 13 years. I love this place and that's why I wanted to get more involved. But I think, social media can help, get more of our city known to the broader world, but more importantly, help to foster an increasing sense of community, getting people feeling that they're actually part of this place. And again, that's where people are and that's where we have to meet them. And I think it'd be advantageous to the city in multiple different ways.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Moving on to Aburanita Das Kumal.
Dear members of the council, thank you so much for letting me speak before you today. My name is Aburanita. I'm a veteran of the United States Army and now currently residing in District 4 with my 2 kids and husband. I'm here to actually speak on behalf of an association that I'm part of. It's called Dakshini Association of Bengali Community. We have members spreading not only throughout the Southern California area, however, also widely throughout the United States. Annually, our association hosts our largest gathering around the September-October time. This year, our dates are October 7th, 8th, and 9th. We're interested to host our event at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center and the gymnasium. We were able to secure the gymnasium with Mr. Jim. However, we were not able to secure the gymnasium. It is so crucial that we have both the facilities because we have an incredible tight event because there's so many people coming in throughout the United States and we run a very tight schedule. We had our site visit with the gymnasium and the auditorium in November of last year where they assured us that they will work with our schedule with their usually sporting events. They can work around our schedule. However, in January of this year, they denied us access to the gymnasium. This is actually an incredible opportunity for Redondo Beach to bring in tourism and revenues through a lot of, social small businesses and all these small tourists visit the small business area. It gets noticed a lot. Diversity increases, obviously. Our new executive committee has a big vision for our association. We want to really be part of this community. We want to bring in charitable work, helping the police department, fire department, our senior communities through environmental work and donations and endorsements. We've been in charge since April, and we've already done a lot of these events. I am here to just humbly ask our councilman to help us reach out to Mr. Pierce to help us somehow work through this difficult disagreement. I really appreciate your time, and thank you so much.
If I could just ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
What are the facilities that you're seeking?
Just the Performing Arts Center and the main gymnasium, please.
All right, and what are the dates?
October 7th, 8th, and 9th, please.
All right, thank you for coming down
Thank you
here.
so much.
All right, next up we have Laura Duke.
Good evening, Laura Duke. Hello, council and staff. It's been a while. It's nice to be here in these new digs. It's fancy now. I just wanted to make a couple comments about the Beach Cities Health District Healthy Living Campus Plan. And I know it's been ongoing for many years. And to be honest, I'm not totally sure exactly where it's at, other than I know at some point soon, it possibly will be facing the Planning Commission. And depending on the results there, it could, if it's appealed one way or the other, come before you. So I wanted to just give my view on this plan, should it come before you, from a resident's point of view. The plan that they have is a residential care facility for the elderly. And if these numbers are right, and they may not be, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 800,000 square feet, which I got to thinking is about 1.5 times what they wanted to put on our waterfront with CenterCal. And this would be smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Height-wise, it's, I think, somewhere between 85 to 110 feet. The issues that this results in would be all kinds of problems with traffic, all kinds of problems with the fact that when they build it, it could be hazardous to the immediate community. And the thing that nobody seems to talk about that much in the Beach Cities Health District meetings themselves is the fact that this is on PCF zoned land, public community facility. And when I bring that up to the Beach Cities Health District representatives, they always sort of gloss over this. And the reason this is important that we know that it's public community facility is because they're proposing a residential care facility for the elderly that will be market value rated. And my thinking is if you have residential care facilities for the elderly, at least make it affordable if it's on public zone property. Otherwise, it should be on high density residential, like I forget what the code is, but anyway, it shouldn't be on PCF, which there's only a handful of these within the whole city of Redondo Beach, and they always allow things like open space, parks, community facilities, like where we're sitting right now. This is PCF zoned. So they're talking about making this multi-story building in a residential area, and that should not be allowed. So I just wanted to know if it comes before you to please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anybody else who'd like to speak on non-agenda items, you can come on up. You don't need to submit a card. Are there any e-comments, Vicki?
There are none for on non-agenda items. Everything else is going to be moved over to budget L1.
All right.
And I have one for Zoom. So Holly Osborne.
Okay, yes, this is totally unscripted tonight. The last time on the Housing Authority, I talked about, what about using Section 8 subsidies to be able to get some of our affordable housing? And the housing director said that was out of his house and would have to be referred to the city attorney. So I don't know if you've got a conclusion on that yet. But today I was in the store, and I don't usually get the paper on Tuesday, but the article on the front page of the LA Times below the fold was dual views of an LA homeless housing effort. And that is his principal method of funding his affordable housing using Section 8. And just to give you a couple figures, his costs are between $275,000 and $300,000 a unit. He's basically rehabbing older units. Whereas if you follow the city of LA, the Proposition Triple H, Garcetti is $750,000, $750,000 per unit. This guy is doing it at less than half, and primarily because he's rehabbing older units. But I'm telling you, he's financing them the way exactly what I mentioned last time. This is a total coincidence. And I think this is worth looking into, and I'm going to make an effort because unlike that last guy who says everybody gets their stuff on social media, I still read the newspaper. I am going to try to get a copy of this article, put in a file and email it to every council member, and I'm going to mail it to the planning directors too, in case you don't get the LA Times and don't know how to read the front page article below the fold. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne.
That concludes the Zoom, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you, Eleanor. Moving on to, J1 we already did. Ex parte communications on our public hearing. Start with Councilmember Nierenheim.
For both hearings or just one?
I think are both the hearings on the budget or the capital?
You can do it for both. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so ex parte hearings on both items, which are budget and
Noise ordinance.
noise ordinance. Got it. All right, go ahead. Councilmember Nierenheim.
On item L1, I've been speaking with Councilmember Lowenstein, Mayor Brand, city staff, and members of the public. On item L2, city staff, Mayor Brand, and a couple members of the public.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, on L1, I've spoken to Councilmember Nierenheim, Mayor Brand, staff, and the public. On L2, I've talked to just Mayor Brand.
Councilmember Horvath.
L1, Councilwoman MD, staff, public, and L2, staff and public.
All right, thank you. Councilmember MD.
For L1, Councilman Horvath, staff, and public. And then for L2, Douglas Seeker, and that's it.
All right, and for myself, on L1, I've spoken to the mayor and the public. And on L2, I've spoken to the public. That's it. Thank you. All right, moving on to L1, continued public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget, 5-year capital improvement plan, and associated budget response reports. So is there a motion to reconvene the public hearing?
Motion to reconvene the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections?
No.
All right, the public hearing is back open.
All right. I'll give a brief introduction just to explain on an overview basis what you're going to hear from us tonight by topic, and then I'll turn it over to our Public Works team. You're going to receive effectively 3 presentations as part of item L1, the public hearing. As you know, this is our 3rd hearing on the budget. Tonight we'll be focused on capital projects. That's not to say you can't ask questions about operations or decision packages in particular. Our department team is here again to respond to any inquiries you might have, but we will primarily be focusing on capital tonight from our perspective. You will hear from engineering, Ted, Jesse, Andy, in concert. At the conclusion of their presentation, you're going to receive a presentation from our consultants with Walker Engineering on the condition of our pier parking structures. And then that will be followed by a presentation from Dan Masiello with KTS Transactions. A Cosmont transactions, I think, in short, to give you some perspective on the state of the tax-exempt bond market and what our cost of funds might be on a go-forward basis, depending on different borrowing levels. So all of that will wrap, and we'll be open to general questions as it pertains to the budget. And as I said, we're in hearing 3. Next week's public hearing, scheduled for June 24th, will be our 4th and hopefully final public hearing, and you will all be asked to consider adopting the budget. As part of that, we will also have a hearing on any master fee schedule changes that are proposed as part of the document. In just one point of order, you'll notice in your blue folder tonight that we did produce an additional 9 supplemental budget response reports, which would be additive to the 11 that were part of your published packet last weekend, for the final total of 45 BRRs you requested, and we had in motion approximately 20 following our last hearing on the 7th. So right now, your table of contents should run you all the way through BRRs 1 through 45. With 9 being what were ultimately added to your blue folder this evening. All 45 will be published and produced as part of next week's final agenda packet. It's not to say you can't ask for more BRRs tonight, but we would highly discourage it at this late stage of the game. You will receive one additional BRR that will summarize the various letters we have received from commissions that have provided input on the proposed budget. We had a discussion with the Harbor Commission last night. They have a letter forthcoming, and I think I see the chair here tonight who will probably give you a synopsis of that in person. Budget and Finance completed their second review of the budget last week. They have a letter that's forthcoming that'll be part of your packet. I believe we've heard from the Library Commission with a letter that'll be part of the packet. And there is already included as a blue folder material, a letter from the Public Safety Commission, I believe. So we'll coordinate all of that and have that in our final BRR, which should be hopefully BRR number 46 and the only remaining BRR in our final table of contents. So with that, thank you for your continued consideration of the proposed budget, and I will turn it over to Ted Simon, Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mike, and Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Yeah, tonight we're going to be tag teaming on giving you the presentation. We started off with the CIP highlights of projects that were completed. The listing of the projects that are there is the majority of the projects. We wanted you to be aware of our slurry seal project that's been completed. This council chamber, as we're sitting in here, has been completed. It's fantastic. Really wanted to highlight a couple more projects that are not on here that probably should have been here. They are projects that are awaiting outside agency review and approval, permitting approval. We have 2 sewer pump stations in the waterfront area and the harbor dredging. They are waiting for either Regional Water Quality Control Board permits, and or in one case, it's the Army Corps of Engineers. So this is a listing of the projects. I'd highlight on the traffic calming. We've done several speed cushions. I know we've removed some of the mini roundabouts that were put in, but we've also integrated the Elena Catalina traffic calming improvement that was approved by the City Council, as well as the Maria and Anita. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andy for the next slide.
Good evening. On this slide, we just wanted to give you a little bit of context for the last several years of work that's been done through the CIP. You see there left to right from 2017 all the way, and then the blue text there indicates it's proposed for next year. Total projects have grown continuously throughout that period of time. Big jump last year, and again, some more added this year. We've broken those down into 2 numbers that we have tracked through the years, the projects in design and the completed projects lines. And those 2 numbers together form the blue and orange bar graph you see below. Those numbers are tracked in the annual CIP booklet that's published, and so we're able to find that information pretty easily going back 5 years. You can see that we have a continual increase in the number of projects that are being addressed by the Public Works Department through that 5-year period. We've also added a line item there for projects in construction, not a number we've tracked historically, but we anticipate 10 completed in this current fiscal year and another 17 to be ongoing in 22-23 at the close of the year. We've also want to highlight the expenditures over the last 5 years. These are actual expenditures in millions of dollars has grown continuously throughout that time. And we, of course, don't know what we'll do next year, but with 27 projects intended to be completed next year, we anticipate that number will be, towards the higher end of the scale. I do want to note that this current fiscal year, we have operated down about 20% staff among our engineering team, which are primarily the project managers for most of these jobs. We are working hard to fill positions, but we've been kind of playing a man down, as it were. And then also, just for your knowledge, of our 10 engineering positions, it works out to only about 6 of full-time equivalents are dedicated to CIP. A lot of our engineers work on other things like counter services, environmental items, things that aren't listed in the CIP project list that we handle through our division. So that's all for this slide, and I'll turn it over to Jesse.
Yeah, so this slide shows the carryover amount per category for fiscal year 21-22. As you can see, streets projects are by far the largest carryover amount at almost $28 million. The CIP message lays out some of those key projects that carry those large amounts. A couple of those are residential rehab at $3 million, a little more than $4 million for the MBB Inglewood southbound right turn lane, and as well as the Grant Avenue pedestrian signal improvements at a little more than $2 million. One important note is while $57 million is a large amount for carryover funds, 65% of that carryover amount, or $37 million, are associated with projects that are either going to be in construction in fiscal year 22-23 or completed in fiscal year 22-23. So that amount should decrease over the next year or two. Here we have the recommended funding per category for fiscal year 22-23. It's a high-level summary per category. It represents our recommendations for the upcoming fiscal year. It's close to $34 million. Represents a very healthy CIP program. A couple of things I'd like to point out is that while it's $34 million, 1/3 is grant funding, and $10 million is associated with one project, which is the Seaside Lagoon. Only 22% of the $34 million is completely discretionary, meaning general fund or capital funds, and half of that is actually recommended for one project, which is the Pier parking structure. Just wanted to point that out, given that these are sizable dollar figures, but most are restricted in the way we can use them. Now I'll turn it over to Ted.
Yeah, in this summary here, we're basically just showing the council that the carryover total has the 112 projects. Out of that, we're recommending $33.7 million for the appropriation, but out of that, it's actually $3.4 million are for 10 new projects. The majority of that funding is coming back to existing projects. That is, that's an increase basically due to supply chain, material costs, construction costs significantly going up. That's what brings us over to the overall projects. But for the new projects, wanted to point out some of them. Fulton Field Infiltration. It's a project, it's an enhanced watershed management plan project. It's going to get some of the stormwater, infiltrate through the park, clean that up before it makes it out to the ocean. The International Boardwalk resurfacing, that is one of the projects that's a primary priority for the City Council. We're going to be talking more about the Pier parking structure. It's structural improvements, but we also have Pier parking structure security improvements that are proposed in the budget as well. The Waterfront Education Center, that we know that that's a significant priority for both the City Council and the Harbor Commission. Several facility improvements to the fire department, to the City Hall, security at the City Hall parking lot, the police substation at the Pier. That's something that we're working with the police department on. And then the last one we added in is a city monument replacement. A lot of our either entry marker or certain markers at the city medians have been hit by vehicles. We don't usually get those cost recoveries till sometime later, and we don't have that in our budget for replacement. They're pretty significant in cost. This particular item is going to help fund that, and the majority of them will be reimbursed through the claim reimbursement portions of it. Next slide. And these are basically the highlights of the projects. I know Jesse talked about them on the carryover and the new. I talked about them as projects that are being held up Portofino Way Sewer Pump Station and the Yacht Club Way Sewer Pump Station. Both of those are essentially designed. They are waiting for permits from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. It's been about a year, Andy, that we've been waiting for those permits to materialize essentially before we can start that construction. We talked about the Fulton Playfield Infiltration Project, the Pier parking structure, critical repairs. Again, we're going to hear a more explicit presentation on that part of it. And the Dominguez Park play equipment, it's a project that's there. We've added additional funds to that as part of the CIP in order to see that into construction. And the last two are Torrance Boulevard resurfacing. I know we've got Burl that's coming forward for construction now. Torrance is out to bid, and then our traffic calming improvements. Like I said, we've got projects that are coming for additional improvements that the council has reviewed and approved. District 5 has certain ones, Riviera Village has certain ones, and those are going to be funded as part of the CIP. With that, I will turn it over to Lauren, who will start our introduction on the Pier parking structure, critical repair improvements.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The City of Redondo Beach owns 3 parking structures that provide access to the city's Pier and International Boardwalk area. The Pier parking structure, which is comprised of the North Pier parking structure and South Pier parking structures, sits at the end of Torrance Boulevard and contains approximately 1,000 parking spaces. The North structure was completed in early 1960s and is comprised of 3 levels, 2 supported parking levels and 1 on-grade level with 2 commercial spaces. The south structure was built in 1973 and is also comprised of 3 levels, 2 parking levels, and the third that is commonly referred to as the Pier Plaza and contains several multi-story wood frame structures for commercial purposes and additional parking. The Plaza parking structure was constructed in 1981 and it lies at the intersection of Harbor Drive and Pacific Avenue. It contains approximately 330 parking spaces. The Plaza parking structure is also comprised of 3 levels with 2 parking and the third that is pedestrian only and serves as the end of Zuliger Park. Next slide. Walker Consultants has completed a conditional appraisal for the Pier parking structures in July of 2011. And then subsequently, they also completed a structural analysis of the North Pier parking structure in 2012. Which did not include the then occupied retail area. In 2015, Walker provided an updated analysis which indicated that overall the parking structures continued to deteriorate compared to the findings in the 2012 report. Since it has been over 5 years since the last condition assessment of the Pier's parking structures, Council approved a contract with Walker to perform a new condition assessment of the parking structures and this time including the recently occupied space on the basement level of the North Pier parking structure. Walker performed the evaluation in 2021 and prepared the condition assessments that were provided to you as part of the blue folder item tonight. Next. As part of the CIP 2022-2023, staff is recommending the improvements to the North Pier parking structure, seismic retrofit, and the waterproofing and structural repairs, along with $110,000 in carryover and additional funding of $4.35 million to fund these projects. Next. Walker Consultants is the design firm that has provided these condition assessments and also prepared the design plans for the structural repairs of the parking structure in 2017 and 2019. And so here tonight with me is Benem Ara, Suhail Hassan, and An Wen with Walker Consultants, and they will be presenting the next few slides.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having us here and giving us the opportunity. As Lauren said, my name is Behnam Arya. I'm an engineer senior consultant with Walker Consultant. And I have also Suhail Hassan with me. He's the project engineer. We did the condition assessment. And in the next few slides, we're going to go over our findings. So the key elements of the project that we did was the site assessment through which we identified deficiencies and came up with some repairs and prioritized them And in addition to that, we did prepare some cost estimates and presented in our reports. In addition to the condition assessment, we also did the seismic evaluation of the North Pier as a scope of our work. Next, please. In these few slides, I'm going over the issues that we found in each structure. For the first one, the South Pier, we found it to be in fair condition. The fair condition basically is not a good condition, basically just from the word itself. It means that you still have widespread damage in the structure and deterioration that needs repair. So the issues that we found, as it's presented here, is the concrete deteriorations, spalling of all the structural components, beams, columns, soffits, and the main cause is the corrosion of the embedded steel in concrete. And because of that, you're seeing a lot of exposed and rusted bars and steel reinforcement throughout the structure. We also found a lot of waterproofing system deficiencies, and that also caused the village level, the wearing slab, which is the topping on the top level, the concrete topping below the waterproofing is also deteriorated. Next, please. These are some typical pictures of the damages we observed. As you can see, you have the concrete delaminations on the village level. On the ceilings, you see the spalling of concrete because of the corrosion and rusting. You see the rust stain on the steel reinforcement, on the ceilings, on the floors, and also on the pavement of the village level on the South Pier. You see a lot of cracking and deterioration of the pavers. Next, please. For the North Pier, we found similar deficiencies. Also, it was in the fair condition, as I explained. The concrete deterioration and the lamination is all over parking structure. You have spalling, components of the structure. But I have to mention that surprisingly, I found it to be in a slightly better condition than the South Pier. We also found the corrosion of embedded steel reinforcement, exposed and rusted bars, waterproofing deficiencies. And in addition to that, which I'm going to talk about, structural deficiency in the earthquake resisting structure of it. Next, please. And these are the typical damages that we observe. We see the slab ceiling spalling, embedded rusting of the rebar and steel, and the support ledgers, and also in the basement level, we found that the corrosion of rebar is causing spalling of concrete on the walls, concrete walls. Next, please. Parking structure, logically, it was in a better condition because it's a newer structure and the proximity to the water is a little bit further away. So we still have some issues, but it's very isolated compared to the other two. So you have the spalling, the lamination, and a few post-tension tendons that were damaged. But again, it's not an extensive damage, and in our opinion, it's in a good condition. Next, please. And these are the isolated damages that we found that, again, the spalling of concrete, exposed rebar, cracking of ceiling due to some waterproofing deficiencies, and some tendon damage in the beam. Next, please.
If I could just ask, when it comes to repairing that kind of damage, is it just patching it with more concrete, or is it actually deconstructing it and reconstructing?
Well, that's a repair, we call it a spot repair. So it means that you remove all the deteriorated concrete. If there is, and then you check the rebar. If the rebar is corroded to a certain degree, like if it's losing some cross section, we have to replace that rebar or supplement it with new piece of rebar. So it's a full repair that restores the condition to the full strength.
Thank you.
So in addition to the condition assessment, we were asked to do a seismic evaluation of the North Pier due to the age of this structure. We did this once in 2012, but since 2012, all the codes have changed, the standards have changed. So we had to update our analysis to comply with the current code. So basically the main objective here was to check where the structure stands in terms of resisting earthquake that complies with the current building codes. So that's what this exercise was about. So we followed the latest building code, which at the moment is the American Society of Civil Engineers Code 4117. And that's the standard for this rehabilitation of the existing building structure. That outlines the approach in the tiered system. So the first tier is just a screening. So basically it's a visual observation and going through a checklist to identify the potential deficiencies. Which we did, and we identified some potential deficiency. Once you have that, you do a tier 2, which is a more accurate analysis. So basically you build a computer model of the building, you assign the correct properties, and that's why we do the material testing there to determine what are the strength of or compressive strength of concrete, for example, it is to assign to a computer model. And then once you have a computer model, you apply the loads and then determine how the performance of the structure is. Next, please. And just to remind everybody that the objective is to prevent something like this happening. This is the Cal State Northridge parking structure that collapsed during the 1994 Northridge earthquake. Next, please. And this is the computer model that we built just as a display here. So we built the full computer model. We assigned the properties based on our on-site investigation. We applied the loads and we checked the forces and then we determined where it is. So our analysis showed that the structure is deficient to resist the current building codes level earthquake. And based on that, we recommended some retrofit, some repairs to bring it back to the current codes. And next, please. And this is just a portion of that retrofit scheme we are recommending. Just for the interest of time, I'm not going through all of it, but as you can see, we are adding some shear walls and thickening of the existing walls. So we're adding some concrete walls on line 7, as you see. And then the blue lines, we're thickening them, and then we're adding some foundation as well. So this is just part of the basement. So we have a full list of the retrofit. I'm just giving you a sample here. So, and we proposed this, we costed an approximate figure based on our experience and the relationship we have with contractors, and that's what we presented in our report. Next, please. And I think with that, I give it to
Good evening. Yeah, this is a typical deterioration curve of a parking structure that most consultants use. It is basically, you have a time on the x-axis and you have deterioration going on the y-axis, which is indirectly or directly related to the repair cost. And if you see, as you can see from the graph, that the parking structure, the repair cost, it increases exponentially as the time moves. And the parking structure, it needs to repair at periodically. Like, for example, if you see point on the curve, if you see point B and point A, and if you, I call it like point B as when you do the late intervention, like you can try to stop you kind of repair the parking structure at the later stage when it's already in a accelerated deterioration stage. You see that the cost required to bring it down is more compared to if you do it at A, and it also increases exponentially. So basically what it is in a nutshell to say, you need to repair the parking structures periodically. And it's not something like you're gonna put money right now, say $10 million in a parking structure or $2 million parking structure, and it's done forever. No, it needs periodic interval because structures have certain like life. It won't go beyond that. So if you want to maintain the parking structure beyond that, you need to continuously put money in that parking structure. What we can do at best, we can mitigate something that is deteriorating. We cannot stop that deterioration. For example, there's a corrosion going on. We cannot stop that corrosion. What we can do, we can mitigate that corrosion, and we can slow it down. And for that, we need continuous money for that parking structures. You can see like if you don't put money in it, there will be an instance that you have to stop because it will be a catastrophic failure for the parking structures. Next, please. It's typically the same, what kind of repairs you do. If you do like, as one of the said, like, is it a patch?
Can I ask you a quick question on that? When you say all parking structures, even parking structures that you're building today, like along the coastline?
Initially you don't need it because right now.
But after 20 or 30 years?
Yeah, right now, because we are well versed right now. So we know what happens after 23 years, because initially these were built in 1962 and we didn't know how they're gonna perform it. So that we have advanced, our engineering has advanced. So basically, once we recommend right now a parking structure, we recommend if it's near, for example, coastal region, we recommend having a traffic coating from the first day so that it mitigates water going into the parking, into that concrete, so that it increases the lifespan of it. Initially, when these parking structures were built in 1962, their design service life was only 40 years. Now we designed them for 100 years. Now, because we know how these structures behave, it's with the advancement we have from technology.
Is it worthwhile? I mean, this is a facetious question, but is it worth, how much would it cost to just reconstruct these parking structures with a 100-year life?
Correct. So we did a ballpark number. It was around $65 million for the two parking structures.
For the north and south. I think there's one of the slides is showing that it's coming up.
Okay,
it will come
Sorry
up.
to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm getting you.
Yeah, next, please. Yeah, these were the tests we did, like to kind of supplement our findings. These were done in 2012. And what it says is like the corrosion potential, like it actually gives the chloride, how much chloride is there, because these are like sea-facing parking structures, and we have chlorides coming from the sea. So a threshold is 300. If you have a 300 ppm in a concrete element, it's in the state of a corrosion. That means it's not anymore alkaline, it's now in a corrosive state. And now we found the levels were like 800, like twice the numbers that is considered as a corrosive state. So that basically kind of confirms what we are seeing visually, spalling, rusting of corrosion. And it's also something, because if you lose the cross section, you kind of are going something which it will not give you the intended capacity what you are designed for. Next, please. Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
And then just finally, about to turn it over, real quick. I just want to make sure that, you understand that it's like the parking structure is very exposed. So as you see spalling, it's basically ripping skin off the structure. So and you're close to the water, it's literally going to make, when they said it accelerated like deterioration, it's literally at a point where it's getting more and more exposed. So chloride, which is damaging like the structure and the metals, we just want to make sure that we were able to document and see that. And with further testing, like where we say, hey, let's pull a piece of the structure out because we weren't there when it was constructed, we're able to say, hey, let's run a chloride test. Let's run a compression test or something to make sure what is that strength of the actual concrete. So we're just letting you know, it's like Sahel said, like this structure was originally built and designed to say, hey, it's really 40, 50 years, but you can make it last longer with maintenance of it, because nowadays, like there's actual engineering, we're able to test things, and the testing is not very expensive, but it's like certain coatings, like, hey, let's put some more, make it stronger, let's put things in areas of the structure to make it last longer. So just wanted to finalize that and then, turn that over, to the team as well.
Yeah, I'll take these next couple. Just wanted to summarize some of the funding recommendations, or at least maybe the expense recommendations, budget recommendations from Walker's study. Because of the big numbers, we did ask them to provide kind of a 5-year option and a 10-year option in terms of budgeting. And so we've listed here on this slide, the North Pier parking structure seismic upgrade is the same for all of those because that's recommended to be done all at one time. You can't really do that in piecemeal. That's a lump sum item. And then for each of the next 3 lines, North Pier, South Pier, and Plaza parking structures, those numbers represent the waterproofing, the structural repairs, replacing the spalling, those kinds of things that they have been talking about. So you can see the totals are different for each of those years. That has to do with additional repairs that you're doing as you delay over the second 5-year period, as well as increase in costs over time. What we've taken from that is the first year of the 5-year budget forecast to include in our recommendation for the CIP. So that's the last column there on the right, recommending the seismic upgrade in the next year's CIP, as well as the first year of waterproofing and structural repairs as recommended, bringing us to a total of $4.473 million. Next one. And Mayor Pro Tem Obaji anticipated this one, but this is the slide where we just looked at what would it cost to replace. This is a reference for a replacement figure for the structure.
Is that all three? Is that?
No, that's the North Pier and the South Pier parking structure. Yeah. The Plaza parking structure is newer and built to a different standard, so it requires less.
Sorry, I might have missed it. If we do the restoration or repair, rehab to the north and south, what's the expected life after the $20 million approximate expenditure?
Do you guys want to help us with that one?
There is, as Sohail was saying, these are, the service life of these are already past. So what we are dealing with right now, trying to maintain, it's like an old car. You can spend money to make it run. So that's what we're doing right now. We're trying enough repairs to continue the service of this structure. So basically, there is no definite answer to this question. As long as you're willing to pay for that maintenance and repairs, you can have this structure functioning.
Okay, so how often do we need to pay the $20 million to do the maintenance and the repairs?
Well, as this 10-year plan, you have about $2 million per year for the next 10 years to spend to function. After that,
we might have added to one of our slides that after we get through the investment, 5 or 10 year, whatever it is, the maintenance costs come way down because we've caught up with the repair items. So I think the number you gave was
30 or 40
it was like 600,000 a year, more or less.
Recollect, it was 600 a year, ongoing.
But 600,000 a year.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
something in that.
To last roughly another 30 years, 40 years from now.
And then we expect that we would have to do another $18-20 million rehab at some later point, or no, as long as we keep up with the $600,000 a year in maintenance?
Ideally, right, we would make these investments over 5 to 10 years and then continue to apply the roughly $1,000 a year and effectively indefinitely, and we could continue to operate the space. So if we delay, let's say we have a couple of years where we don't get our act together, and then we probably have to do more than 600 when we finally get around to it, right? That's effectively where we're at today. This $15 to $20 million investment over the next 10 years, if more additional maintenance had been performed earlier, that number might be slightly different than it is today. This is a bit of a catch-up effort that we're proposing now.
For this work, sorry, one more question. For this work, what are we looking at as far as whether on the 5 or the 10-year plan, the closures of the parking structures while they undergo this refurbishment?
We've managed this to close certain bays, portions of the parking structure that are being worked on, but others remain open. That's how we've done it the last couple of cycles.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but we've been pretty successful in avoiding our peak summer season for serious periods of closure. And I think we've managed it with minimal impact. We try to do most of the work in the late fall, winter, early spring, and then perform, a little more strategically in the late spring and summer. So it's been fairly effective. We've completed 2 major phases of work, I think, in the last 4 to 5 years, which is 2 more phases than we had completed probably in the preceding 20 years. So we have a little bit of history on this now versus when we talked about this maybe 5-6 years ago.
All right, there are council questions, but first, just a quick question. Is there more on this?
No more on the parking structure unless you want to drill into that.
But on this municipal bonding option?
You're going to get the whole presentation on that next.
Okay, so Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, thank you. The ASC codes that you're talking about, the upgrades, this is for existing structures, not new structures.
Correct.
So we want to make sure there's a differentiation,
Absolutely.
correct?
It is existing structure. So it's
Okay.
a different level of earthquake.
So, right.
We are considering. It's not for a new, if it was for a new building, the cost would be.
Yeah, speaking here.
Oh, If it was for a new building, the cost of repair to comply for the new building design would be high, much higher than this.
Okay. Next question, the shear walls. So I know there's shear walls in the north structure, the waffle.
Correct.
So this is for the basement, adding shear walls to the basement level in order to withstand any lateral shifts? Is that?
I think we are also adding on the top level, the waffle shear walls that they design do not have proper confinement reinforcement. We did test those. So
That's the village level, correct?
That's a village level that the waffle slabs, the shear walls are. Those shear walls are not designed properly to for confinement. The confinement meaning that they only have longitudinal bars. They don't have a hoop around the longitudinal bars. In case of the compression, it will explode. So we need to supplement that.
So that would, if we added that, what type of, roughly, what kind of forces would that protect us from, say, 7.0, 6.5?
Okay. So let me explain a little bit on that. The engineers, as an engineers, we do not deal with magnitudes.
Okay.
We deal with
forces.
With accelerations which produce forces, like Newton's law. Mass times acceleration generates force. That's what we deal with. Now, in a late term though, if you comply with the current code, it's roughly speaking 6 to 7 magnitude.
Okay.
Something in
Current code. But if we added on to this in terms of the seismic retrofitting,
well, that's what you're going to accomplish.
That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, to withstand the forces from a 6.5 to 7, which is
something in that
which
range.
is possible. There's the Newport Inglewood fault is not that far from here.
Correct.
The last iteration of the fixes was through Slater. That's who I figured out it was.
Yes, they're still on the job.
Okay, so they use what, cathode protection on the rebar, is that right?
Yes, they did.
Would they be doing that for this go around?
Absolutely. Without that, I think those sacrificial anodes are essential for any of the small repairs that we are going to do.
Okay. Next question. You said that the south structure, in your opinion, is, I don't want to say worse, but it's in more degraded condition than the north. The north was constructed 10 or 11 years before the south. What do you attribute that to? The construction quality or what?
First of all, the retrofit that was done in 93.
Okay.
That could help. And then, another thing is that you have planters and some, I think, retail space on top of the South Pier, which I think you have a lot of water intrusion that is happening. And that's because of that, probably you have a worse situation on that.
Okay. And then so.
Also older. The north parking structure was built earlier.
62. Right.
The south one was
But
built
he
later.
mentioned, I think the main thing was the retrofitting in 93. That was.
That also helped.
That as well, right. So the advantage of doing the north first is the fun factory is empty right now.
Yep.
We could use that. We wouldn't have to kick any tenants out. That's one thing. What about doing the staggered? So let's say we wanted to focus on only the north structure for a year, the seismic retrofitting and say some of the maintenance on it. Would there be any harm to starting the south a year after this? Because it's going to take 6 to 9 months to design anything anyway, right? Probably.
Well, for the retrofit design, yes. But for the rest of the repair, maybe a little bit less. But the harm would be, as we were saying, that this is not already in a corrosive state.
Right.
So the longer it's not going to be end of the world, but you probably.
It might cost us a little bit more, but also.
Correct.
This is a big ticket item, 4.35 million for the first year.
Correct.
And we're talking, what, a $15 million run rate for the south only after that, and the plaza is in good condition.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Very well done. I read through the report last night. It was fun. Kept me awake.
Thank you.
Kept
you awake. Oh, wow.
I'm fibbing a little bit, but no, it was really well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
I got a couple quick questions.
Councilmember MD's up next.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember MD.
Okay, so I know you said these things, but could I kind of, just to reiterate on it? So you cannot stop the corrosion of this, but the only thing you can do is try to slow the corrosion.
Down. Absolutely.
Okay, so $65 million, I know you've said it twice now, but it's a big number, and I just want to make sure that everyone hears it and that we've digested it accordingly, okay? So to bring it back, the different numbers that have come up, so it's $65 million to rebuild. You'd still would do maintenance, but you're saying you wouldn't have to do maintenance for 20 years or so?
No, you still do certain levels of maintenance. They're just minimal levels.
Minimal, yeah.
Like if you had a road and you only just started doing like slurries after so long, you might develop like a pothole or something and you have to keep repairing it. On a new structure, if you coat the top of it, coating only lasts, let's just call it like 10 years. If you paint something, you have to repaint it again. So the level of maintenance is just going to be a lot minimal. But again, we're not that 65 million is just, you're constructing a new structure. It doesn't incur the cost of you're not generating any more revenue. So think about the amount of revenue you're going to be losing for people that are not parking or actually accessing it or actually spending money in the businesses as well.
How long would it take to rebuild it? That's a good point.
I mean, actual construction will probably
Not
be.
hold you to it.
Yeah, I'll say an estimate about a year. And that doesn't include actual design, permit, coastal commission approval, things in that nature as well.
But just having the structure be down is about a year. And when you say minimal, what's the range of a minimal maintenance of a brand new parking garage?
So it depends, but roughly basically what you need to do is to have, for example, make sure that drains are not clogged. You have somebody go and inspect if there is anything unusual, it's a little crack or anything, something like that. Maybe I would say maybe 2 cents or 3 cents per square foot, something very, very small. Don't quote me on that. I can give you that number.
No.
But I don't remember it on top of my
We do have some historical numbers across the country based off of it, but it's a different level of environment. So, I mean, the cost can mean, like you said, it could be just looking at the drainage or cleaning it. It's really similar to a house. If you don't maintain the grass, the lawn, or anything in the house, it'll deteriorate quick. But if you maintain it, just like a new structure, it's very minimal because it's like a new house. You got a new
No,
house.
I get it.
Yeah.
And there's things you can do, like you don't want to put a vine on a stucco because you would ruin the stucco faster. I get it. And those are the things you're saying that you could kind of do. And so it's hard to pinpoint. But when you're looking at, and this new structure, proper maintenance has a lifespan of?
Like almost 100
How
years.
we design right now.
Yeah.
We design it for 60 to 80.
Okay, so 60 to 80 years. Okay.
Well, regular structures is 50 years basically, but if you want a better performance, you design it for 100 years. It depends on your
Depends on
objective.
on what your design is.
Can you
Okay, so
can you
it could
speak
be-
to
Objective and how much you're willing to spend.
can you speak to the quote? What was that standard designed to? The $65 million estimate, was that for a 50-year structure?
Yeah, I mean, basically that's.
What does that number look like?
That's a
What's-
standard.
So if you take that number to a 60 to 80-year structure, what's the revised number?
It's hard to tell without doing an actual structural
Is it
analysis.
safe to say significantly higher?
No,
it's not
I don't believe so.
It's more about the durability rather than the strength. So you basically have durability consideration into it, and it's more about the durability rather than the strength. And if you're you're thinking about if you're having a new parking structure, say somewhere in which is not a coastal place, and you won't need a traffic coating at in the start of the parking structure when you're building it. But since if you want to have a longer period of that parking structure, you want to maintain it for like a 60, 70 year. So basically, you will have to put a traffic coating from the day one. So basically, it's those maintenance and durability consideration that you will be design in your spec that you will include. I don't think that will accelerate the cost, but it will definitely have the maintenance cost associated with it.
It would last longer in Arizona than it would at the coast.
Definitely.
It's drier.
Yeah. So
Right, but it's a minimal, it's not a huge jump.
No,
It's
it's
going to be
mostly like, waterproofing
materials.
issues.
But a 50-year structure that's designed to, if you maintain it properly, it'll last a long time. The durability is, I mean, I literally say you don't want to design the structure to we'll call it to minimal standards. Most cities, airports, schools, they design it to a pretty conservative standards that last longer versus like a private developer that says, hey, I'm only going to hold the asset for 10 years before selling it. They're going to design it to minimal standards most of the time. But I would literally say if you design it to a 50-year, like a standard average, it'll last if you just maintain it. And those maintenance if you stay on to an actual maintenance plan, it'll last a a long time.
We call it active maintenance, not reactive maintenance. So basically, if you wait for a damage to happen, then go repair it, then that's going to cost much more than if you just do an annual inspection and repairs continuously. That would be the proper maintenance that will extend the life.
That makes sense.
I will add one thing. If you kind of maintain it from the first, at the right time, it can have an infinite life.
So, okay,
Yeah,
so.
because if there is nothing durability issues, like the concrete will not deteriorate. For example, I was working on a parking structure in East Coast on, say, Franklin Field. That was built, it's a University of Pennsylvania stadium, built in 80s. And that still is there. And they estimated to rebuild that stadium for more than $1 billion, and they wanted to preserve that for 20 years. They came with a plan for increasing that, like say, instead of $1 billion, we put $80 million and increase the life of the structure for 20 years so that they can come up with a capital, and they plan accordingly, so that they didn't have the $1 billion at that time. They got shocked. If you need to build a new stadium, you need to have $1 billion. But they said, okay, you need to give us something. We need time to generate that money. So if we get if you are maintaining right now your parking structure, you get time to generate that money to build that for $65 million for the next 10 years.
So if I understand you correctly, that there isn't a need to build a brand new structure, since you can kind of with the $20 million repair here and continued maintenance, you can maintain this indefinitely, correct?
Not the existing structure, because there is already corrosions in it. It's already in a state of corrosion.
It's like
But
a cancer.
It's already there. Yeah. If you have to you have to put money every 10 years or major. For example, right now it's $20 million. If you put when there will be a next major event, for example, next 10 years, you're going to think about $10 million again to maintain it. You have to think about like that way. It's a continuous periodic maintenance of the parking structure.
If we had other big projects we wanted to pursue now, we just wanted to put a good Band-Aid on this.
Correct.
And we could designate money to other stuff. All right, Councilmember.
Wait, I wasn't finished. So to carry on with that thought, that's exactly where I was going. So just to be clear, so it's 21 million for the next 10 years, and you just answered it. And then it would be, the next 10 years after that would be a little bit more.
Not necessarily.
Not necessary. It's a very tough thing to say. It won't be more, but it will be in the same ballpark, I will
It'll
say.
be in the same ballpark.
Well, I think the estimate in the report was $600,000 a year after the initial investment, whether we make it over 5 years or we make it over 10. So it's $18 million over the next 5. It's $21 million if we wait and do it over 10 years. And then from that, whatever that point forward is, I think the estimate was $600,000 in the report.
So 6 million a year for about the next 10 years.
Well, 6 million for 10
6 million
years.
total.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
6 million total. So then for the next 10 years, and 6 million maybe, if we're lucky, for the next 10 years after that. So then if, and then you, all right, so then you end up being at 45 million, well, for 50 years, kind of sick versus a 65 million for 50 years. Okay, all right,
And just keep in mind, when you're doing this work, it's literally, it's like if you did a minimal like maintenance on it, just if you start doing, you just start and put like, I'm sorry, let me take that back. After the 5-10 years, like we always recommend doing another condition assessment, but we've already done the majority of those conditions and material testing. So doing like smaller amounts of that later, you'll actually know exactly like, hey, in 5 years, where do we stand after we invested this much? So if you invested those, $2 million per year, after that 5-year point, you can do another assessment. It's like, hey, what does it really look like? Should we really invest more money after the 5 years? You'll be able to tell that from doing like a little bit more testing. It's not much. I mean, at that point, it doesn't cost a lot considering the amount of money that you may invest in.
And I don't want to make it all about money. It's about safety, right?
Correct.
Sure. Also, it's about safety. So that's why you need to do this initial investment to make sure that it's safe to park there.
Absolutely.
Correct? I mean, so once we've done this initial investment, we feel reasonably confident that it would withstand some level of earthquake.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now.
All right, Councilmember Naranjo.
Thank you. So we've got the structures on top of the Pier Plaza there. After we do this work, those structures need some work. We derive a ton of revenue from those structures. What's the weight factor that we could add to the upper Pier Plaza area?
Do you have an amount of weight that you're trying to seek?
No, I'm just asking.
No, I'm only asking because it's hard to really, when you design something, you want to know what the load is above the structure before you can say, hey, we want to, what's the maximum amount? Then it's really hard because you can add a ton of shear walls. You can strengthen a lot of stuff, but you could lose potential parking spaces just to add more space above it. It just really depends on the program that you're trying to accomplish.
So speaking purely on the southern structure there, after we do this work, we could increase the weight load that's on top of there, keep it the same? We'd have to start designing for that now?
We are not repairing to strengthen the structure. We are repairing to maintain the structure. So we are not going to design or do the repairs to add more loads. We can do an analysis to see what the state of the strength is and how much load is on top of it and tell you that whether you can add more or not. But at this point, we assume that what is there, it's the load that is resisting and we are not doing the repairs to add to that load.
So you didn't look at the seismic on the south, did you? No.
No, we did not do that. We were not asked to do that.
Okay.
But I think the real answer, Benham, as you're talking about it, your assessment is, again, to maintain and preserve the structure. It's not to increase the loads on the structure. That's a totally different assessment that they'd have to look at.
And when was the last time, or when would we actually start doing legit maintenance on this structure? On either one of those two structures?
Yeah, I think our first phase was, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago.
17.
Yeah.
But before that, we never did any serious work on these.
It was our crews doing spalling repairs, some cathodic, addition, and really very minimal work. I think our last two phases have been much more substantial.
I remember there was a report back in 2008 or 10, I want to say, that specifically talked about not watering the plants in the planters. We stopped all that.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And
much to the dismay of the look and feel of the upper structure, but yes, that watering is ended.
Right. I mean, I'm sure that was a significant.
It was a contributing factor. I think that was a concern. It was something that was highlighted in the report. We quickly took action to, I think first we attempted to improve the membranes in the planter areas, and I don't think we felt comfortable that that was sufficient, and we ultimately removed the watering systems or turned them off where appropriate. And now we have, the material that's up there now is effectively self-sustaining.
Yeah,
and not very self-sustaining at that.
My questions are really just pertaining towards the structures that are on top, so we can build, maintain, or rebuild those of higher quality, same size. I mean, they're just wood structures, so it's not very heavy, but, and I'm not planning on putting a massive stuff there, at least thinking about any of it. I'm just looking forward to the future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just as a side note, I've learned a lot about this stuff. I've been watching a lot of those engineers talking about the Florida incident. And I'm seeing exactly, I read this report, I'm seeing exactly a lot of the same things that they're doing, is the same things you guys are doing on this, and core samples and the chlorides. And it's good to know that we're finally doing this. We're finally getting to the meat, the bones, and fixing and moving forward. So, I mean, we've had our payoff on this build, on this structure, so it's, it deserves some love. So, thank you. That's it. That's all I've got.
Right. Just one kind of final tie-up question. I see the Walker's report is fantastic, but have we looked at other firms and other quotes relative to this work?
Yeah, there's a BRR on that. I forget the exact number, but it talks about the cost for, subsequent peer review or a separate conditional assessment down the line performed by another firm. I will say Walker is, and I think you've all experienced this, is renowned in the industry. They're very, very well known, very well respected. In this particular field, their focus is parking structures, which is a little different than some structural engineers who might go beyond that into different types of buildings. So, but there's a figure in there if that's something the council wants to look at longer term.
One last question. Do you have any exemplars of coastal parking structures that are old, that have kind of been rehabbed and made to persevere over time?
I don't know right off the top of my head. The last work that we've done recently was probably in, that was on the coast, was probably in Huntington Beach. But, you know, this pier structure is right, I mean, you're talking about right on the water.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
I am, at the moment, I'm doing Hermosa Beach.
Oh, Hermosa, that's right.
So we just are doing the repair, we just submitted the repair drawing, so we're almost.
That's the structure on Hermosa Avenue.
Correct, that's where the water, very close to the water.
The 4-story one or something, right?
I don't think it's 4, it's like
Three
3.
stories?
3 and a deck roof, right?
Did you have any work to deal with on the pier, Hermosa Pier, when they redid all that work with the epoxy?
Not yet, we kind of send them a proposal, we have not heard back yet, but we have done a proposal.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. They did that about 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
15 years. That wasn't you then? Okay.
No, but they showed us that things are coming apart.
Yeah.
How old is that structure in Hermosa?
The Hermosa, the parking structure is in late 80s.
Is there any decision, Mr. City Manager, that we need to take as to choosing a 5 or 10-year plan or a new structure?
No, your decision really, as part of this budget deliberation, particularly next Tuesday, is for the recommended funding for fiscal year 22-23, the 4.3 million roughly.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, very much for your presentation.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll turn it over to the Cosmont team.
All right, in person.
Yes, hello, good evening, members of the City Council. Nice to see you all in person. Mr. Wazanski asked us to come by tonight and just discuss sort of what's going on out there in the municipal bond market in case any sort of
Ben,
options.
you can lift the podium there on the right.
Sure, just like my desk at home. In case any of the items in the CIP that are going to be considered, maybe you want to seek some capital market funding or alternatives. You've all heard the news, there's a lot of gloomy items going on out there. So, you know, the current state of the municipal bond market has been volatile, as you know, given various political and economic events going on around the world. There's been a significant amount of inflation driven by many factors, which has caused a fairly steep and rapid increase in borrowing rates, and specifically in the tax-exempt bond market, of course. The Federal Reserve, in response to the generally hot economy and inflation, has taken the step of raising its benchmark target Fed funds rate by 25 basis points in March, and again by 50 basis points. And they're meeting again tomorrow. And some folks think that they might, go another 50. With more rate increases to come this year, which doesn't directly impact the municipal bond market per se, but it is a general sort of indicator of where interest rates are going. But believe it or not, notwithstanding all of those overall rate increases, the tax-exempt municipal bond market actually is still in a historically low range. If we can have the next slide, please. We went ahead and charted what's a typical sort of tax-exempt bond index to give you an indication. So the chart on the left is from the last 30 years. And you can see all the way over on the right, and you can see that sharp and steep increase in rates. And it did come back. As a matter of fact, when we put these graphs together, it's since come back up a little bit more, unfortunately. So we are still well below the average of the last 30 years. We're right about at the average of the last 5 years in terms of rates. And so it is, again, historically, a generally decent market. And as I will probably mention again, the city of Redondo Beach has an excellent credit rating, which bodes very well for when the city chooses to enter the market. You will get a strong reception and have a better interest rate than some of your neighbors might. Next slide, please. We're not really market prognosticators per se, but we can give you sort of a general outlook of what's going on out there. And as you can appreciate, those rates that shot up so quickly, they pulled back a little bit, which led some folks to believe that maybe we had a bit of an overcorrection, which is certainly possible. But they've also, since we printed this of last 3 or 4 days, especially after yesterday, they kind of crept back up again. So volatility is the word of the month here so far. Volume does remain strong, though. Issuance volume, there are municipal bond issues coming into the market, which means that there is demand and reception. And so those help support interest rates at levels that are a little bit more palatable. Bloomberg interest rate forecast does show an expectation of rates to continue to rise modestly over the next 6 months is what the Bloomberg folks are predicting. So have we hit our plateau? stay tuned, we'll find out. But, the interest rate moves that are being considered by the Fed, the rapid and high increase in inflation in general has led to some recession anxiety, and recessions, as we all know, do tend to result in rates coming back down. So will there be a recession? Won't there? Stay tuned. Although if you track interest rates closely, you will notice that the Treasury rates, the longer end of the yield curve, is becoming slightly inverted. The 5-year is higher than the 10-year, is higher than the 30-year bond as of right now, which is usually an indicator that we might be looking at a recession coming, among other indicators. Next slide, please. So in case the council would like to explore sort of, we just heard a very expensive price tag for some parking structure renovations, for example, opportunities to possibly enter the capital markets. What we did is we went ahead and gave a couple of estimates based on budget levels. We sort of said, if we have $1.5 million to spend, if we have $2 million to spend, what would our current what would our current bond proceeds be able to be? We do keep an eye on the bond market at KTS, of course, and as mentioned, rates do remain historically low. And we would estimate that at the current rate, the current market rate level, for $1.5 million bond payment a year, the city could probably raise about $26.6 million. And if the city was able to afford about a $2 million a year bond payment on the current market rates, we estimate you'd walk away from a bond sale with about $36.6 million, $35.6 million. And we put a little bit of a sensitivity analysis in there. Obviously, if rates go up, those numbers come down. And if rates do return, then you'll have slightly more bond proceeds available. And as I mentioned, the city does have a very strong bond rating, AA+, which is about the best there is. There's only one notch higher, which is within our reach. So continue the good budgeting practices, and we just might get there. Next slide, please. So if there was an interest for the council to consider moving forward into the capital market, just sort of the general process, as you might recall from some of the other financings that have been undertaken over the last couple of years. We would help the city work with its various stakeholders, including staff, the Budget and Finance Committee, and of course, the City Council, to determine the scope of the projects that might be involved and the bond issue size. That process could take 1 to 2 or as many months as those folks would like. Once we pass that and a determination is made, if a determination is made that we would like to enter the bond markets, generally speaking, it's about a 3-month process. We'd have to assemble the balance of the financing team, bond counsel, underwriter, prepare the legal documents for consideration by the council, apply for a bond rating, and then we'd have to market and sell the bonds and ultimately close them. The ultimate purpose, of course, of issuing bonds is to raise bond proceeds and invest in projects. So just bear in mind, if this is being evaluated, that it's basically the rule of thumb for tax-exempt bond proceeds is you have 3 years to spend the money. When you issue the bonds, you have to have a reasonable expectation that you will spend the money within 3 years. That's pretty much how that process would work. Larry, do you want to add anything? Answer any questions? Anybody has anything? Otherwise, thank you for your time.
When you came up with those ranges, 25 to 30 million, was that based on looking at our budget, or was that just a ballpark number that you were throwing out based on kind of what municipalities usually see?
That would probably be tendered our way. I put that out there as a starting point for us. We can extrapolate more or less from those figures. 1.5 to 2 million is, from my point of view, if we were going to think about a bond, something that I would feel comfortable recommending to you as a potential debt service we could afford. This council is well aware of all the different competing interests we have, particularly our future structural operating budget. We have looming cost of living adjustment considerations. We have prospective new revenues coming online, perhaps in the next 2 to 3 years, that could help support this type of an effort. So we can certainly provide you greater figures at higher annual expense, but this was the kind of ballpark that I felt like would be a good starting point for our conversation, given our future forecasting.
And does this forecast take into consideration a potential recession and where we'd be on the revenue side in a recession?
No, I mean, if we saw structural decline in revenues, I can safely say I think our predominant revenue sources for this next fiscal year and the year after, even amidst a recession, would remain fairly consistent. I think there, as I've said before, there is a lag and the effect that, say, property tax decline has on our budget, right? It's just indexed to prior year actions for the most part. So we're solid, I think, there for the next 2 fiscal years. After that, though, a recession could be problematic for us, and more notably, a significant pullback in the housing market would be a point of sensitivity for us on a long-term basis.
Is that because of a reduced transaction of houses or just a reduced valuation?
Valuations, potentially reduced valuations. For a long time, we've benefited from every new home being sold in our community being assessed at a higher value than it was previously. In some cases, that's going from just about zero because it was first acquired in the 50s or 60s to going to some very exorbitant number, $2 million plus in our case, and creating significant new annual property tax revenue. As many homes as turned over in our community over the last 5-10 years, there's a potential with a recession where a house could sell for less than it was bought in the last few years, and therefore we could see some index decline, but not necessarily sizable.
Not to go way too deep on this, but where else would we get hit in a recession?
Sales tax is always a point of vulnerability, although if we perform better in the brick and mortar area, even with the recession, I think we would remain somewhat solid because of the increased proportional share we would collect from the LA County sales tax pool. But there is some potential sensitivity and out year decline in that area. And then TOT is probably one of the more notable areas of revenue that could see more significant decline because it is indexed to the overall economy. And certainly average daily rates would likely decline, which would certainly affect TOT. Sometimes that's buoyed by local visits because people can't travel abroad or to more exotic destinations. So it's coupled with more local travel that buoys that a bit. But yeah, all three of those revenue categories you could see and predict some level of decline. But I see that impacting the budget more notably perhaps in the 24-25 fiscal year than the next two.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, just to put some historical context to this, I used to be on the school board, and when we did the $100 million bonds for the school district, 105, I think to be exact, we actually benefited during the financial meltdown because of lower cost of labor and projects. So it's not necessarily, where it hurts you is the ability to service the bond, right? Once you've actually issued it, it's the servicing of it, the cutbacks, right? Also, with the exception of something like stagflation, if there's a recession, they're going to lower interest rates to generate demand generally, right? Right now, they're trying to raise it to kill off inflation because of the excess demand not meeting supply. I'm thinking, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Dan, but the other question I'd like to know is, we talked about new revenues coming online. So Legato being one, the marine hotels coming back online. We're going to depend on some of those for other things. But, one of the things I look at is not just our ability to bond, but our ability to service the debt, right? So we have $5 million in reserve. That's there for a good reason for the PERS. It's good to keep that in case we run into a recession where we have a hard time servicing it. We can use some of that to offset it and then replenish it later.
We absolutely could. It's a general discretionary account. There is no protections to it. The only caveat I would mention, because it is a reasonable line of thinking, is the potential for an out-year supplemental assessment from PERS for unfunded accrued liability if there is a recession, and in particular if the market struggles for the next 2 fiscal years, we could see another bill from PERS. We've taken care of all outstanding debt with our recent refinancing, which I'll remind the community is going to save us roughly $100 million over the next 25 plus years. But that does not halt PERS's ability to come back to us with future supplemental assessments. So we have to, that's why, we haven't recommended spending that $5 million. Ideally, that's there to cover those costs in one tranche in the future. But if we don't see that tranche, because as I've said before, I think we'll see some level of credit actually this fall based on last year's performance in the market. But So that may be 2-3 years out before we'd have that real concern. If we don't see that supplemental bill, though, certainly that money is at your discretion as a council.
Yeah, it certainly seems like PERS will be taking that credit right back the following year.
Yeah, I
based on this
suspect so.
year's performance, so, yeah.
They're very good at
Bit of a
that.
wash.
Could you go back to the slide that showed the trend in bond rates? Okay. Looking at the left one, I mean, none of us can predict the future, but if you were a betting person, would you bet, looking over since 1992 to the last 30 years, it's going this way. It's not going this way. Yeah, there's upticks for sure. And you can see them in 2007, 2008. There's clearly upticks. If you're a betting person, I would look at the graph and go, okay, it's not likely that it's going to go up. It's probably likely long-term to go down. This is the highest you'd be betting on, because if it were going down, you could always refinance the bonds like we've done for other things, correct? So
we can't refinance, though. I would add, Councilman, because I asked that very question today. Sometimes there is a lock period, though. You can't refinance it within 10 years, 8 years. It depends.
Is there generally?
Everything's negotiable. The general rule of thumb is 10 years, 8 years is probably acceptable for no additional premium when you actually sell the bonds. If you want to have a short call, you probably pay a little bit of a higher interest rate at the time of issue, but you could arrange that too.
Okay. Remember also that, these things are necessities. This isn't, wish list that we would perhaps use this for. So if we don't borrow now, we're going to have to borrow later to do this, because it's not likely to come out of our annual budget for these long-term capital. I mean, we have to think about this. This is long-term capital needs, right? So with inflation, one thing I can tell you is bond rates are going down, but the other thing I can tell you is cost for building things is clearly going up. You could see the opposite in terms of building cost and things like, so it's something for us to consider. I would say, us to look at an even larger bonding capacity, but making sure that we're able to meet our debt obligations. That's the only thing I would want to make sure that we're comfortable. And I know you're being very conservative on this, and I appreciate that. But I also think that this is long-term, 15, 20, 30-year type stuff that we're looking at, maybe longer. Right.
Absolutely.
Seaside Lagoon, for example, that's a 60-year.
Yeah, most of the projects I think we would recommend funding with any form of bond issuance would be sizable pieces of public infrastructure that would have really legacy projects, not short-term maintenance. We wouldn't recommend we apply it to additional roadway reconstruction. We would talk facilities that have no other alternative source of funding.
Right.
I realize that the $4 million plus that's projected or proposed as a decision package for this budget is coming out of a non-systemic surplus that we had this year. But are you expecting that bond revenue would fund further, the rest of the $18 million that we got to pay for the pier?
Yeah, that's potentially one source. I mean, the number at that point is more like 14 million, thankfully, after we make the initial investment, right? So that number goes down. But ultimately, that's why at mid-year, you might recall, we had a uses sort of conversation, right? This is the source. What's the use? And the use is really pivotal, right? We don't want to borrow this money and not know how we want to spend it. We really need to think through what are the major public infrastructure projects that we want to recommend and ultimately fund through this issuance if we ultimately go down this path. Seaside Lagoon comes to mind, the parking structure comes to mind, significant improvements here at our police facility, city hall, fire stations.
Seawall, sea basin walls.
Potentially seawall, although I still hold out hope that we'll be able to leverage federal funding potentially for that effort and not have to come out of pocket locally entirely, at least. I mean, we may have to seed those projects a bit. But yeah, I think we're talking major public facilities here. This wouldn't be.
Yeah, when I shake that can, it sounds a lot more like $100 million than $35 million.
It does, and I don't think we can go there, honestly. I mean, we have $200 million in need, but we can't go there. We have to think more renovation. We got to think repair. We got to think reinvestment. We cannot afford replacement.
So you'll have BRRs for all this by next week, correct? I'm just kidding.
It might be 2-word sentences, but yeah.
How long will it take for us to get the 30,000-foot overview?
Well, I think that's part of the conversation tonight. If this is an initiative that we want to proceed with, I think what we would do post-budget adoption, right, is we come back very quickly in July with kind of a list of potential uses, and we would talk order of magnitude, and then we would pragmatically look at what we think we could afford. I think you're going to want to hear from your Budget and Finance Commission on that, have a conversation with them. I think we're going to want to think a little bit about exactly, we're going to want to lay out exactly what projects we'd like to fund. The last thing I would counsel and suggest is that we start with the number. We need to start with the projects.
Projects first,
Yeah.
then work
Yeah.
it their way back to the number. Okay.
All right, council, any other council have questions?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
I'd love to get a copy of the, I know it says proprietary, do not duplicate.
No, this is no public, so yeah.
Yeah, I know. Of the last presentation, this presentation, you can email it to us, it'd be great.
Yeah, we will.
So,
It's not part of this meeting.
larger bond,
Into the record, but I can
cheaper
distribute it.
price, or cheaper interest rate, or same interest rate, depending, how does that work with the volume? $100 million versus 30?
Probably not a difference enough to drive your decision-making process per se, but absolutely, a $100 million bond will gain a lot of attention in the market. You'll have a lot of large funds and large investors very attracted to the offering, and that creates big blocks of bonds, which those type of buyers like to buy $5 million trades, $10 million trades at a time. So for sure, $25 million bond issue will get plenty of attention. You have an excellent interest rate. There'll be no problems distributing, as we say, finding buyers, especially Redondo Beach AA. The bond, if it's a lease revenue bond like the last borrowing, it'll be a AA rated piece of paper. And $100 million will garner a lot more attention. There are economies of scale, but percentage wise of the cost of issue, we're talking fractions of decimals, just minor amounts of savings.
So I talked to the Stiefel guys over at ICA, actually, and it was a great conversation, very complicated, very smart guys. I'm very impressed. It's way over my head, obviously. They said, you don't really buy a 10-year bond, you really buy it for 30 years because you refinance. Does that play into effect with the payment of these? Because when after you refinance them for 10 years or 20 years, and I mean, how does that work out?
So I think going back to are the bonds callable, non-callable? And generally speaking, so we sell a 30-year bond today, and in 10 years you have the option to call them in early for redemption. There's 20 years left on that loan. So now your 30-year loan is only, the rate that's being charged on the 30-year loan is only for a 20-year loan now, because 10 years have passed. So you could, if everything else is frozen in time, rates didn't move, you could theoretically refinance in 10 years at a 20-year interest rate, which will be lower than your 30-year interest rate, and take advantage of that call feature. And I think that's what they were probably speaking about. Now, that obviously gets a little complicated if we're in a rising interest rate environment. You issue at a low rate and then rates go way up.
But then you don't call it, you just keep it.
Don't call it,
as
just
is. You
keep
have the
paying your
option.
debt service. It's an option, exactly.
Or you can refinance and pull out, additional money, right? And extend the life out another 10 years and, and you could
certainly could restructure.
borrow more money.
And borrow more
At
money.
effectively the same rate. So you have a 30-year issuance at, they call it 100 million, and then in 10 years you refinance and you extend it out another 10 years with new bonds and you borrow another, whatever it is, $30 million on top of that at roughly the same annual debt service.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any public, is there further presentation?
No, if you have any other questions for Dan or Larry, if not, we'll cut them loose, but this was
All right,
hopefully
thank you.
informative.
Thank you all. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Dan. We have public comment. Let's hear from Susan Higgins and then Roger Carlson. Come
Ms.
on
Higgins
up.
just left. She left me her comments, so I'll distribute them to council.
All right. Any pickleball fans want to read Ms. Higgins' comments? No. All right. Well, motion receive and file.
Hey, we're just getting going.
Motion to receive and file Ms. Higgins' comments. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any opposition? Nope. All right. We'll do that.
Ms. Higgins just arrived, if you would.
All right. Great. Well, thank you for coming down.
Hi, I'm Susan Higgins. I'm a 32-year resident of Redondo Beach, an avid pickleball player of 7 years, and the lead of a Redondo Beach residents pickleball players group. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for the City Council to approve a new capital improvement budget motion to construct a dedicated pickleball facility, specifically a pickleball complex, to include 6 to 8 permanent courts, court lighting, seating, and fencing at the same location. I see 2 identified viable locations in the budget responses report, one at Aviation Park Open Field and another at the waterfront parking lot adjacent to Ruby's. That one's new. Either site could accommodate a pickleball complex. There are hundreds of local pickleball players and supporters in the South Bay and neighboring cities, as evidenced by the petition with 773 signatures, 189 of which are Redondo Beach residents, that was submitted to the City Council on June 1st, requesting the city to establish a dedicated pickleball facility. The number of local pickleball players continues to grow, as does the growth of the sport. The benefits of a pickleball complex with 6 to 8 permanent courts in the same location include not displacing any other sport, such as basketball or tennis. It provides 24 to 32 players, 4 per court, playing at the same time, a faster rotation, given there are 732 people that are trying to play pickleball. It's able to support beginners, intermediate, and advanced players. It can accommodate open, drop-in, recreational play, leagues, classes, and tournaments, creating a revenue stream for the city. A pickleball complex would be a draw to bring in people from not only Redondo Beach, but multiple other cities as well, to spend money at our gas stations, restaurants, and stores, all good business for our city. I respectfully request that City Council raise and approve a motion to budget capital improvement funds to construct a pickleball complex with 6 to 8 permanent courts at the same location to include court lighting, fencing, and seating. Thank you.
I have a question. Susan?
Ms. Higgins?
Ms. Higgins? I have a question. You're throwing out a lot of numbers there, and I just want to kind of fine tune that. So for those of us who don't play pickleball, how long does a typical match go? For like doubles?
For a beginner or for an advanced player? An advanced
what's
player
the
can go
range?
for 20 minutes.
It's only 20 minutes?
It's not
Okay.
a match, it's actually a game. A game is 2-11.
Okay.
And beginners, it can be over pretty quick.
Oh,
You
it could
know,
go
I
even
mean, yeah,
lower.
If you're
So
just learning how to play because you're making a lot of errors, et cetera, but for advanced players, it can literally go for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That's
and how long does an advanced player play? So in other words, I'm trying to figure out, so then, so like if you go show up, how long do you normally stay at a pickleball court? An hour then? Do you play 3 games?
Most people play pickleball. I'm probably an advanced intermediate player when I'm not injured. But anyway, I just had shoulder surgery recently.
Sorry.
I generally played 4 to 5 days a week, and I play for 3 to 4 hours at a time.
3 to 4 hours at a time, okay.
Yeah, that's not uncommon. When the reservation systems went into place during the pandemic, the average intermediate player would always reserve a court to play for 2 hours, which is the maximum amount they would allow for reservation. And that would give an intermediate, advanced intermediate players up to 6 games that they could play when they have equal opponents on the courts. And so typically you need at least 2 hours, but most people like to play for 3 or 4 hours.
And 2 hours, and so how much do you get charged to play that, or is that a free play when you go play?
Well, before they never charged, it was free.
It was free before, okay, and so they're not charging now? I mean, so they are charging now or they aren't?
Well, now, there's all kinds of different options available. In Torrance, for example, it's free. They don't charge for pickleball at all. You can play for 4 hours and it's free. And there's multiple people playing there. We rack our paddles and we go in and off the court. In Manhattan Beach, it used to be free on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and, well, actually, it was Monday through Friday, but they had anywhere from 3 to 7 courts. And it was free 8 to 12. And then it was reservations only after that. And the reservations for residents, this is prior to May 1st, were free. And the non-residents paid $3 an hour.
Perfect.
If they could get a court.
$3
That was, since May 1st, they made some changes in Manhattan Beach, and now they're reviewing those changes because they had a lot of opposition from the pickleball community. El
I've heard it's
Segundo is
$14 to
another scenario.
$15 an
It
hour.
really?
Okay,
Okay,
am I
I just
done?
wanted to kind of get a
Okay.
feel for what.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's
Mixed
a
bag,
mixed
okay.
bag, what's going on. And El Segundo has drop-in play, and it's only $4 for 4 hours, and it's a real mixture.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you happen to know the BRR number that this was?
I'm having a hard time, I mean,
Do you happen to recall the BRR, Budget Response Report number that this was referenced in?
the responses from,
Budget response report.
Never mind, I'll find it. I'll find it in the Budget
are you
Response.
talking about, oh, the budget responses?
Yeah,
Yes.
what the number.
Oh, I have the copy of it if you can't. I can
Well, I
give you the
have a copy
number.
of them too. I was just trying to find the right one, but I'll find it easily enough. One question for staff is, do we still have this property, sorry,
Prepared.
this property that's on Harbor Drive, that's.
It's number 33.
Okay, 33, that was the number I
Okay,
wanted,
got
thank
it.
you.
And
Yep.
number 34.
Okay, thank you. We still have that property, Harbor Drive, this is right next to this, next to the, what is it, Captain Kidd's, the corner there.
He means the Pier Plaza.
Pier
Yeah, oh,
Plaza.
yeah, yeah,
The
that's,
triangle.
yeah, that's city property, yeah.
Is that feasible to, I mean, if it's still unoccupied, not getting leased, is that feasible to turn into a pickleball court?
Well, just to be clear, not being able to see your screen, you're talking about the deck above the Pier Plaza structure where the elevator comes up below Zuliger Park? Or are you talking about the area at the kind of the terminus of the bike path at Pacific Avenue?
Yeah, this is at Harbor and,
Next to Gold's Gym.
yeah, next to Gold's Gym,
Ah, the outdoor
Patio.
patio there. Yeah,
where the gym used to be. That, it's roof.
yes, that is technically in the Tidelands.
So it's not coastal dependent necessarily.
Technically, not physically, but technically. So it would require coastal dependent use. Whether or not pickleball as a recreational matter is considered by the Coastal Commission a coastal dependent use, I'm not 100% sure. It is a recreational amenity. I don't know how they would feel about that, to be honest. It's the same conversation we'd have to have as it pertains to the Ruby's lot. In addition to the no loss of parking consideration, the CDP would entertain an argument for pickleball being a coastal dependent use. So those are conversations ultimately we would have to have with commission staff if we were to identify either of those locations as a possible installation.
Okay. Does it seem on its face that that could be a feasible location otherwise, physically, structurally, or no, it would require?
It has similar, I think, at one point we had looked at the possibility of maybe that plaza area at the base of Zuliger Park, because it's an area that technically would be in the uplands and wouldn't have the coastal conversation. The concern we had there was its proximity to the village apartments and how noise travels in that particular area and its immediate adjacency. This area would be a little more removed than that in theory. And it has some topographical challenges. I mean, we'd have to sort through that. Ultimately, I think it comes down to whether or not we want to invest significant money in a facility like this. And if we do, is that ultimately the best location?
All right. Thank you. Next, let's have speakers. Councilor Lowenstein?
Was somebody up?
Yeah, there's still Roger Carlson, Commissioner Carlson.
I was going to be, are you going to be talking about the Harbor Commission and, okay. Before we do that, I just want to address pickleball real quickly and then one other thing that's a BRR. I know that El Segundo is charging about $15 an hour for pickleball right now for non-residents. So keep that in mind. It's not cheap anymore. And I think cities are grasping the demand. That's the first thing. The second thing is, before we get to Mr. Carlson, I just noticed the BRR, $140,000 extra for the skate park. I don't know what happened, but wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to know why.
Which skate park?
This is the
Pad 10
10 skate park.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, we can have a discussion with Mr. Bernier, but like, wow.
It's a stunning figure, and that's why we wanted to bring that to you as a BRR. We received word from Spawn, and I'll let Andy and Ted take it over in a little bit here. I think the first correspondence we received from them was in early June, citing significant, as we've been persistent in asking about performance and schedule, right? They were supposed to get moving here in June and begin construction. We've received from them multiple correspondence now describing delays in other projects they're on and an inability to mobilize. They're significantly affected by cost of materials. They're struggling to determine exactly how to bring concrete to the site. Candidly, things that are precisely and things that they were acutely aware of. Now, you can, to some degree, understand concerns about supply chain and the price of materials and commodities, and we recognize that. And ultimately, I give our engineering team credit for reaching out to them and demanding, as we're in this budget process, what exactly do you ultimately think you're going to need to construct? And that is setting aside the fact that we have a contract with them that we could argue and force them to perform under. Now, where that leads us long-term may not be a constructed facility, candidly. So what we've teed up for you are two options. One, consideration of supplementing the budget to perhaps allow us to work through an eventual change order request. And then two, as they continue to advocate for the option to consider constructing both phases at once, the ultimate plan. And it seems, if you read the material, that continues to be their ultimate desire. And if you look at the different price options, it's very interesting that they're willing to commit to the pricing provided for the phase 2 option back in March. And it's just slightly more expensive now than what they're claiming the change order to be to complete the phase 1 of the build. How they can commit to that pricing now for a full build versus the initial phase, ultimately I think they'd have to speak to, and our engineering team would have to confirm. But that's the dilemma we face ourselves in. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, it's one of the BRRs that we wanted to bring your attention, and you need to decide, do you want to seed that project with additional resource and allow us to work through this with them? Or ultimately, do we want to push to have them execute under the original agreement, which was an expensive $110,000.
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah. I don't know, did I miss anything, Andy?
Well, no, I just, not that I am taking a position of defense for them, but they did estimate their original project almost a year and a half ago now at the $110,000 level. That was the number they gave in the feasibility study that we did. That was the number they stuck to in October when we signed the agreement with them. We asked them all those same questions. Are you sure you can do this? Is this the right number? Yes, yes, yes. And then in March, when they presented on the ultimate plan, the big build out, it was 281, which was not a proportional uptick for the extra work we were getting. So we started to figure out that they were behind in their pricing. And my interpretation personally is that they were hoping, praying that we would go in that direction and they would recover their costs. So that's my interpretation of the scenario. They probably had 3 conversations on the phone with them about, no, the council approved the base plan, just build the base plan. But they asked several times about that, and finally got to the point where they called uncle on it and couldn't do it.
Well, I understand inflation. I understand supply chain. I don't understand 140% increase. I just don't. I'm having a hard time grasping it. Somebody did some bad calculations or something else. But it's really disappointing when I look at this and go, wow. You know? So, okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. So.
Oh, for sure. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a really random question, but it's totally connected.
Well, go ahead. We do have a public speaker, so.
Yeah. With regards to the Walker work that they want to do in the north parking structure, if we were to fund that today and give, or let me take it back. What's their expected construction timeline to when they were pouring concrete?
Well, just to be clear, they wouldn't be the contractor on this, right?
Right.
We have to come back with plans and specifications for the project, go out to bid, procure the contractor. Maybe it's Slater, maybe it's somebody else. But I think what's the guesstimate?
They had
Andy?
mentioned 6 to 8 months for design itself, assuming we have a short procurement of the designer. And then that usually from a final design to mobilization of contractors, usually about 3 months. So we're looking at a year. And then we would wait until the fall after the summer season, right?
The reason why I'm asking is because I was watching a Harbor Commission last night and the conversation of concrete trucks and pumping of concrete, right? And I was like, oh, okay. And I realized in this report, we're going to pump concrete. Is there anything we can do now on the Spawn Ranch stuff instead of pumping concrete and waiting for that? Do those projects essentially simultaneously, because there's going to be a lot of concrete on the Walker item. You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, no, you're asking, can we create synergy there and mobilization efficiency? I think I'll let Andy and Ted speak to the nature, the type of concrete that's added to the repairs and for the shear walls, but I think they're sort of different efforts. I would argue it's not as if you're hauling in a massive concrete truck for the parking structure.
Fundamentally, it is the same problem. We do have access issues to those locations with the typical delivery vehicles for concrete. So in Spawn Ranch's case, an oversight on their part. We definitely made them aware of that at the beginning, that was a conditioned roadway. In the case of Walker, I don't know actually what they included in the report. I haven't looked at it closely enough to see if they talked about constructability issues with the seismic work. But we would have to sort something out. They have a little bit stronger, better route from Torrance Boulevard than the Pad 10 site does. So,
that's all I want.
That unfortunately concedes, a full year delay on skate park.
I don't want to do that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carlson, would you like to step up? Thank you, sir. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Roger Carlson, District 3, and current chair of the Harbor Commission. So I do have a letter here from the Harbor Commission. I've sent it to you and Greg electronically. I don't know how best to get it to the council.
Motion to receive and file? Did you
second?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't been away from my email most of this afternoon.
I understand.
But whether you want to receive and file tonight, you can. It will definitely be included as an attachment as part of the BRR, hopefully number 46, as part of next week's packet. So you can do it both ways if you'd like.
I mean, only if we can get it sooner than later.
I've got hard copies right here. So
Perfect. A motion to receive and file on that. Perfect.
Any opposition? Objection? Nope. All right.
thanks. So, and without my notes now, can I have one of those back? Thanks. First of all, I'd really like to thank the council for reaching out to several of the commissions for input. And I'd like to thank Mike Wazanski for spending so much time with the Harbor Commission last month and again last night. We're really excited about this budget. There's a lot of great stuff in here for the harbor. It's really exciting to see so many great projects. So thanks a lot. Bottom line, not surprisingly, the Harbor Commission pretty unanimously supports execution of all the capital improvement projects that affect the harbor and also all the decision packages that affect the harbor. We added a few comments here and there to hit the highlights of them. There are some Basin 3 seawall improvements. We definitely want that done, but the other two basins and the Galveston wall on the north side of the harbor have not been evaluated the way the Basin 3 seawall is. The Basin 3 seawall probably is worse. It gets the most surge. It's had the most repairs. It's one of the oldest ones. But we should evaluate the other basins, which have much longer seawalls, and that cement or concrete wall at the north end of the break wall which goes along Yacht Club Way. If you enjoy seeing engineering videos of spalling and concrete damage, go take a look at that. It would be good to price that so that when we go into master lease discussions or into any kind of infrastructure funding discussions, we have prices, we know the extent of the damage and so forth. May not be part of this budget package, but it'd be great to do that in the future. Skimming down, International Boardwalk Surface Repair, we support that. We recognize it's kind of a temporary repair. We recognize there's sea level rise coming, but we still think it's wise to do that repair now. Redondo Beach Marina parking lot pay stations, that'll open up that parking lot so that you have free access to it and pay stations anywhere. We really want to see the gate at the north side of that parking lot reopen. That's a gate coming in off Portofino Way. Sorry, motion to extend?
Second. Any objection?
No.
Well, Mr. Carlson can't make the motion to extend.
I made it. He did.
He did.
I seconded it.
Horvath, second by Lowenstein.
Yeah.
Extended for take another minute or two.
Thanks. Sorry about that. In that parking lot, we'd love to see that north entrance reopen. Getting flow in through there is a better flow across the bike path, and it will be the flow we need for the boat ramp eventually. It would be good to use that flow for the hoist now. Pier parking structure security, that's adding cameras through the pier parking lot. We'd like to see cameras also added to the dining deck above the International Boardwalk. That area has had vandalism and issues with the furnishings that those businesses have put in there. We'd love to have that covered. We also think we'll need it on the new skate park. All the parks are all getting coverage anyway, so it'd be good to add those. And as we're running that wiring, it would be good to add internet for the businesses down there, which aren't currently covered.
Sorry, should I extend, can we extend it another minute? I meant to say 2 minutes, not just 1 minute.
Take another vote. I'll motion to extend another minute.
Second. Any objections?
I'll try to wrap it up quickly. You can see all this. Sport fishing pier, we recognize that bandwidth and staff time are limited. We recognize that there's a long list of projects here. We'd love to see that happen sooner than fiscal year 25, 26. Skate park improvements, we recommended when this first came up that we do both phases at once. We heard about the cost impacts there. Our suspicion is if there's mobilization impacts in those costs, doing one mobilization may help save costs. If mobilization is the problem, doing both phases at once would be better. And the second phase is really the fun part. We like the look of that back ramp wall, and that back ramp wall may help knock down the sound. Finally, I'd like to add Moonstone Park back into this. Moonstone Park has been out there for quite a while. We wanted to fast track it as part of the amenities plan, and we'd love to see that get done soon. We have a list of support for the decision packages and comments on those as well, but you have all our data. Again, thanks very much.
All right. A question for you, Commissioner Carlson. If it wasn't a skate park, now that the area has been cleared off and is kind of flat, clean and the like, what else has the commission toyed with as far as ideas for that area?
We haven't toyed with anything else, but we do like the way it's used now for movies and yoga and concerts. And we specifically requested that the skate park include design features which could be used for that. So some of the features of the skate park could be used as a stage. So you could take advantage of the skate park now and do yoga or a concert or something else, or use that as seating for the. So we do really like the multi-use aspect of it as it is. Some of the concerts have pretty big crowds.
And I realize you don't speak for the entire commission on this question since you all haven't discussed it, but do you have an opinion on increasing the spend to $250,000 for the skate park?
I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know how that fits in with the overall budget. If there's room for it, I'd like to see it done because I'd love to see something interesting and lively with public art that comes in phase 2 in that space. That space is pretty ugly right now. And to see something fun go in there, something eye-catching, something visually interesting, something that brings people down to the pier, that'd be great.
I mean, does 250,000 include public art in it or no?
It actually does not. That was included in their illustration as a potential add. I don't think that's a substantive cost after the final install. It would have to be provided through another artist or some other partnership, but the canvas is there per the ultimate plan if phase 2 is constructed.
All right, well, thanks for entertaining my questions.
Thanks. Again, thanks again.
It's fun to have this huge budget and no Brown Act buddy, so thanks for being my Brown Act buddy. All right, do we have any other public comments on the budget? L1.
Mayor
Come on
Pro
up.
Tem Obaji, oh, great. I was going to say, we do have Zoom and e-comments.
Okay. Priority first, the people here in person.
Yes. Hello, I'm Patty Perkins, and I live in Redondo Beach, and I'm just here to let you know that I support the standalone pickleball facility in Redondo Beach being built.
All right, thank you, Ms. Perkins.
Thank you.
All right, come on forward, sir.
Make it quick. Good evening, Council. My name is Bobby Trevino, longtime resident of Redondo Beach. I'm also here to ask for the funding for the pickleball facility at Aviation. You've heard all the comments, and so you know where we all stand on that. We'd appreciate anything you can do for us to get us there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good evening. Sue Gallagher. I've lived in Redondo Beach now about 4 years. As far as cost, if I go and play in Manhattan Beach now, it's $25 a month for myself. So that's $300 a year. There's at least 10 of us here from here. 300 times 10, $3,000. It costs a lot of money. I'd rather pay 25 here somewhere to my own town. Plus we go out and we eat. We go and get gas in our cars. We do everything in Manhattan Beach. I live in Manhattan Beach all day long. I'd rather spend my money here.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else before we go to Zoom? Come on up.
Hi, my name's John Aguilar, and I'm a 25-year homeowner in Redondo Beach, and I'd like to address all the people here in the city council. We've been trying to get pickleball courts for probably the last 5-6 years, and we don't really get anywhere with people that'll just really get the big picture. I don't know if you people look at ESPN this past weekend, what they had over in, I can't remember where it was.
San Clemente.
San Clemente, yes. What pickleball is drawing now, and it's going to be in the Olympics soon. It's worldwide. And we have the perfect facility here at Aviation. We need a place that's going to draw people. And, you know, they're going to have a tournament here. I don't know if you're aware of this, in Manhattan Beach at the Country Club. It's a PPA, and it's going to be the top players in the country, in the world. It's going to give a lot of, attention to this area. And we, right now, are on the cusp of this. And the city could do a great job by doing these courts and then getting the revenue from people coming here to play. Because there's going to be tournaments. There's going to be leagues. We have a tournament coming here in El Segundo, I think, was it 2 weeks? Yeah. I mean, you people, we're inviting you to come out and see it, because this sport's not going away. It's attracting a lot of people, and a lot of people that are tennis players. We have beach volleyball players that are playing it now. So that's all I'm saying. I just really think hard about this, because this town, this city deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Anybody else in person would like to comment on this? All right, let's go to Zoom, please.
So for Zoom, we have no one here.
E-comments?
Okay, I've got 11 e-comments to read, and it's a mixed bag of recreational staffing and also pickleball, but I'm going to go in the order that was received, if I may.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The first comment is by Braley Klatt. I am writing the board to express my frustration with the rec program that is run at the elementary school sites. Once a program for 100 students per school site now only allows 30 students per site. We have patiently waited for a year for staffing issues to be addressed. This excuse is not cutting it anymore. My call to action is that the City Council work with the Parks and Rec Depot address, the department, excuse me, it's probably a typo, address the inability to hire additional staff. It is my belief and a large number of other families that the rec needs to reassess how they hire and what they can offer. The city is simply not meeting the needs of the families in this town. It is my opinion that our concerns have not been adequately addressed throughout the school year. During this time, many families are having to return back to the office or both parents are having to be present in the workforce. Having the city support the importance of offering childcare for the school-age families is of importance and should be something the council addresses before the school year begins. Simply saying that staff cannot be hired is not cutting it anymore. One suggestion would be to offer either jobs or internships to high school students. Internships for those who are interested in going into teaching or child development would be beneficial to the students' futures and enhance their resume. Another option is to hire staff from the high school. Redondo Union has wonderful students who babysit as their after-school or weekend jobs. These responsible students should be given a chance to help make a positive impact on the city. Thank you for your time. Next comment is submitted by Jackie Glenn. I would like to express my concern over the staffing issues with the after-school rec program and on the RBUSD elementary school campuses. My family depends on after-school care so that I can work. This entire past school year, the program struggled to get staff to take more than 30 kids, which puts at least 70 kids out of a place to go, considering the program normally takes around 100. It is somewhat understandable in the first part of the school year as COVID guidelines were in effect, but never in my wildest dreams did I expect to not get in the entire school year. When they announced that the fall will be restricted to the same numbers, I was floored. I do understand that COVID changed everything here, so I'm hoping the City Council can help the rec program adapt as well. As a sole parent working full-time, I'm desperate for help. Next comment submitted by Kate Corman Super. I'm requesting the City Council please place a staffing issue for the city's rec program as a high priority item on an agenda for this month or next. This is an ongoing issue that has not been addressed over the past 3 years. It absolutely deserves City Council's full attention, as it involves working parents and children citywide. A program that once was able to provide before and after care for 100 Redondo kids per elementary site now only provides care for 30. This is absolutely unacceptable for next year, now that parents have fully returned to work outside the home. While staffing is an issue nationwide, we need to look at how we can hire more qualified candidates as quickly as possible. We need to explore stronger and more aggressive recruitment efforts, make sure that wages are competitive with surrounding cities. I'm told they are not. And make sure our drug testing of potential candidates is legal. There was an issue about whether marijuana is something that could legally be tested for, depending on whether they are considered a federal employee. Perhaps the city needs to partner with RBUSD to make sure their kids are not stranded and left without after-school care. Right now, many parents are being left with only unaffordable or unfeasible childcare options, and this needs to be changed ASAP. Thank you. From Paige Sachs, I'm requesting that the city please place a staffing issue for the city's after-school rec program as a high priority item on an agenda for this month or next. While nationwide we are facing a hiring crisis, businesses have had to adapt to changing needs from prospective employees, including higher living wages and other benefits. And it's time for City Council to examine this on a local level, especially as it pertains to the city's rec program. Working parents in the city have had to endure many challenges when it comes to childcare since March 2020, and while other childcare providers have seemingly come across to full participation, the city's rec program is still operating at less than half of pre-pandemic enrollment. Please explore all possible options to recruit and retain employees so that you can increase capacity for the city's rec after-school program at elementary schools so that working parents can rest assured their children have a safe place to go. Thank you. Submitted by Olivia McLaughlin. I am requesting that City Council please place the staffing issue for the city's after-school rec program as a high priority item on an agenda for this month or next. Pre-COVID, parents were greatly supported with flexible and reasonable after-school care options by both the rec program and CDC within our schools. It was understandable that both these programs had to make changes when the pandemic hit in March 2020, but now 2 years later, these programs, especially rec, remain limited in capacity due to staffing issues. I would like to request that the city work alongside the RBUSD to support the working parents of our community to look into all possible options to help recruit and retain staff for the rec program to increase capacity back to pre-COVID levels. Thank you. Samantha White submits, I am respectfully requesting that City Council make staffing the after-school rec program for the 22-23 school year a top priority immediately. Currently, as little as 3% of the student population per school are being supported with after-school childcare by the city. While the rest of the world, including RBUSD, has opened up and companies are expecting their employees to come back into the office, rec has not been able to gain any additional staff. I ask the City Council to please explore creative solutions towards staffing the rec program, as our neighboring cities and other companies have done to combat this universal staffing issue. This community is made up of many families with 2 working parents and/or single parents. In the city's proposed 22-23 budget, Redondo Beach anticipates an influx of revenue from its residents. General tax fund increase of $3.4 million YOY, property tax revenue increase 5% YOY, sales tax revenue increase 8.5% YOY. I request that you utilize some of this increase of funding towards supporting the families of this city. Childcare is an essential need for our community and needs to be addressed. Respectfully, Samantha. Sarah Shaholi. The purpose of this e-comment is to request that staffing issues affecting the city's after-school rec program are triaged as high priority and be included as a critical item on the upcoming or next month's agenda. Redondo Beach residents rely on our city council to prioritize issues directly affecting the well-being of our community, which directly encompasses the issue of rec staffing and the need to significantly expand the volume of children that are accepted into the program moving forward. As set forth below, the issue also not only impacts families with school-aged children, but the Redondo Beach community as a whole. Greater policy attention to ensuring rec program is amply staffed to accommodate more student participation is warranted for many reasons. One, the after-school rec program promotes the development and learning of our children and fosters further connections with their peers in a safe and supervised environment. This program is beneficial to students' social development and provides the opportunity for them to make additional connections with their school peers in a non-academic environment that is still within the school system. Two, the after-school rec program is a critical element of ensuring stability of the economic infrastructure and mitigates socioeconomic and other types of inequalities that would be exacerbated by a lack of access to affordable childcare options. Three, the after-school rec program promotes the self-sufficiency of families, including promoting full-time parental employment and other contributions to the community. Working families depend on local affordable childcare to sustain employment and allow for ongoing contributions to ensure a functioning community. Four, while there are other after-school care options such as CDC, there has been recent indication that CDC will move to a lottery system for the 2023-24 class year, which further exacerbates the need for alternative, flexible, and more affordable options like rec. Based on the above, I respectfully request that this issue is prioritized on the agenda for the benefit of Redondo Beach families and the community as a whole. Kelly Maeda submits dedicated pickleball facility to Mayor Brand, Todd Lowenstein, Zaino Baji, Nils Narenheim, Christian Horvath, and Laura MD, and Cameron Harding. Permanent pickleball courts are basically a no-brainer at this time. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America and has increased by leaps and bounds in the last few years. Redondo Beach is a big city and needs permanent and dedicated courts, which will be used at all hours of the day once built. To me, Aviation Park seems the most advantageous because it's a sports park. Makes a lot of sense for courts to be built there, not to mention a convenient place for the aerospace employees to join in. How great it would be to run a couple of laps around the track for warm-up before playing some great pickleball. My family has 3 generations of pickleball players. It keeps my 87-year-old mother moving and provides a great activity for her, me and my adult children to play together. The grandchildren already love holding paddles when swiping at pickleball. It's rare that a multi-generation family can play an active sport together. In the meantime, it is very easy to temporarily tape one tennis court at Alta Vista to make 4 pickleball courts with movable nets. This way the court could be used for dual purpose and 16 people can play pickleball on one tennis court. Makes sense monetarily. Give us 1 court on either end of the courts. Doesn't have to be in the middle. If pickleball players don't utilize the court, it can still be used for tennis. In summary, please consider 1 permanent dedicated course at Aviation Park, my first choice, Marina Complex, my second choice, temporary taping of 4 courts at Alta Vista until permanent courts are established. 3, not spending money on painting lines at Franklin and/or Perry Parks. As stated by a council member, there is already playing going on there. Thanks so much. My family lives in District 5. Carrie Smith submits, I'm requesting the City Council please place the staffing issue for the city's after-school rec program as a high priority item on an agenda for this month or next. As mother of 3 who is trying to return to work, having taken a career break to raise them, I'm heavily reliant on affordable and flexible childcare options such as the rec program to make this possible. This program once offered places for 100 children and now only offers 30, leaving a gap of 70 and therefore affecting a possible 70 families. As a single income family, we struggle each month, and my return to work is needed in order for my family to continue to live in this area. At the moment, it is impossible to find a reasonable childcare, making a return to work for me very hard. Any income earned would need to be spent solely on childcare, making working non-purposeful in supporting my family. I ask the City Council to examine the program and to support the families in the area by increasing the number of childcare spaces available. From Karen Aguilar, as a member of our huge and ever-growing pickleball community, I am in support of pickleball courts being built in Redondo Beach. Pickleball is played by people of all ages and athletic experiences. It's even more than just great exercise. It's a social game that brings people together. What other sport can you just show up for open play by yourself and rotate through games with people of all ages? Or you can reserve a court and play with your own group. Pickleball would be a great investment for Redondo Beach through tournaments, which would draw large numbers of people as both players and spectators. Pickleball would definitely be an asset for Redondo Beach. Please vote in favor of pickleball courts at the aviation location. And lastly, submitted by Wendy Rudick. Thanks very much for your advocacy on behalf of the ever-growing Redondo Beach pickleball community. I would like to request that you continue to support our struggles to receive dedicated pickleball courts in Redondo Beach, specifically at Aviation Park Open Field. Last council meeting, a City Council motion completely ignored the recommendations of a $15,000 professional feasibility study. The motion set forth by council almost guarantees fail of the temporary courts because of 2 of the 3 parks were not recommended in the study due to previous noise complaints, a waste of taxpayer money. Please, City Council, raise a new motion and approve new capital improvement funds to construct this pickleball facility at Aviation Park during the upcoming June 14 and June 21 council budget meetings. Thanks very much for your support. That completes public comment.
Thank you, Vicky. So let me say first and foremost, I see the hands, that I've gotten an overwhelming number of requests for this. I've reached out to Director Harding, and I've gotten the list of things that they have been doing, regularly reaching out to all local high school, junior colleges, universities, career centers, visited junior colleges during job fairs, outreach via the city website, ran a social media campaign, promotion on the marquee at the Performing Arts Center, promotion on the Easy Reader and Daily Breeze, hosted a virtual job hiring fair. The one thing I am not hearing, though, that has to be done, I'm telling you this from my own experience recruiting for my law firm, we historically put out ads at like $22 an hour. We had to just hire somebody, no prior experience, $29 an hour. So I'm not saying at this rate you need to go up to that number, but I just looked up the posts online. It's 15 to 17 an hour. Maybe this is the BRR we need, is give us a budget response report on increasing the amount that's going to be paid to a part-time recreation leader, so that we can actually attract folks to these positions, because clearly we're not currently at 15 to 17 an hour.
Well, we, as you said, we're doing everything we can. This became an issue on my radar here last week with quite a volume of outreach as well. I've heard from a few of you that are receiving similar emails. Cameron's well aware. He's working with Diane and her team to extend our outreach and promote and bring on more hiring. We will advertise the position at a higher rate if needed. I would hesitate to get into a full-on part-time salary rate extension. I think we have enough flexibility in our current rate. If we promote it at the higher number, we should be slightly more successful. If we see, as we get towards the end of summer, that we're still struggling, I may come back to you with some additional recommendations. But that would be a wholesale change in the department's dynamic between now and next Tuesday, depending, and it has ripple effects to all positions in the department and affects potentially numerous program budgets. So bear with us a little bit. It's a focal point for us. We have more in the pipeline. I think we've tendered offers to an additional 3 staff here in the last week. Diane tells me there's more interest, 21 plus interested on an after-school basis. I don't know if they're truly available for us this fall. Sometimes people mark after school and they don't realize it's not a summer program, it's a fall program. But I can tell you, we are doing everything we can to hire more staff and increase that capacity. The one thing we're trying to be fair to all participants is managing expectations. The last thing we want to do is allow ourselves to be oversubscribed and at the last minute tell people we don't have space for them. So we're starting very conservatively. We'll grow that. We'll continue to be in communication with those interested registrants, and we're going to do everything we can to get fully staffed up. So, and if you'd like, I'm happy to come back with a status report, latter part of July to give you an update on where we are. But I don't think right now we need definitive budget action. We just need more personnel.
All right. Yeah, I want to, what is it? I don't want to hold anything back in seeking out and actually recruiting new personnel, because I cannot see anything else besides keeping our safe, our police department intact, our fire department intact, working, responding, that is as important to our residents than this, especially actually in my dense neighborhood where you have both parents often working, trying to make that mortgage and so on and so forth. So please, let's make this a very top priority.
Absolutely. And we recognize we are the lower cost, more affordable option. We've been that way. This program has been successful for years. We average anywhere from 500 to 700 participants in the last 2 decades at our various school sites. We operate out of all 8 elementary schools, I believe. And we are really the overflow provider for the school district's own on-site CDC program. So there are two options to parents. Ours is the more cost-effective option. It's not the one with the same level of educational experience and intensity in learning. But we understand it's important to the community. We'll do what we can. And if we have to expand ranges and push salaries, we will. We have the ability to recover costs through fees. So this is a net neutral program for us typically. And if we had to come back with a budget modification on a net neutral basis to increase program fees and cost for staff to ensure that we can run it effectively, we'll do that. It's not something that is an appropriation you need. It's a cost recovery program.
All right, thank you for that explanation. And didn't mean to leave Ted and Andy, I didn't mean to leave Public Works out of the very important organizations in our city. All right, Councilmember MD.
So, and just to kind of give you a little bit of background, about 18 years ago, that program was free. It was free. It was a non-custodial program. Anybody could just go show up and hang out after school. And there was some rec people there that kind of kept an eye on things. But the kids got to come and go whenever they wanted to. And the program was free. And then 18 years ago, I remember sitting in these chairs, watching the city council decide that it was then going to be a net neutral program. And it was my first foray into trying to deal with the city, because I remember sitting down with the city manager saying, well, how much would this be if the PTA was to kind of help defray the cost of that? And it started off at $87,000. And then lo and behold, it suddenly moved up to $240,000 a year. And so it was something PTA couldn't do anymore. So it's grown. It is the cheaper option. And it would be if you were to increase the price of the cost of labor, it would definitely just be passed on to the parents. So just be careful about that as well. And, but at least it'd be better than nothing, right? Just if anybody's interested and wants to be an after-school rec leader, it's redondo.org/jobs. And those are all our jobs in Redondo. It's not just the rec program we're having trouble hiring. We also have other positions that we're having a tough time filling. So if you're looking for a job, redondo.org/jobs.
And I will tell you this, we're not alone in this. Torrance, Manhattan Beach, other recreation departments are facing similar struggles with staffing. I don't know exactly why fewer young adults seem interested in this type of work than perhaps a decade ago. I think there's maybe a lot of speculation as to why that is the case, but I'll refrain from that. But it's a problem for most agencies right now. So we're not in alone. We'll stay at it, and hopefully we'll have a little more success over the next 6 weeks.
Well, it's encouraging that 21 people have applied and are interested. And so just for frame of reference, how many children do you count on for each rec leader?
15 to 1 staff ratio, and that's tightened up. There was a time when we could operate 30, 45 to 1. When you think back to the older days, we were able to run a bit of a looser program. Case law, other liability concerns have forced us to tighten up our staff to student ratio. We're at 15 to 1. So for every new hire, we can add 15 more participants at one of the various sites.
So it could potentially be up to 30 per site.
We have committed to staffing right now. We have staffing for 30 at each site. We have staffing for 45 at 2 of the 8 sites. I believe, have 3 folks in background this week, which should grow that number at 3 additional sites. Every new hire is 15 more students. That's the way to look at this across the program.
No, so we have a long way to go to get back up to 100 students.
You know, and 100, I'm not
sure that number's correct.
I don't know.
Okay.
That seems like that was a consistent email across the board, at least the opening phrasing. There may have been a few sites that had 100 max capacity. I'm not sure that all 8 sites were at that figure. I never recall us having more than 640, 50 total participants across the board. I feel like we averaged more like 570 over the years. It's been a while since I've been in community services, but that's my recollection.
Thank you.
Hey, retired pickleball players, consider applying, you get us recreational employees, maybe we get you a pickleball court. Councilmember, just kidding, obviously. We'll work on the pickleball court. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
As someone who sent 2 kids to the school district, the rec program is a godsend. I mean, compared to the cost of the child development center, which is a lot more expensive, which is what the school district runs. My heart goes out to the people that are asking for this. And, as staff has said, and what Councilmember Abaji just said, they've been trying everything they can. And I guess there's so many competing interests right now. Kids are applying to colleges. There's so many things that are going on that, so it's tough. So before we get off the subject of CIP, a couple of things. One is the paving down at the harbor. I've talked to you, Mr. Witsansky. We talked about the seawall. Long-term, we should make it look nice, obviously, because right now it kind of looks like an alley. But if there's a way, like an interim step where we can maybe look at colored paving or stamped paving. So a not expensive thing, we save the money, some of the money that we have set aside for this, so that when we construct a seawall or other things, we might consider, I don't know what the cost would be for at least coloring it. One of the problems down there is when it does get warm, it gets very hot because of the reflective.
Right. Yeah, that's an issue. We talked about that at Harbor Commission last night. Yeah, the asphalt is a heating conveyor.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if we want to look at that.
Well, I think, the BRR talks about maybe another $200,000 beyond the proposed $500,000 appropriation that would be needed to perhaps consider pavers. We've talked a little bit offline about, the concern with sand set pavers and how they might perform in flooding. We're looking at ways to maybe, set those in a different installation that might provide a little more rigidity there. But any additional funding for that project certainly would give us an ability to provide more decorative features. And we'll look at, if we have to fund it through the asphalt program, we'll look at either light decorative striping, maybe some level of art installation to treat it, or maybe some other colorization that might soften it up.
Yeah, maybe some type of an interim solution till we get something that's more permanent. So to the folks that are here for pickleball. So, I want to speak to this. I did speak with you all several weeks ago. I may be the only one up here. I don't know if anybody else has. I played, so I love it. I think it's a great sport. One of the things, as a public servant, I consider myself a public servant, but not a politician. Politicians will tell you exactly what you want to hear. Public servants will not tell you what you want to hear. They will tell you the reality of it. And what I want to tell you is this. First of all, I admire your passion. I think it's great. You guys are very passionate about your sport, and I think it's awesome. You all sat through hours of presentations tonight of competing interests. And I'm sorry for that, but that's what you see at budget time. You saw, $20 million for parking structure. We have, in this book, we have 83 decision packages that eats up a lot of, and these are all necessities. These things like public safety. We're not even, and you sat through the bond presentation. We have tens of millions of, our police station has issues, right? Our fire stations have issues. So, one of the things that I want to, we have so many competing interests. The obvious answer would be, let's throw it at Aviation Park and let's throw money on it, okay? But remember, that facility or that area has sat empty for about 40 years after the aviation high school went bye-bye. And so people were promised a pool there. We have people wanting a community community garden there. People, and Mr. Aguilar, I remember what you just said, you waited 5 years. I have people that waited 15, 20 years for skate park. And it's really painful because one of the things you want to do up here is satisfy as many people as possible.
Why don't they show up?
Well, they do. I talk to them, but anyway, I can't really respond unless you come up and you've spoken on it. But I talk to a lot of people. They talk about various interests. And so one of the things you have to do is balance that. And so I'm not going to tell you exactly what you want to hear, but I will tell you I'm in support of pickleball. I want to find a good home and solution for it. I want to throw some money at it if we can this year. I don't know if we can or not. Well, it's up to my colleagues up here on the dais. And I want to find the right solution, but sometimes the right solution isn't obvious like it seems. So I've spent dozens of hours talking to people. I went and talked to pickleball players over at the high school, asked them about their experience. I've done some calculations. I've talked to the school board about converting 1 or 2 of their tennis courts. So I'm going to keep working at it. It might not be obvious that we can do it right away. Even if we approved it now, it could be years because you see all these competing. We have 122 projects right now. So keep being persistent, have faith. I know that I'd like to see it, and I know several people up here would like to see it. I'm going to tell you not necessarily what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth of it. And I'm going to tell you that I wouldn't be telling you that I wanted to see pickleball if I didn't want to see it. I want to see it. But there's so many interests right now. So I would say stay adamant, but be patient. I know you've been waiting a long time. I had somebody that was waiting we had a group of people that were waiting 15 years to get a bulb out on a street, to close their street off. So government works really slowly sometimes, and there's so many competing interests. So I just want you to know that I'm sympathetic to what you want to do. I love recreation, and I think pickleball is a great sport for a lot of people. Just be persistent, be patient. We'll keep working at it, and we'll see what we can do with the budget and with what we have. So I thank you guys for coming here again tonight. So.
All right. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. So going back to the pavers versus asphalt, a lot of areas, I mean, the biggest issue with some of these areas is the coloring quality of the asphalt, right? And then they don't, deservedly so, we don't like black because it gets hot. What I found, let me change that. The new kind of cool thing about roads is to do green for bike paths or blue in Santa Monica, right? And then they really divide the road into different colors. Why can't, or what is the cost on doing that, painting surfaces like down on the boardwalk, International Boardwalk? Maybe we need a quick little BRR for that. I mean, I want a basic per square yard cost to paint. I found plenty of websites here, or just not websites, services that do a painting on asphalt. For instance, in Riviera Village, one thing I talked to you a few weeks ago, maybe for the bike parking areas, we paint it in nice bright blue and red and make it multicolored, make it a little bit more attractive, because that is what brings people, that artwork, that color, that artwork that Councilmember Obaji is always talking about. That's what brings people. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, a couple, just two points of note. The budget has a decision package for $450,000, I think it is roughly, for citywide striping. And then the capital project account has a comparable number, right? Basically fully funding striping and painting of our roads in a single year.
I'm not talking about striping.
No, I know. And I think somewhere in there might be an ability for us to extrapolate what our price point would be on a per square footage, per square yard basis for different forms of paint. So I guess my short answer would be, I think we might be able to get you a very brief figure in a BRR for next week, if that's of interest. The one thing that's a little more challenging about that question is, if we're doing it, if we have asphalt poured in a predominantly pedestrian area, our slip coefficient and our slip factor from a liability perspective is going to be a little different than it is in roadways. And I'll let Ted elaborate on that. So to just paint the boardwalk, right, because we talked about this, just to paint the boardwalk would be an easy solution to making the asphalt look more attractive. Our concern is making sure we paint it in a way that doesn't create a kind of a slip and fall factor in what is a very wet area. So can we do decorative striping? I mean, I think about the North Manhattan branding effort that they had for a while in their crosswalks. It wasn't elaborate striping, but it was kind of decorative on-street striping or painting that made the place more attractive. That wouldn't address the heat island effect. It's a different problem. We would need reflectivity for that. But I don't know if we can get reflectivity on top of asphalt without creating slip. So I think we're going to need to kind of think about that a little bit more. My suggestion would be if our goal is to beautify that space beyond the $500,000 estimate, I would point to that BRR, whether it be that we come back with pavers or some form of more attractive, asphalt installation. You give us an ability there to fund that through that effort. We can try to get you some basic pricing through the BRR, but I would focus there on the appropriation.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, say that again.
I would focus there on that appropriation. The BRR, I think, says we need another 200 roughly K. Is that the figure, Andy?
That's right. And just if you'll recall, last year we had a similar question about green paint on Grant Avenue, and we came in with the number of $4 a square foot for paint. So just as a ballpark per square foot unit cost number.
How many square feet are down? Yeah, we have quantities on that area, don't we, in that BRR?
You're talking about the International Boardwalk? Yeah. It's 22,000 by my rough estimate the other day. So that's $100,000
80 to 100
for paint, which has to be maintained every so often. You probably do better to invest in something more permanent, stamped concrete or something.
Yeah, I really see, because I see other cities painting their asphalt and concrete surfaces, and it does a phenomenal amount to beautify a certain area. It gives you, I mean, just look at like Disneyland and Americana, all these areas, they paint some great designs. Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach have actually, done, 10 steps further and burned it into in the asphalt and concrete and made that. And I'm not asking about that. I'm just, but when you do look at that, wow, it's a beautiful design, different colors that you can add different patterns to it, and it adds an entirely different landscape to the people that are walking there.
Yeah, totally agree. I think stamped concrete would be ideal there, or colored concrete. We have the ability. It's just a little bit more expensive than the asphalt, right? And that's so whether it's pavers or concrete, I think if you appropriate that additional $200,000, we probably can get it done with a higher quality surface and move away from the asphalt and still not require the full seat wall installation that would be needed for us to do a more permanent paver stone installation.
Oh, so stamped concrete.
I think stamped concrete or pavers in a comparable price point there if we appropriate the additional $200,000. What we don't want to tell you though is for $500,000 we can do concrete instead of asphalt. We don't think that's true. It's a little delicate. You've got some weight load issues as we mentioned earlier, but we think it can be accomplished with a little more resource.
Okay.
So I don't know if that, you maybe don't need the BRR then.
No, I mean, it gives me a $4, I'll just say $5 a square foot, and that 200,000 number is sufficient then to see.
It would be.
Okay, that's fine. Not regarding CIP, regarding the homelessness issue. Our city attorney is here. That's good, thank you. This issue really came up this last weekend at my community meeting about how much we're paying for. I haven't read that BRR yet. Is that in there on that?
It is. It was part of your supplemental material. It's in here if you want to peruse it now or read it later, but.
I'll read it later.
Yeah.
Can we get BCHD to come down and speak to what they are doing for homelessness in the beach cities? Particularly, I mean, if we're going to be taking on this cost, not even one time, but year over year costs $150-something thousand per year for a mental health clinician, I want to add them to the conversation. I don't want to have us shouldering the cost, having that cost shouldered between all three beach cities, or even it's twofold between all three beach cities, number one, and number two is through BCHD.
Right. I can tell you from what I've heard indirectly, and I think from a recent voicemail from Tom, that the health district is considering, I think maybe at tomorrow night's meeting, appropriating $50,000 to contribute towards mental health services in the city. I'm sure at some point Tom would be willing to come down and talk about, what that contribution looks like. If they do indeed approve that appropriation, Mike may have had more recent conversations, but I think he's heard the council's appeal on this issue to some degree.
Well, it's for homelessness services, and we could use it to offset mental health services. Lila Mura, when I asked her for our top unmet need, it was for money to use for getting people into detox. Because if you have someone who is alcoholic, is in the midst of addiction to other substances, you can't really make progress without getting him into a detox center. And there isn't a lot of success or resources for unhoused individuals. There's like a local detox center, but they don't want people who have been, on the street, not stabilized. So that's her recommendation, but they're considering an additional $50,000 to the other grants they have. We do combine with Manhattan and Hermosa with many of the grant-funded applications that we have. We have additional housing navigators that we share. The problem is we share them and they're not, we can't control when they go to places. One of the advantages of having the council authorizing our own housing navigator is if we start getting resident reports on a specific issue at a specific time, then we have Lila, flex her time, and she shows up. We communicate with the watch commander so that she's safe, and then she'll show up at the pier, for example, at 4:30. And so when you look at the BRR, what you'll find is that we have more money that's being funded by special funds or grant funds or other sources than we do general funds. And that has grown because we're seen as having success. And even though, and I've told this story before, even though when I went with Councilman Nierenheim to the county, the very first month after we got direction from you all to start this, we got a lot of polite listening, but no actual funds. And because we're having success, it's easier to get grants, and we're pursuing every one we can. It's just that, like, we have a no-cost mental health clinician going to the BRR. It doesn't cost us anything. On the other hand, they're not available when the police department needs them. And the calls we get a lot, Councilman Lowenstein sent an email regarding the pier. That individual, without naming names, Lila went out that day. He has a housing navigator through CityNet. They had been looking for him on Wednesday, and he has mental health issues, and he decided to stop taking his medication, according to his sister. Well, he was not in a position where he could even remember the name of his housing navigator, and Lila couldn't reach him. And that's a situation where we'd like to have the police respond with our own mental health clinician. So the other thing I would say, we're pursuing every grant. We're having more success than we did. The costs associated with homelessness are costs not for the program, but in police calls and fire calls. And those will likely go up significantly and have lesser happy results if they're going and they can't do anything. If there's no place, to progress them towards getting housed. And so, happy to answer any questions. Joy Abikin is here, but I think it might be best for you to digest the BRR. Some of the estimates are rough. Our fire department, for example, only started tracking calls for service to homeless individuals, I think, in September of 2021. And so we made some extrapolations there. And we look at, percentage of calls. And it probably understates it, like with the police department, because not all calls for homeless service or transient services actually mention them. And so, but look at that. We tried to explain where that came from, and but Beach Cities has heard. I specifically talked to Tom Backley after the last update that we did pursuant to the strategic plan, and so he mentioned he listed it as homelessness, and then the council can decide whether to use it, as Lila recommends, for obtaining positions for people in detox centers, or you could use it to further offset some of our costs, like the clinician. Yeah, absolutely. And so it's written broad enough that it's the council's decision.
Yeah, I mean, you've done a great job with, Hermosa, Manhattan, the outsourcing of Crosswell, not Manhattan, but going down that path. They wanted us,
but the DA said no.
I mean, and I want to use that same energy and that same pathway to fund things like this, because as we know, it's a regional issue. And many people that, live in Redondo one day might live in Hermosa the next day, might go to Manhattan and then can move back down south. So,
we are using that, for example.
Yeah.
Homeless Court is this month in Redondo, and then for the next 4 months, it is hosted in Hermosa Beach.
Yeah.
So, so we're doing that, when we're not necessarily in conflict with them. We got a full grant from the COG for the 5 units that we rent out in another city in Section 8. And so we don't have to pay any of it, but the trade-off for that is we have to make it equally available to homeless individuals in Hermosa Beach and Manhattan. So we're absolutely doing that, and happy to follow up if you have any suggestions, like we did with your particular suggestion on Beach City South District.
Okay, that's all I've got for.
Nobody called on you, Councilor Nierenheim.
What?
Was it your floor, or was it
my floor.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was
It's all right.
Councilor Lewis.
It's late. It's been a long day.
Yeah, seriously.
I gotcha. I'm good. So we can, yeah.
All right.
Anything on public comment and.
Councilmember MD.
So just to be clear, first question, the parking garage, is it in Uplands? It's in
Yes.
Uplands.
Yeah, these are upland area repairs.
It's an upland area repair. So just to be clear, there's 3 major buckets. Well, there's many more buckets, but one is there's Tideland funds, and the funds that you get in Tidelands can only be spent in the Tidelands area. There's upland funds, and the funds you get there can be a little bit of both, but that's meant for upland type stuff. And then there's general fund for everybody else. And so a budget is about priorities, right? What do you find to be a priority? And the fact that it takes 15 years to do something shouldn't be a factor in pickleball. It should be, what's the priority and what is it the needs of the community to what they do? And I want to give you a clue, because I'm about ready to get termed out. But if you're not on that 5-year capital improvement plan, it will take you 15 years to get pickleball. You need to get on that CIP. Even if it's unfunded, you need to get on that list, because like Mr. Lowenstein said, that there's 122 projects on there. But if you're never on the list, that's how it becomes a 15-year project. So, because it's a 5-year plan. And just to give you an idea, just because you're in the list doesn't guarantee anything. There is a community center that was supposed to be built at Anderson Park, and it was put on the CIP 8 years before I became into office. They never could find funding for it, right, ever. So it's about priorities, what we find important, because we're choosing, like he said, there's 83 decision packages we're deciding. 83 items on whether or not this is going to go into the priority list on this budget. And so we have to make sure the pickleball gets on the CIP list. And I understand that people were promised 25 years ago to have a pool, but we've never in the 25 years had an extra $20 million sitting around to build a pool. It's never been a priority. And, you know, he's made it a priority now, and I really respect that. And there's lots of people who could use a pool, but there's other options for the pool. And so far, I haven't seen any other options on where it would be feasible for pickleball at this time. So I think that Aviation Park, well, and I'll tell you, how it came up with it was that, speaking of homelessness, is they decided they were going to put the homeless at that dirt field. And I thought, and I said to myself, remember? Yeah, remember that?
It was an identified option.
Got lots of calls on that one. So
It was
an option. It was
a fleeting idea.
Sorry. It was a fleeting idea.
Thank
But
you.
what it did was, as I said, wait a minute, we can put pickleball there. Wouldn't that be awesome? And so I went out with the Carters, and he brought his big measuring tape, and we measured it all out, and we figured out that we could put the 6 courts, we put it diagonally, we did all that design ourselves, and then the city went and spent $15,000 to get the exact same design that the Carters and I had figured out that night, that afternoon. The point is that that's the way it has to get done. The point is that there's no better time to put pickleball on the list. There just isn't. In the 7 years I've been here, I've never seen this type of one-time money available. Let's use it towards things that residents can use and want, and it would be enhancing it versus a dirt field. All right. They're pickleball courts, and I know that they sound expensive, but if we end up getting $20 million and we want to build a pool there, there's nothing to say that we couldn't, you know, take that up and put a pool there. I mean, there's just, why are we going to wait and leave it a dirt field just in the event that 20 years from now we might have money for a pool or whatever else you want to put in there? And I think there's opportunity to share it with a community garden, but they didn't come looking at that field until we started mentioning pickleball. Just like I didn't notice it for pickleball until the homeless situation came up, and I said, ooh. So I'm not going to say I was the first to think of that, because, you know, like you said, the pool came before. They wanted to rebuild the pool there. That's not happening. And then the homeless issue came up, and I said, ooh, pickleball. So yes, there's been lots of competing uses for it, but I think right now is a trifecta. It's a growing sport. It's very useful. It would be a quality of life benefit for our residents, and it's somewhat affordable compared to all the other options that are there, and there's no reason why we couldn't put it on the CIP. And if we don't put it on the CIP, it'll never get done, because that's a 5-year project, and you got to get in the queue in order for it to actually make it happen. And so if you're not in the queue this year, you'll never get on that queue. Or at least it's going to be a real hard road to get on there. So I don't want you to be discouraged on that. And you got to keep trying. And next week is going to be when the vote's going to happen. And so that's when you'll find out whether or not pickleball actually is important to this council. That's it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Amity. I actually don't say this too often, but I completely agree with what you just said. Insofar as
Wait. What?
Plug it out.
I know, right?
When the recall fails, yes. So we got a budget response report. I don't even remember what the number was, because it was between 11 and $20 million to build a pool at that site. And we're just not going to come up with it. And we're certainly not going to come up with it if we bond $35 million to build a pool there, when we already have $10 million from the state for Seaside Lagoon, which could be a pool, beach pool, multi-use, multi-lane, wonderful space. So relatively speaking, the 600,000 or whatever I saw in the BRR filing when I extracted those pages correctly is much less expensive. So this is my opportunity not just to tell you, but tell all my fellow council members that I will support the pickleball courts at Aviation Park. Seeing as it's been a dirt field for 40 years and people have been promised a pool there, I say not put a $20 million pool there, stop with the false promises. There isn't going to be a pool there right now. If one day there is $20 million sitting around to put a pool there, then we can dig up the $600,000 pickleball court and figure out where else we can put pickleball. For the time being, that seems like a easy drop in to the area. So you have my support. I recall, I'm getting a grasp on this capital improvement plan. I haven't met with any of the budget and finance commissioners, but I recall last year we put the repavement of Grant unfunded onto the capital improvement plan. Did we not do that? Is it on there or no? I'm assuming not, because I didn't see it anywhere. And I feel like I did a Control F search for Grant Avenue.
On the unfunded, I see Grant Avenue pedestrian improvements of $650,000 on the unfunded plan. But I don't see, were you referring to full repaving of Grant Avenue?
Yeah. I thought I included that last year, but.
As an unfunded item?
Not that it makes a difference. Yeah, as unfunded, because we didn't have money to put to it, but, all right,
Do you
that's
recall
fine.
where we're at with
I
Grant?
believe, did we fund a bicycle stripe, like the painting the green line
Yeah,
on
we
there?
did 87,
And then we considered
87,000.
Grant Avenue paving during the deferred maintenance conversation earlier, so I don't think it was on the CIP
Okay.
list from last year.
All right, and then I know we have a BRR on that, so I'll take a look at that. One other question for Mr. Webb. I know that the plan is eventually under some other city attorney in the future to move the homelessness response to community services or some other department. Is there some reason that we would wait for some other city attorney rather than, doing it now, starting that transition now, moving stuff to community services?
You could do it now. The reason is that I'm committed at the previous direction of the mayor and council to try and come up with a creative way to address the homelessness crisis. It's not a traditional job. You could remove it in this cycle, but then my office won't be working on it. And so we're making progress. You can take it away at any time. But what I said is we need to.
Joy looks a little too happy about that.
It's a lot of work. And so you can remove it at any time and take it over, and the council can do it through city manager and the other departments. What I said is it has to be removed because it's not a traditional city attorney. Much of the role that we're doing is, I agreed with the request of, and it was principally Mayor Brand and Councilman Horvath that separately approached me, and it was not a BRR that was recommended by the city manager, but it got unanimous support at the time. What has to happen before, since I'm not running for city attorney again, it has to have a transition so that the parts that are still maybe needed can be appropriately handled, because my successor has no obligation to continue that, and it would be a shame if all those programs suddenly stop. Many of the programs would operationally make the most sense for the police department. However, most of the grants that we're seeing prohibit funding for the police department. So that's a problem. So it may be, and we've spoken about this at high level, it may be that the transition and it really should happen, the budget 2 years from now, so that the last year I'm still, 9 months, I'm still around to help with the transition. It needs to happen by then. And, but it may be that they're put under community services so that as more grant funding becomes available for cities, but is restricted to not go to police departments, the city can get grant funding, but they may be assigned to the quality of life team. And they'll sit over there in the annex with the quality of life officers, with code enforcement, with joy advocating a couple of days a week. So, but you can at any point, if you wish, have more traditional people run it. I do not think it will be nearly as effective as what we've created. We've worked real hard. We take it very seriously. But at any point in any budget, you can remove that and have it taken over by whatever department you so choose.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'll say that I appreciate all the work that you've done to get our homeless response, enhanced response to homelessness to the level that it is, and to prevent Redondo Beach from falling into the same state as the rest of Southern California as it concerns homeless encampments and the like, and to ensure that we have such a proactive, holistic approach to our homelessness, including the pallet shelters. But there is reluctance on the part of some, including members of the public that I've spoken to dedicate one more staffer to your office, since you're kind of not accountable to the council. The city manager doesn't necessarily have control over your office. And since you're not seeking re-election, you could be perceived as like a lone wolf and not necessarily accountable to anybody except obviously as an attorney to the law. So
For the voters.
Except that the voters they're not going to get to vote on them again, right? So in any event, also, I don't see how, if we are saying that it could not be transitioned now, how we're going to be able to transition it later. So I think I would just want some answers as to how is this this huge team that we have built around homelessness going to actually make it over to community services or whatever other department it goes that's not police, so we can continue to get grant funding for it.
Well, hopefully the problem is not in such a crisis state. And so we're seeing anecdotally, we don't have the point in time numbers back yet, but I'm hearing from the police department, they're seeing fewer unhoused individuals on the street. And that's why I was saying 2 to 3 years. If it's no longer in a crisis state this time next year, based on the point in time count that will occur in January of next year, the time may be to transition it then. You asked for the strategic plan item that we give a report and what our recommendations were. And the three of us, Lila, Joy, and myself, were unanimous that the thing that's most needed is a mental health clinician. And it's most needed by the police department and will probably be needed beyond the crisis and homelessness, because they deal with calls all the time. And the ones particularly I get from, we get from, or Lila gets from you, your colleagues, the mayor, are typically people in a mental health crisis. So I don't have a preference whatsoever. I will say that people, when I suggested that a quality of life position be created, the very first position that we hired was Joy Abiking, and the mayor, who was there at the time, and Budget and Finance wrote letters that they didn't recommend it, but the mayor knew, and the mayor said he supported it, and he says now we couldn't do without a quality of life prosecutor. And I think especially given your interest on Artesia Boulevard, and it's a similar interest.
Don't get me wrong. The nation has awoken to the mental health crisis that exists in the country. The fact that it's been taboo for people to see a therapist, that people are, especially post-COVID, and kind of the ailments that have arisen from folks being so isolated and disconnected from others, and the increase in homelessness kind of nationwide, and especially in California, that mental health is a real issue. So I get trust me, I endorse the need for a therapist to help our homeless team. What I also hear concerns about is what are the liabilities of the city employing a therapist for, the purpose of helping somebody with recovery, and then, they end up committing malpractice or something to that effect.
No, that's not what they're going to do. And so I'll give you a BRR on what the typical job duties would be. A mental health clinician. We requested that from DMH earlier. I don't believe Ms. Abakine received that yet from DMH, anticipating what may be one of the questions. But they respond to someone in mental health crisis, and they help the police determine whether a 72-hour hold under 5150 of the Welfare and Institutions Code is warranted, and help document the file on that. The police can do it on their own if, as so often happens, a mental health clinician is not present, but that is far from ideal. And that's what that person would do. The person wouldn't be providing counseling. We have added to, not only do we have DMH at the homeless court, but remember, we had volunteered and then we contract out with the Clear Recovery Center that counsels for both drug and alcohol addiction and does mental health counseling. So we're not going to get in the business of treating people. We're going to get in the, what we're missing, and the police will probably, like I said, need it longer term, that they'll have somebody who is trained beyond a patrol officer in dealing with people under severe mental health distress. And
except that they're not going to be a police officer, right? Because they're not going to be eligible for grant funding that way. So can't they just start in community services and liaise to the police department?
They could. The problem is,
all right.
So the problem is, much of the problem in the state with services that are provided is they work in silos. And what we've done is successfully in a homeless court bring it all together in one roof. And it's very easy if someone is working in our department, as long as we're leading the effort at the council direction, for me to say, okay, I'd like Lila and this DMH clinician, or the city mental health clinician, to flex their time and make certain that they're going out with the police for their safety to any calls that we have, or start at 4:30 in the morning routinely if that's when we're getting the call. So it can happen, but then it's you're instituting another level of bureaucracy. So,
except that Lila, any of these folks currently working for you are not working within the police department, and there's arguably a layer of bureaucracy between the city attorney's office and the police department. I mean, it's no different. They're different departments within the city, right?
It is very different, because three of my employees work in the police department. It is very different with the relationship with the city attorney and the police department. You can do it any way you want. You cannot pass it. You cannot adopt it. But you ask what we recommend, and it makes sense to put it in the same location, and it makes sense. So, for example, if you want to
maybe put it in your department for 1 year, and then it's got to transition out after 1 year.
Well, you could do it 1 year, then we'll probably either change it or adapt. So Lila should go with wherever the therapist goes, or the DMH mental health clinician. That they should go together, and they should go at the same time. Because what happens if we get a text from you late at night or on a weekend, then we can authorize overtime, and Joy is the one that responds first. If she's on vacation, then I respond, and we can get both of them out. And so a lot of calls or emails you get will be after city hours, and we can approve them all at one time.
Right. And to be honest, look, I'm not going to send the late night text about a homeless person, but if I did, I'd want to send it to the city manager, because he's accountable to us, whereas we have no control over our city attorney. So,
well, then take it back if you think that's an issue, because
no, I don't think it's an issue. Systemically, there's currently not a problem, but systemically, there's there's a way that it should be structured, and things, mainly operations, outward operations, should primarily be under the city manager if they're not strictly city attorney related.
So I agree with that, but where would we be if we continued on that path?
I agree.
So you can theoretically, I agree, and I've said from the start, it's not our job, but we're willing to do it to deal with the number one crisis in Southern California, something that all people are concerned about. And if you want to make it theoretically nicer, move it out, get rid of it in our office. But that means we won't be chasing grant funds. It means we won't be on meetings with Supervisor Mitchell's staff and the CEO of the county about getting grant funds.
Good news, I think there's a decision packet on grant funds. So I think we can noodle on this a little more in the next week. We don't have to do it all in this hearing. There's tons of folks here interested in a lot of other things. So we'll take up this conversation in the next week, if that's all right. Any other public comments, any other council members on any of these items?
Motion do we receive and file the budget reports first, or to continue the public hearing first?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Let's receive and file the latest budget response reports. And just point of order, we will fully publish all of top to bottom, 1 to 45 plus 46 for the commission review as part of next week's packet. So you'll get the full published packet as part of your agenda.
All right, I will make a motion to receive and file the budget response reports and to continue the public hearing to June 21st.
And the PowerPoints.
Receive and file the budget response reports and the PowerPoints. And
If you want to receive, you've already done it through your blue folder, the structural engineering report. That'll be part of your package next week as well. We're going to publish all of that documentation. So it's in one location for you to consider over the weekend.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And did you get the motion maker was Councilmember MD and the second was Councilmember Horvath? All right.
And we covered the continuation of the hearing in there as well, right? I made
Yes. And now there's a motion to continue the public hearing?
No, I did it all in one.
Oh, you did it all in one. Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you. All right, moving on to thank you, everybody, and thank you for all the budget response reports. Moving on to item L2. Public hearing for introduction and first reading of ordinances amending Redondo Beach Municipal Code regarding implementing ordinance pertaining to setbacks for accessory structures in residential zones, including accessory buildings and dwelling units and standards for building and other projections in all zones, and consideration of a California Environmental Quality Act exemption for the proposed amendments, so on and so forth. All right. Director Forbes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Item L2 is a public hearing to consider amendments to the Redondo Beach zoning, both inland and coastal, pertaining to setbacks for accessory structures in residential zones, as well as standards for building and other projections in all zones. And to consider the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, exemption for the proposed amendments. If you recall, we had this item back on March 1st. Last year, City Council took actions that triggered the need for some changes to these zoning ordinances for these sections. One of them was related to accessory structures in residential zones, which is 10-2.1500, or for inland, 10-5.1500 for coastal. And this emanated or came from the decision of an appeal hearing by council back last June in 2021 regarding accessory structures. It was that, if you recall, the structure was attached to the dwelling unit. And so what we really need to do is clarify the language in this section of code based on that decision. The second potential code revision is related to buildings and other projections in all zones. Those are sections 10-2.1522 for inland and 10-5.1522 for coastal. And this is consideration of revisions to allow air conditioners in the required setbacks. And the Planning Commission considered these sections of code and those at their January 2022 meeting. City Council reviewed the Planning Commission's recommendations at the March 1st 2022 meeting and directed staff to make revisions to the draft ordinances based on the discussion at that March 1st meeting. The Community Development Department coordinated with the city attorney's office to make it the revisions.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We didn't open up the hearing, did we? Did we make a motion?
No, we did not.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion.
Repeat what you just said.
Twice, actually, 3 times. We'll make a motion to open up the public hearing and take in everything that our wonderful director has already said. Second.
All right, motion by Councilor Aaronheim, second by Councilor Horvath. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? No.
Motion to turn on the AC.
So the first need for revisions is for the setbacks for accessory structures in residential zones. That came from the decision of the appeal hearing last year that the city council considered, and we just needed to clarify the language of what can be attached to or not attached to the main dwelling unit. The second section, I'm just summarizing, the second section that for revisions is regarding buildings and other projections in all zones, and that's related to the consideration of allowing air conditioner units in required setbacks. Planning Commission considered these sections and the potential revisions at their January 2022 meeting. City Council reviewed the Planning Commission recommendations at the March 1st, 2022 meeting and directed staff to make revisions to those draft ordinances based on the discussion. The Community Development Department coordinated with the City Attorney's Office to make the revisions, and the ordinance before you tonight hopefully capture the direction intended by City Council at that March 1st meeting. Thank you for standing by that second time. So we will start with the accessory structures issue. Here's the code sections as they are now. If you recall, the issue was that there was a structure that was attached to the main dwelling unit, and the interpretation was a little difficult just based on what the language is, and City Council wanted to have that more clearly explained. The revised language is here before you, and I did it in underline strike through just so you could see what the existing language is there, but I'll go through, more broadly what it's doing here. So what this is, the revised language is saying is accessory buildings are to be detached from the dwelling units, which includes ADUs. That was part of the conversation at our March 1st meeting. Accessory buildings are then also to be detached from other accessory buildings. And then the setback for between these would be a minimum of 5 feet between the columns or walls that support the buildings. This allows for the awning overhangs that we had talked about that are allowed. We discussed that at the last meeting. The language also goes on to state that an accessory structure that is not enclosed, which is what distinguishes the accessory building from other accessory structures, would not require that 5-foot separation. I know that the conversation at the March 1st meeting was could there be a structure that's attached to both an accessory dwelling unit and to the dwelling unit to keep kind of that protection from any rain or sun, and would that be allowed? And what this allows is that structure, because it's not enclosed, could be attached to either or both of those dwelling units. So we hopefully captured, there was a lot of conversation at that March 1st meeting. Hopefully we captured that in the language here. I'm going to go through the other changes, and then if we want to come back and revisit this, we certainly can. So the next section was regarding, and now we're talking about, the revisions to the projections into setback or required setbacks. We did do right now, the changes that you have here are the exact things that we had in the draft that was on March 1st, but I want to go through it because we are in the public hearing. And just to give a reminder of why we're considering allowing air conditioners, when the COVID emergency orders went into place back in 2020, the planning division saw a significant increase in requests for air conditioning permits. More people were working at home, they were spending more time as a family, and it was really something that was of interest, and we received several inquiries quite regularly. And actually, people had installed a lot of illegal air conditioners that we had to address through code enforcement. But the code does not allow air conditioners in any of the required setbacks, side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, or even on R2 and R3 lots, the setbacks between the dwelling units. And usually they're built so that it's just meeting that required setback and not anything additional. So there really was nowhere to locate those if somebody wanted to retrofit and put air conditioners on the sites. For this particular section, I'm just going to go through the sections where there would be revisions to the existing code, just so you can see what's proposed. We put in definitions for unenclosed decks, just so that it was clarifying that, very similar to unenclosed balconies. We put in a definition for patio and clarifying that they're that it's open to the sky, but there could be a patio cover, and really identifying that patio cover as an architectural feature. And then for a porch, there had not been a definition, so we wanted to make sure that that was in there as well. Under the proposed revisions as well, we had the architectural features actually had water heaters in it. It was the only mechanical or plumbing equipment that was listed, but it really isn't, doesn't fall under an architectural feature. So, this was something that we, we're removing water heaters. You're going to see later that we put it into another location, and then we just broke it out into these subcategories. Everything had kind of been lumped together, so we wanted to just make it a clearer code. And then as well, we made some clarifications about the unenclosed decks and porches and patios, so that we're really clarifying all of those things, and people don't have to guess or assume what a patio is versus a porch, and are those the same things as decks. So this just was clarifying this, and you can see that there's also, the coastal zone had additional items for stormwater and coastal bluff properties, so we made those as subcategories. And then, as I mentioned, for architectural features, we added patio covers here. That was, something that was part of the discussion during the appeal hearing last year. And then as well, in that discussion, there was concern about, with 9 feet, if there, we only allowed the approval of an architectural feature of 9 feet in height. If it was right up next to the building, there may not be the clearance for a door to open under 9 feet. So it was something the city council was interested in seeing it increased to 10 feet for that approval. Now we're getting into, the heart of what the discussion is here with this new subsection on mechanical and plumbing equipment. The Planning Commission had recommended removing water heaters from the architectural features, as I mentioned before, and moving that into the separate section, allowing plumbing and mechanical equipment to project into the required rear setback or required setback between buildings on R2, R3 lots. But they put in there that other than new construction. I didn't make any changes to that, and I think that we can have more conversation on that, because we didn't really land on a recommendation on that at the March 1st meeting. The Planning Commission, let me just make sure I have everything. The Planning Commission also recommended allowing plumbing equipment to project up to 1/2 of the required rear setback, or 30 inches, whichever is less. I think that's supposed to, I just misspoke. It was to project up to 1/2 of the required side yard setback, or 30 inches. But that would, and that's already allowed for water heaters, as you saw in the prior section, where it is allowed to be in that side yard setback. So what we're allowing here is, continuing the allowance of the water heaters in the side setback, But what they were only willing to allow or recommend to allow is having mini split air conditioners that would be allowed in the required side yard setback. And that any full air conditioner compressor would be in the rear allowed only in the rear setback or the setbacks between dwelling units. And originally, the Planning Commission had referenced the city's noise regulation for all equipment. But in our discussion on March 1st, City Council landed on proposing an actual manufacturer rating. And so we put the 55 decibels and then also where it's going to be measured from, so that that's more clear and we don't have to try and interpret the noise ordinance or change the noise ordinance. And then finally, for screening, the proposed ordinance would require that mechanical or plumbing equipment to be screened from public view. So it's not that it's screened from your neighbor's view, but more from the public view from the street. There was an inquiry at the Planning Commission on whether the fire department requires access to the side yard setback.
All right, just a quick question.
Yeah.
Screen from this public view from the street.
Yeah.
That's going to depend now, though, whether you're standing at the middle of the property or the right side or the left side. Do you have any kind of opinion on that going into it?
I think you see a lot of, fencing or landscaping that would block that if they are putting some of the equipment in their required side yard setback. So that's, they could do something as basic as screening it with landscaping so you can't see it.
They only have to screen it if it's in the setback, correct?
In the required setback,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Mhm. And it's just for that it's really going to be from the side yard setback because you're
Right.
not going to see it from the
Rear, yeah.
from the rear. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So one of the inquiries that we had at the Planning Commission was whether the fire department requires, needs to have that access to the side yard setback. And although there's not a requirement in the California Fire Code or any specific language in that, because we have the setbacks that we have had, the Redondo Beach Fire Department interprets the current code as allowing architectural features only, half the distance or 30 inches, whichever is less. That really gives them that their personnel the access, inadequate access to the exterior of the property to get to the rear of the property in an emergency situation. Let me go to the next slide. So those are the recommendations on on mechanical and plumbing equipment. And then with the revision that City Council. So the only change that we made from the March 1st draft regarding the building and other projections, this air conditioner side of things, was that noise and specifying the decibel level rather than referencing the noise ordinance. So we've opened the public hearing, so the procedures are to then take testimony, then you can close the public hearing, deliberate. And then there are two ordinances that would be introduced by title only. One is the inland, the second is the coastal, and then adopting a resolution to submit the ordinance, the coastal ordinance to the Coastal Commission for their certification. And then I'll leave it up to you if you have questions and you want to go back to any of the slides.
All right, let's go to public comment. Let's call up Elaine Seeker. Thank you for waiting.
Oops, just a moment. And I are here this evening to urgently plead with the City Council to prohibit two types of plumbing equipment now listed in the revisions to Inland Ordinance on Accessory Setbacks and Encroachment Amendment of Code, Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2.1522G. Both water softener machines and tankless water heater ventilation exhaust fans, although considered plumbing equipment, do make disruptive noises throughout the day and evening hours. Any machinery that makes noise is more apt to be magnified in volume in close quarters, such as in a residential side setback area. Our neighbor recently had a water softening machine installed in their side setback. It made loud and obtrusive noises both during the day and night, but most noticeably throughout the sleeping hours as it went through its regeneration process. It has been since relocated into their garage after code enforcement was notified. Currently, another next-door neighbor had a tankless water heater ventilation exhaust fan installed into their side setback wall. The noise from this exhaust fan, likened to the whistling of a boiling tea kettle, goes on and off an average of 30 to 50 times a day. This irritating whistling can be heard inside the living and sleeping quarters of our residents. Also to be considered for prohibition are whole house canister vacuums vented into the side setback. A neighbor who lives across the street has a whole house canister vacuum that is vented into the side setback. Every Sunday morning at around 9 a.m., this highly disruptive exhaust noise can be heard from well over 100 feet in every direction. Allowing water softener machines and tankless water heater ventilation exhaust fans into residential side setbacks will negatively impact present and future Redondo Beach residents for years to come. Please prohibit water softener machines from being installed into residential side setbacks as they can instead be safely and efficiently installed inside garages. Please prohibit tankless water heater ventilation exhaust fans from being installed into residential side setbacks as they can instead be routed through existing rooftop vents. Please prohibit whole house canister vacuums from being vented into side setbacks as they instead can also be vented to the roof. And lastly, please prohibit any and all types of machinery that emits noise from being installed into residential side setback areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sitting here all night so patiently.
We have a 20-year history with a air conditioning unit that we live next door to, and it took us 15 years from code enforcement back to City Hall, back and forth, and eventually was removed. And it's in the rear setback. And we had a neighbor down the road, down a few houses down, they had theirs in the side setback, it's in the front setback. So the air conditioning units can be put in the front setback and the rear setback. They don't have to be in the side setback. They don't have to be there. And they don't work there for neighbors.
Can I ask you a couple questions on that?
Sure.
You said that air conditioner unit was in the back setback?
It was in the side setback next to our house. And we were going back and forth with code enforcement,
Mayor Jim.
Aaron Jones, the whole lot of them for years on end.
It was found to be illegally permitted,
Illegally built.
unpermitted, illegally placed, and it was under the table approved by a code enforcement officer after the builder, the day after the builder had the building approved for final.
What size air
It
conditioner?
was a full house air conditioner unit. It's for the full house. And now we still live there, and it's in the backyard, and we don't hear it at night, and it's not a problem. And it was an easy solution. All air conditioners, please put them in the rear setback.
And moving it to the back, that affected the performance of the air conditioner?
No.
What if you're, sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
What if you're on a 2-in-a-lot, they're attached, and they don't have a backyard in the front unit? How do
They
you?
could put it in the front. They can put it in the front.
So-
In the front of the house. Our neighbor has it right in front of their garage, in the front. And there's also another one on a street a few blocks down that has it in the front, by the garage area, in the front.
And it is screened in with a decorative
And
screen.
it's screened in,
And
yeah.
you don't see it.
How much do you hear it if it's in the front?
Nothing.
We don't hear anything.
How much, if you're walking by, how much do you hear?
I
I
have
don't
heard
know.
only a slight whisper of air, like it would be like a fan in next to you rotating.
But we did hear it when it was in the side setback, and we're.
No, I mean, if it's in the front, like you're one of your neighbors.
I don't think so, because the air goes towards the street. The noise, the fan noise goes towards the street. And because it's more open, it's not hitting a wall or a fence or another building, it's free flowing and you can't hear it.
I mean, and there's a big difference between hearing something during the day versus hearing something at night, because you don't have any background noise at night. It's dead quiet, pretty
Right,
much.
yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible to put any kind of machinery in a side setback. It's the worst thing to do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And you mentioned regarding the water, tankless water heaters, right?
Yes, the exhaust fan, the ventilation fan.
Are those particular models? Because I've seen those before and I've never really heard them, although I hadn't really paying attention to them.
Sounds like a whistling tea kettle.
Councilman, those water heaters, tankless water heaters you haven't heard have used the former existing roof vents of old gas-powered water heaters.
Right.
The tankless water heaters, which was recently installed in March, right across from our living quarters, they did not use the existing original water heater vent to the roof.
Right.
And I contacted 3 other tankless water heater companies and they said they always do that. Now, this is anecdotal, but you can find that out too. Brain right, Mr. Wright, you can find that out.
Yeah, they don't have to be.
But if you install it in the side yard and you vent it up, so the noise goes up, then you shouldn't hear it. Would you be okay with that if it's vented properly for noise mitigation?
Yes, but it has to be vented through the rooftop, so that noise travels.
If it's outside, it's got to be to the roof.
Well, the one that we live next door, it's inside the garage. The one that we live next door to, it's inside the garage, the unit.
But you don't hear that.
No, but the ventilation
is what makes
exhaust fan, they put it on the side setback wall. And
Oh,
when
the
it-
exhaust fan, okay, pushing
Yes,
it
the
out. Okay,
ventilation
got it.
fan. And when it goes on, you hear it.
Right.
And it sounds like a whistling tea kettle. Now, that's the only one that we know of, but there could be others that make worse noise or whatever. So that's in the process of, we've contacted people about that already.
There are others that came in with new construction, and I gave that information to Aaron Jones along with pictures. Exhaust fans should not be vented through any wall and to the side setback. I conducted my own survey over 14 days, 2 weeks straight, and the average off and on, and the whistling was 30 times between the hours of 6 a.m. and 12 noon. I had other responsibilities after that, but it continued going on up to 9 o'clock at evening that we would hear that whistling sound. That exhaust vent fan has to be and should be routed to the roof.
Good. Well, let me ask Director Forbes here, where it says, for the purpose of this section, air conditioners and ventilation fans are considered mechanical equipment, whereas tankless water heaters are not, or sorry, are,
You're right. Plumbing.
yeah, are not. The exhaust fan of a tankless water heater would be mechanical equipment though, right?
Well,
Or is that something we should clarify?
yeah, I think you'd want to clarify it. I don't think we want to get into the problem we had with the first set of language. Make
Okay.
it clear so that even though I may understand it, anybody, someday I'm going to retire
right.
and yeah.
Okay, those are good points.
Yes, please give it consideration, because it's just going to be an ongoing problem between neighbors.
Yeah.
We've been through this too long. It's just been too long. We've been here for 30 years in Redondo Beach.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trust me, I know what you're talking about. And the issue, well, not issue, I want to be able to have homes that want to be able to retrofit themselves, whether an R1, R2, R3, and be able to put it somewhere. I think it allows on the roof somehow. But, newer construction, definitely, we should be able to mitigate that noise if we do some sort of set and put it on the roof and put it down in a little bit so the noise doesn't go out through the entire neighborhood, right? Sound is just, it reverbs, right? So waves. So somehow to break that up. But I want to be able, I definitely agree with you guys, and I'm really glad you guys talked about the side setbacks, no mechanical equipment, because that is just, I think that's the biggest problem right there.
You have the two other options, the front setback and the rear setback.
Yeah, and you're fine, and I wanted to clarify with the front setback, because that affects the neighborhood as a whole, right? But if you seem to be fine with that, as long as it hits the 55 dB on what they've described up there. If there's another mechanical unit that's like 75, 80 dB, that's way louder.
If I may clarify, we did not put into the code anything for, if they did put it in the front of their house, not you, but if that happened, it was not in the required front yard setback. They may have had part of their home is set back a little bit further than the required setback.
Right.
But if you wanted to allow it to be placed in the required front yard setback, then you would want to, we'd need to add that to this section.
I don't necessarily want to, because some of them could be really loud. What I'm particularly focusing on, listen, I was just, travel a little bit, and there are certain air conditioners. I sat down next to an air conditioner, literally a foot away from one, and it took me 2-3 minutes, and I realized, oh, there's an air conditioner next to me. And it was on, full blown, going for it. There's another air conditioner that I know of that is 80 dBs, 75 dBs, 10, 15 feet away. You can't have your windows anywhere open because it's so loud. And you can hear it in the front yard and walking down the street.
That's prohibited here, right? These are capped at 55.
But my point is the different dB levels of these mechanical equipment. Now I want to keep it down as low as possible, 55.
Right.
So there are 3 other hands up, so I just want to make
go
sure we
for
get to everybody. And I'll just say that not all equipment comes with a dB rating, though. So I was looking at air softeners here, and they don't. So Councilmember Horvath has been itching to speak. That'll be MD, then Lowenstein, and I'm just going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Thank you,
Go
Council.
ahead. Yes, you guys can take a seat. Somebody has a question.
Before the council member speaks, we do have one more member of the public that would like to speak on this item. Were you going to ask questions, sir, or did you want to speak now?
I was going to read some information from a resident, but go ahead.
I think you're going to read my letter.
Are you Robert McGill? Yeah, I was, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
By all means.
Come speak. You can
Go.
down.
No, go. You go. Or I can read it and then you can add on, but whichever you want.
Okay, well, basically what the letter is going to say is that I don't think you really need to put a sound limit on air conditioners. There's no sound limit on any other mechanical device, and as was already said, you can't depend on manufacturer ratings for legal limits on how much sound something makes. You got to go measure it. Now, the city already has a really good sound ordinance in place, as was already proven. Someone complained about a sound and they had to move their water softener. So it works. I don't really think you need to single out air conditioners for specific sound stuff, and I don't think you need to measure it at the air conditioner when it's not going to bother anyone until it gets to the property line, just like it states in the code that's already in place. The other issue I had was limiting it to just mini splits. People might think a mini split is a small air conditioner, but they're not. You can have a 5-ton mini split. It's just a type. It has absolutely nothing to do with size. I don't think you should limit the air conditioner to just mini splits. So I think that was the main 2 issues I had that are in the letter.
Yeah, you had.
And I just go on to say that, this is something that you really need to do. There are other cities that have already allowed air conditioners in the side setback area. Newport Beach comes to mind. The other thing I wanted to mention was that, I'm the one that, said, I went through my neighborhood and I could tell you where all the illegal air conditioners are in the side setback, but I'm not gonna. You can have, there are some buildings that have 2 feet of space just outside or inside the 5-foot setback area. Because they could put their 2-foot air conditioner right there, and then none of these rules apply to them. because it's not in the setback anymore. It's an inch outside it. So I really don't think you really need to restrict it all that much.
So I'm going to ask a question to you. I'm going to extremely respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
70 to 80 decibels, do you know how loud that is?
Yeah, 70 to 80 decibels is loud.
Would you agree that an air conditioner going off at 11 o'clock at night until 3 o'clock in the morning is at 80 decibels?
I don't think I mentioned any decibel level
Okay.
in anything I said.
But you just said you can't rely on the dB levels of manufacturers and it shouldn't be an issue? I'm trying to...
Well, because manufacturers are going to naturally, I mean, they're going to say that they're as low as possible. They're going to say this is quiet, you know? So right there, the manufacturing data is going to be skewed.
So in that case, I wouldn't allow any equipment because the sound level is skewed and I can't rely on them. That means I am going to force this equipment to be somewhere in there in the backyard or front yard or somewhere, but particularly backyard.
The point was already made that not everybody provides sound level information for their air conditioners. And when they do, it's not a spec. It's in a brochure, it's in a pamphlet. It's not like something, how much power this uses or how much voltage or how much watts. It's an advertising thing. It's not there to be used, to be measured, to say, oh, this one meets the law, but this one doesn't.
What's the issue?
That's not why they're there. They don't do it.
What's the issue with just putting the air conditioner in the back?
It's a long run. It's a different, every house is different.
Yeah, but what's the issue putting the air conditioner in the back?
I don't understand the question.
Just extend an extra 20 feet to put it in the back.
It might not work that well.
It doesn't work that way for everybody's property.
Yeah.
It's not the best place for everybody's property. I mean,
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Mr. Horvath?
I think you heard me.
I'm sorry, could you please put that on the record, Mr. Horvath?
Oh, you heard me.
No, I would like to hear that exactly right there.
I said, I think you have to be a homeowner to understand this.
Oh, okay, really? So I'm not a homeowner because I live in a home?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think you have to be a
You know,
homeowner. to have to
that
understand
disrespect, level of disrespect that you have right there,
Is it the same as
childish
the disrespect
disrespect
that
shows
you are showing me
exactly
by
the type of
interrupting
person
my
you are.
time?
So, no,
Yeah.
thank you, I'm not gonna listen to you at all in this issue.
I don't
Because you have
expect
no
you
idea
to.
what you're talking about.
in any case, there already is code on the books that tells you how loud something can be and what people, and how you can take care of it to have it moved if it's too loud. You don't need to single out air conditioners. There's already law in place. It's on the books.
Well, we don't allow it in the side setbacks.
Pardon me?
We don't allow it in the side setbacks.
Yeah, it's, air conditioners are not allowed in any
Right.
of the required setbacks.
So we're just specifying that it's not allowed in,
Currently, it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's, the proposal is to change that. So I don't understand where you're going.
No, well, the air split, that you used to talk about the mini splits is to allow mini splits. That's what we're
A
proposing,
mini split is
right?
just a type. I don't know why you want to limit it to mini splits. I don't see why you can't use a horizontal flow, whisper quiet air conditioner that's 2 feet wide or 18 inches wide to go there. I mean, they look like a mini. So you could buy a mini split that's a 5-ton air conditioner that can cool a really big house.
That's a good question. We should ask that.
I know.
Why did
It's noise that's the issue. It's not the actual unit.
Why did they say that mini splits were?
The mini splits are not, they're not going to project significantly into the side yard in a way that when it would need to have because it's built into the wall of the dwelling unit itself, rather than having to be even further closer to the property line. As well, they're typically installed for cooling the individual room.
Oh.
You could say typically, but I could go online right now.
I'm not going to engage, but thank you.
These circuits in it that could cool the whole
I'll
house.
answer council's questions.
So
Can I have my time back?
I think there's a misconception about what a mini split is.
All right, can we just restore some order here
I
and
think
just
I've
go?
said everything I have to
Thank
say.
you. Yes, your time is up, so you're good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. So 70 decibels, by the way, is a dishwasher or a shower. Just to be clear on what that is.
That's pretty loud.
Yeah, it can be. It depends on the dishwasher or the shower, I guess. But I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with my colleague from District 1. I do agree with Mr. McGill and the many residents who actually have contacted me in the past 2 years, which is what led to this referral to staff to add this in. So respectfully to the seekers, I disagree. We were in sync on leaf blowers, but this one we're not. I think there are, to the point that Councilmember Lowenstein and I just made in a sidebar, every home is different. Every situation is different. I have a resident in, the Franklin Park neighborhood where they have wider side setbacks, between the homes that is unallowed to put it in their side setback, and they're unable to put it in their front or backyard due to other, considerations. I think what we need here is just more flexibility for residents, and I think that we need to have some discretion for Brandy and her department maybe to administratively decide what makes the most sense in each situation, because to Councilmember Narenheim's point, maybe a side setback in one situation may be different than another, but I don't think we should limit ourselves and limit the residents. Clearly, the past 2 years with people home a lot, led to situations where many people are making this request. And I think our code is outdated right now, and that's why we're trying to fix it. So to the point which we discussed, I think in greater detail last time about trying to limit the dB level, and it also already is within our existing noise ordinances. I think we should allow this. I think we should create a little bit more flexibility for the planning department in terms of how they may administratively deal with it, but I don't think we should, and I think we should allow for most air conditioner units, not just the ones that are built into the wall that we were just talking about. I think there needs to be flexibility for the homeowner as well as the type of unit that they will use. So those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Amdy.
Okay, I just want to kind of simplify all that's, and I want to make sure in my simplification that I am understanding all that we're allowing, okay? So, and I understand we're clarifying the deck, patio, porch, and then it's mechanical, under the mechanical category is air conditioners and ventilation fans, versus the plumbing category is water heaters, tankless water heaters, and water softeners. Those are the three categories for plumbing. And so in the rear setback, we're allowing everything, which is new, right? We didn't always allow any of those things. In the side setbacks, we're allowing all plumbing up to 30 inches, plus we're allowing the mechanical, which is the mini split air conditioners, up to 30 inches. And then screening is required for everything, correct? That's how I'm understanding it? Yep. And so the seekers are focusing on the tankless water heaters and the water softeners for the plumbing, that they want us to revisit whether or not to allow that in the side setback, correct?
It's interesting you say that, because revisiting what you were qualifying as the mechanical equipment and what we have in the draft ordinances, it does have ventilation fans as mechanical, right? And that's not being specified as allowed in the side yard setback. As I understand what the seeker's concern was for tankless water heaters was the ventilation exhaust fans. So it's that ventilation fans, and that would qualify for ventilation fans for the tankless water heaters, ventilation fans for the whole house canister vacuum system that they're talking about. So those, ventilation fans would not be allowed in that side setback.
So that would kind of satisfy that whole thing. Okay. So, and the reason why planning said they would allow the mini splits, but not the regular ones, you just answered it, but I just want to make sure that the air conditioning unit is too big for it to really fit in the side yard.
Yeah, typical air conditioner units, they require that to be set back from the house, a certain amount, and then also, so then they're moving even further into that side yard setback whereas the mini splits are actually attached to the home. They're built into the wall.
Okay, so, and these are really just for retrofit of homes that are already built, right? So, because it's
Right.
not including any of the new construction. So why would a water heater, I imagine every house, no matter how old they are, has been built with a water heater. So why would a water heater have to be suddenly put in the side? What, it just happens?
No, I mean, I can give you an example. Like my water heater takes up an enormous amount of space in my tiny house, right? And I would totally replace it in a heartbeat and put a tankless on the side of the house right outside the bathroom because it's right at the corner.
Okay,
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Okay, so if you did the tankless, but the ventilation wouldn't be allowed in the side.
Correct.
You'd
So
still have to go
that
up.
would have to go up, which is what the seekers are asking. Okay, so, okay, well, I was thinking we were going to postpone it, but as long as it satisfies the seekers that the ventilation fan has to be on the top, right? Okay.
Now, here, what if somebody, can I interrupt
Oh, yeah,
for a second?
please, yeah.
What if somebody gets a tankless water heater, doesn't install a ventilation, like a tube to send it up? And so it just kind of fans right there, and now it's making noise right where it is, which I think is the issue, right, that somebody else had. So if we could clarify that they cannot, none of these, maybe it's as simple as this, that whereas water heaters, tankless water heaters, and water softeners are considered plumbing equipment, except to the extent that they vent right on the spot. I don't know. I mean, I think that's the issue.
Well, but then they say ventilation fans are not allowed on the side. So we're already having a kind of a,
Okay, yeah.
we're already having a
Okay,
conflict.
well, I guess the issue is water softeners. If they're allowed and they're on the side yard setback, they shouldn't be included.
Okay, so wait, they're having a sidebar, so.
Yep, but you can't come and speak again, actually.
So are we clarifying something or? What's going on?
Sorry. Yeah, so what we were discussing was that in that, can you share the screen, Vicki? Yeah, so in this first subsection here, it says, it's clarifying mechanical equipment, plumbing equipment, and other equipment deemed as similar by the community development director may project into required setbacks subject to administrative design review. So there is some discretion there on other equipment, but we just wanted to just point out that there is, because not everything is necessarily going to be, necessarily follow, who knows what the next, we didn't have tankless water heaters, 40 years ago, and we're looking at that. But I just wanted to point that out. It wasn't specific to.
Okay, so you have administration design review, but is there clarity, like you said, when you retire and you don't work here anymore, that ventilation fans are definitely not allowed in the side yard?
No, technically, this is saying that they are allowed, right? That you may allow them.
What this is technically saying is no, because it's not going to be deemed, because it's very clearly, it's a ventilation fan, right? So that's already.
Hold on, it says ventilation fans are considered mechanical equipment. Then under 1, it says mechanical equipment and plumbing equipment may project into a rear required setback or required setback between buildings other than new construction.
But we're talking about sides.
Right, but for side setback, it only allows plumbing equipment and mini split air conditioners. It does not allow any of the other mechanical equipment. If you want to, if you did want to make it more specific and clarify it so that it isn't going to be a question, I understand it. It does have it in here. But if you want to have it spelled out that other mechanical equipment is not allowed in the side setback except for a mini split, that could be added in.
Maybe plumbing equipment except a water softener may project up to 1/2 of the required, so on and so forth.
Okay.
Can I ask also, So if you have the ventilation on the roof or wherever it's going to be, and you have the tankless water heater and the water softeners and the water heaters on the side, do those equipment make noise? Do you know? I don't know. The equipment itself, do they?
I think that, I believe that they do make noise, they're just, it's not, in the
It's not like a
conversation,
ventilation
it's the
fan type of
ventilation
noise.
that's making, the more significant noise. Right, we understand that,
In our
yeah.
neighborhoods, everything makes noise. You know, your
Okay,
neighbors,
all
your
right, all right.
kids,
Okay,
cars.
so now that I'm seeing it again, I see that. It says, for the purpose of this section, air conditioner and ventilation fans are considered mechanical, and then later, it's just not allowed in the side setback. So, okay. I think you're right. It is pretty clear. All right, thank you.
Councilor Lowenstein.
Okay, so I agree with the ability or the requirement that tankless water heaters or water heaters have to vent upwards. I think that makes a lot of sense. I actually agree with Mr. McGill and my colleague, Mr. Horvath. I'm concerned that we are going to be in the business of banning air conditioning for people that need it, that their setup is different. Now, I get where you guys are, you're very close, it sounds like, to your neighbors in terms of distance. Not every house is like that. Corner lots aren't like that necessarily. They may have a very narrow or small backyard at all and a very wide side setback. So we just say to them, you can't have it because it has to go in the back and it's going to bother the neighbor who's right behind them. So I think it has to be really careful. I think we have to be really careful about this. The other thing is when you're delineating between a mini split and just a regular AC condenser, some of them aren't necessarily the boxy type. They can be narrow, right? Some of them might be, the condenser might be quieter on a regular AC condenser than it is on a mini split. The other thing is, and I don't know if this applies at all, but a wall unit that's not a mini split, is that also prohibited on the side? Obviously, I wouldn't think it would be, but that's an air conditioner. So if it's on the side of the house sticking out of a window.
Oh, a window unit, we talked about that at the March 1st meeting. If it was a window unit, those are not like a permanent install. That is something that is plugged in, and so it's not something that requires a permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. So I guess the concern I have, the end result is we want to keep decibel levels low. That's what we want it to be quiet, right? So saying it has to be in the backyard might not be the solution to keep it quiet because you've got backyard neighbors who also are suffering. The other concern I have is some houses are so long, I mean, they could be 80, 90 feet long. How do you do a run from something in the backyard to where the furnace is or where the air conditioning, the vent system, the duct systems start? How do you do that? So I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is here. I actually see both sides' points of view, but I want to be careful about us banning air conditioning units because there's people that need it for medical reasons. And with temperatures climbing every year, this is going to be a bigger and bigger issue for people. They're going to want to add air conditioning even near the beach. I've seen people do that. So I don't know. I think we have to be really careful about keeping it, not allowing people to have it on their side. I think to me, it's more important the decibel level than anything else. Some regular condenser units are run quieter than mini splits. I mean, some mini splits are 60, 65, 70 decibels. And I've seen some AC compressor units that are 55 or lower. So I don't know what the right answer is here. I would agree with Christian. Every house is different. And I think what we need to do is figure out, I think we have to figure out what's making noise and bothering neighbors more than anything. So I don't know what the right answer is. I think just a blanket ban on anything on the side setback is a bit concerning to me. And this is not retroactive or is retroactive. So it's never been approved to allow people on the side yard? Never.
Correct.
Okay. If somebody's installed it and didn't have a permit, that's a problem, obviously. They're gonna have to get it yanked. But I don't know what the right answer is here, folks. I just don't think there is a right answer on this one. So I'm not an HVAC guy. Does anybody know if you can run a line from your backyard to where the furnace is or anything else?
Probably need a more powerful system, right?
Yeah, which is louder.
Right.
Right, so I don't know. So, I don't know.
All right, done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. One thing I would say, talking about the decibels in subsection 3, is where it says, shall comply and have manufacturer ratings not to exceed 55 decibels. I think we should just limit it to 55 decibels, regardless whether it has a manufacturer rating or not, because like we noted, I just did a Google search for water softeners and they don't have manufacturer ratings on decibels. So, Councilor Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Abaji. Yeah, I mean, I know this issue well for many different reasons. One is because I actually have to get up in the morning to go to a job to pay for my life, unlike that guy from District 3 who allegedly represents over there. It's pretty funny, isn't it? You got to laugh at you. Thank you. Alleged part-time job. The problem is, what was brought up is this decibel number, we have to rely on the manufacturers, and I thought about this earlier. And if the decibel levels are, the manufacturer says 55, but they're actually lying, or maybe it's an older unit, maybe they install it at 55 or 50, but a year in, it turns out these 60 or 70 decibels, right? And now all of a sudden it's much louder because it has to work harder because it's not as efficient anymore. So I think we need to have our code specifically say 55 decibels, number one. Number two is to Councilmember Lowenstein's point with the 90-foot house, long house, or whatever it may be. Why don't we allow it? And what you guys said regarding the front yard, why don't we allow it on the roof? And as long as it has noise dampening, because commercial units are on roofs, right? For restaurants, 1 stories, they're on the roof, and you don't necessarily hear them down below. So
They are allowed on roofs. A lot of times, especially, like a lot of this is
R1, R2, R3.
Yeah, a lot of this has come up with, the retrofits is how do you get that installed? How is it supported? Having it screened. So those are some of the concerns that people have encountered when when we have talked about what could they do and installing it on a roof. Some have considered installing it on balconies as well. But they want to kind of see what is going to happen with this ordinance.
I mean, we shouldn't care so much regarding the cost to install. If somebody needs it and if they want it, they're going to install it. We should allow them, but if they can put it on the roof, great. But we need to be careful on the neighbor side who might not be able to pay for air conditioning or just enjoy the open air of their windows or whatever it may be. They need to be able to enjoy their peace and quiet. But if there's a air conditioner going off at 70 or 80 decibels, they can enjoy that. And if there's no noise dampening, I mean, it really worries me that this mini air splits, whatever you want to call them, can be these massive units. Now, we do have a 30-inch rule in here, but can they be directly attached to the building? Like if they're 10 feet up or 15 feet up?
They are, yeah, they are. They're built into the wall.
They're not separated on the ground.
Correct. And do note, as Councilmember Obaji mentioned, we do have that requirement that anything that's going to be within that required setback would have to not only meet the manufacturer rating, but then comply with. And maybe we change that manufacturer rating for those things that don't have, the manufacturer rating, but it would have to comply with that 55 decibels is the point.
Regardless, as long as we say 55.
We put this in here, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's at minimum, because we can't, to his point, it's just marketing material.
Yeah, I know.
And then all of a sudden, whether it's 2 years later, it's highly inefficient because it's corroded, And now it's 70 or 80
I have
decibels.
proposed language to throw in.
Okay. And I think that should go for all equipment, regardless of the type of equipment, because that doesn't.
That's what 3 is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what about fire issues with fire department coming in? And, if we put something in the side setbacks, nothing can be on the ground. This has to be attached to the building itself. 30.
No, they were okay with, because we have, if you recall, we have water heaters are currently allowed under this architectural, feature, but they are structure, and the requirement or the limitation was that they can project up to 1/2 of the required setback or 30 inches, whichever is less. So that gives them some of that space. And whatever's less is for example, in R1A, where the side yard setbacks could be as low as like a 3 foot,
Right.
then it's only going to be half of that. So there's still some of that room for them to pass by. And that was what they saw in our code as, giving them, that access. So as long as you have that, if you allowed something, if you wanted to allow, any mechanical equipment, but it has to meet the decibel rating in that side yard setback, but it's going to have the 30 inches or half the required, whichever's less, you could do that, and it's going to be fine for the fire department.
Okay. And what about discussion of putting it in the front yard where the planning commission?
They didn't really go into much of the, discussion about that. Just I think that there was a little bit, it was January. And I apologize, I didn't go back and revisit it before tonight's discussion, but they, I think that they were just looking at, you want to have it screened. And if it's going to be in the front setback, there's that element of how is it going to be screened. And so it was just more of that side. And most people are looking to put it in their side yard or rear yard, or that required setback between the next dwelling unit on the lot.
Okay.
So it wasn't something that we don't get a lot of inquiries for people to want to put it in their front yard.
Okay. And I'm still concerned over these mini splits. From what I just heard, these mini splits, if they can be this, I guess the differentiating factor is 30 inches, right? Or less.
Yeah.
So
And
that
it's
really
also,
minimizes-
and it's also that we had the 55 decibels in there, so it was, to that point. But but the bigger part of that was it's right up against, it's not going to, where a lot of the air conditioner units, now, we've had that conversation that there are some that are thinner and a little more sleek in their size. They're starting to make something, some different products now. But, a typical air conditioner condenser is so much bigger that it's going to project way more than 30 inches into that side yard setback. But now you're starting to see, again, like I said, tankless water heaters were not a thing 40 years ago, but now they're so commonplace. Similarly, you might start seeing those sleeker air conditioner condensers being manufactured, or, kind of replace the old time, larger the box.
And the Councilman Lowenstein's question regarding the in-window air conditioners?
Those are, no, when I say they're not permitted, there's no permit required because they're not being they're not being installed.
Right.
They're just being plugged in. And
Right.
so it's not, people can go and do that and put those in their windows. That's where, more of that noise, the noise ordinance would have to come into play. Yeah.
By the way, it's 50 feet. I looked, is generally the longest length you can run something is 50 feet.
That's
So
huge.
if you're out of luck, if you have 60 feet from your front of your house to your back of your house, and the duct system's at the beginning.
That's the whole lot length is 50 feet. So if you can do it 50 feet, you can put it in the back of the house.
50 feet's lot width,
Yeah.
not length.
Length.
Right, but no, what I'm saying is you have 25-foot setback right in front, right?
Yes, you're
So 50 back, you're not still going to put it directly up to the back, you're still going to put it 10 feet in probably, right? So that's a pretty significant amount. And if you can put it on the roof, Okay, I mean, listen, I mean, this is about impacts to neighbors and residents, fellow residents. You put on the roof, hey, it might be more expensive to do it, but if you can mitigate that noise down to a minimal level, I'm fine with that. So that's why I'm fine with not allowing really any mechanical plumbing equipment in the side area because.
And air conditioner units are allowed to go on the roof
Yeah.
because it's not within that required setback.
Right.
They are required to have, that screening, that buffer, so that it, exactly for the purpose that you're talking about, that it's, because that can spill over into the neighboring property.
Okay, what verbiage did you have there, Mayor Pro Tem Mbaji?
It was on subsection 3 shall be changed to within the required setback shall not emit sound at a level greater than 55 decibels or have a manufacturer rating exceeding 55 decibels.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, shall not emit sound at a level greater than 55.
The whole thing?
Okay, so it's mechanical equipment or plumbing equipment, mechanical equipment and plumbing equipment within the required setbacks, and this is what's changing, shall not emit sound at a level greater than 55 decibels or have a manufacturer rating exceeding 55 decibels.
Isn't that what shall comply with? Means that it has to be 55 or less, or did I?
Yes, except that it's the requirement that it has a manufacturer rating. Not all the products are coming with manufacturer ratings. Water softeners don't have manufacturer ratings for.
Right. So it makes it comply with it, and if it has a manufacturer rating, that would have to be 55 or less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was gonna add, I guess I'll make that a motion and also add that plumbing equipment excludes water softeners. Because yes, I'm reading a lot about how they make a lot of noise when they're doing their cleansing process or whatever, regeneration process.
So are you,
That would be in,
the question would be, do you just not want that in the side yard setback, or do you, and would it be allowed to be in the rear yard setback?
I guess I haven't heard it and I gotta check it out for myself before I can.
Well, I think it goes back to, our point about the rear yard setback and why we were looking at air conditioners.
I mean, if
and
somebody's
that,
willing to have it in their own backyard, assuming they have a yard, then it can't be so terrible, right?
Greatest amount of flexibility in venting, I think, is the key here, right?
Yeah,
What if you don't have a backyard?
but there's no venting on a water softener, is there?
I don't know, wasn't that the one he was talking about making the whistling sound, or? No.
no, that was
the
the
tankless water heater.
yeah.
What if you don't have a backyard or a front yard?
You got to
You
build
don't
it
have
in.
a yard. You don't have a side yard or a backyard to put stuff in.
No,
Yeah,
I'm saying.
you would know.
No, I'm saying a 3 on a lot.
Yeah, okay, so.
Middle unit.
Middle unit.
Yeah, that's the required setback between buildings is 20 feet, between dwelling units is 20 feet on the R2, R3s. So what we're saying and what we had in here was rear setback and setback between buildings, mechanical equipment and plumbing equipment may project into a required rear setback and required setback between buildings other than new construction. So it allows that because it's going to be between the dwelling units that are on that site, not impacting the dwelling units that are on, other properties.
I'm just saying, I'm thinking of a place I used to live at. There were 3 in a lot. The middle unit was, the only thing they had was the side yard, and then they had a terrace. We're saying you couldn't, and the terrace was considered side.
It projected into the setback?
No, it projected like, say, into the driveway. So it wasn't, I don't know if it was considered the front or the side. Might have been considered the
No,
side.
it's probably in the buildable area, not in a required setback. So they could put something on that terrace.
Even if it's considered a side yard, but you're saying
Unless
it's
it's
not.
in the required, but you're not going to see a balcony or terrace in the required side yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I
There's
guess-
always exceptions. I don't even know.
Well, this is giving the development director, community development director discretion, right, ultimately?
I think.
Yes, it is. Okay. So
Okay.
so one last question though is where it says mini split air conditioners. When we first talked about this, I thought that it was window air conditioners were included. Can we not just say air conditioners may project up to, and leave that way the decibel rating is
You could,
on?
if you have that decibel rating, if you as a council decide that, yeah.
I say we just make it air conditioners may project up to 1/2. Not limit it to mini split.
And
because
then what that does is it does not allow the ventilator fans in those side yard setbacks.
Right, that's the most
Right.
important.
What you're saying, Councilmember Obaji, of if you changed it instead of mini split air conditioners and it only said air conditioners, it's not all mechanical equipment, it would only be the air conditioners. And so that meets the concern that the seekers had about the ventilation fans going into
But
the
if
site.
somebody puts in a window unit, they're gonna have a ventilation fan right there. But as long as it doesn't exceed 55 decibels, we're good. Because that's what I was looking at actually when we came up with the 55, was I was looking at window air conditioning units, because that's what we have in the R3. And we have some really obnoxious loud ones. And if they're under 55 or 55 or under, they're less.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Go
Are you
for it.
saying when he says air conditioners, that doesn't include the condenser unit? It just includes, it's getting confusing.
No, what I'm saying is if you were to change it, so it didn't say mini splits, so we're taking that language out of number 2, and it just said air conditioners may project up to 1/2 of the required side yard setback or 30 inches. But because you have the 55 decibels, then you would be allowing it to project up to 30 inches into the side yard setback. You're meeting the concern about the sound, the noise of it, but you would allow any air conditioner, but it would
Yeah.
have to meet that 55
Okay.
decibels.
Yeah,
As long as that condenser.
Yeah,
meets
that's a
55
good
compromise
decibels,
right
yeah.
there.
Okay,
That'd be a
so,
good compromise.
so the motion is what we already got in 3, you got that language to change section 2 to remove mini split, just as air conditioners. And we are accepting from number 2, after plumbing equipment, we're saying except water softeners. At least that's my motion, not we are. But after plumbing equipment, except water softeners may project up to 1/2. So those are the 3 changes I
That was
proposed to make.
that was under number 2, right?
Yeah, both of those are number 2. Plumbing equipment, except water softeners may project. And then
Allow air conditioners.
air conditioners may project up to 1/2, not mini splits, just air conditioners generally.
Yeah, I think
Up to 1/2 or 30
Yeah,
inches.
up to 1, to keep the language as is otherwise.
I think I can second that.
All right,
Depending where you are.
we got a motion and a second. Councilmember MD, sorry.
I'm happy for the kumbaya moment, but the problem is that we putting in an ordinance that says it can't be more than 55 decibels, but the city doesn't have any
Right, that was
noise measuring equipment. So no matter what you say in here, it's not enforceable.
Okay, so if I may respond to that, what it does though is it sets a city statute so that if somebody is being annoyed by their neighbor who is blaring something at 70 decibels, they could get a professional to read it, and now they would have a nuisance per se claim against their neighbor if they really wanted to flex that. But it would basically it would strengthen civil enforcement between people.
You know what I ask.
By
Doesn't it
setting
allow for
standards.
inspectors to make that call when
Can we
they're
use a private
permitting the
contractor for that, or
device?
do we have to do decibel?
Yeah, no, so they should make the call, then the building department should make the call when they're permitting it, but let's say people do put stuff in without permits, for sure.
The
And maybe one day they would
the
get the
quietest
sound
air conditioner is between 50 and 60 decibels.
Yeah,
We said 55.
yeah, well, I looked up a $200 window unit that was 53 decibels, HomeDepot.com.
I'm not talking about window unit, I'm talking about like a mini split or something like that. Usually it's
I've
like,
seen those even to 35.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know why you picked 55.
Well, so we have two other items. We can either continue this, we can settle this, but we also have two more items. I know I never bring this up anymore, but it's 11 o'clock and we're supposed to.
I'd rather continue it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would too.
Was there a substitute motion to continue it?
I'll make a substitute motion to continue this item until July.
July 5th. Because I won't be at the
how about
other
July
meetings.
12th? Wait, when do we do
The
our
city manager's
commissioner
not here,
reviews?
so just continue it to some other day.
Okay.
You're going to continue the public hearing?
How about July 19th?
Well, you know what, we have to make the revisions, right? So would we be allowed to continue the public hearing and make those revisions?
If that's included in the motion. So would you entertain a friendly amendment to make the revisions for the continued hearing?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, and then continue it to the
And
July
seconder?
5th.
Yeah.
July 5th. Yeah.
Who seconded the motion to continue?
I'll second it.
That way we don't have to
Right.
re-advertise.
Oh, did I?
So
Oh, I'm
real
sorry.
quick,
I thought you
I know
did.
that you.
I did, I accept those.
I got you. Motion by Councilmember Nierenheim.
Hold on real quick. For revisions, just because I wanted to consider this, you talked about, Cheryl, can you help me with what you just recommended? I'm sorry.
I was just suggesting for the revision on number 2, when you struck the mini split from air conditioners, you might want to specify that you're not including ventilation fans within that definition.
Not including?
Not including, because I think that was what you were concerned with.
No.
Well, no,
But mechanical, it's a mechanical thing, with ventilation.
So a window unit is gonna have a ventilation fan on the back of it. That's not gonna be piped anywhere. It's just gonna go straight back out. And the idea is the noise cap will prevent the issue, the nuisance, protect against the nuisance we're trying to protect against.
Okay, I think, we'll, because it's just specifying only air conditioners, that's.
I think that'll be clear.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry,
Or
thank you.
hopefully.
Yes.
I mean, you could say notwithstanding anything else, air conditioner in this section, air conditioners can.
I was just referring back up to the definition in the previous section G, where it says air conditioners and ventilation fans are considered mechanical equipment.
Ms. Park, will you turn your mic on, please? I'm sorry.
Right. So,
And then it says that all of this equipment deemed similar by the community development director may project into the required setbacks. So it doesn't specify rear, side. And so I was just trying to make it more clear, but I understand if Brandy's clear on what the motion is, that's fine.
as follows, may project as follows, and then you get the side setback. Plumbing equipment may project, air conditioners may project. Do we need to say that otherwise mechanical equipment may not project into the side setback? That would be clear, right?
Yeah.
Because that would be ambiguous. So let's add in there.
Cheryl's suggestion.
I think we understand, staff understands the direction. So when we
Okay.
come back, we'll
Clarify
formulate similar wording, if not exactly the same.
All right.
Thank you.
Motion by Councilmember Nierenheim to make the changes and continue public hearing, seconded by Councilmember MD. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, we didn't close the public hearing.
No, you continued it.
Oh, we continued, that's right,
Continued.
sorry, my bad.
All right.
N1.
I cannot wait until Mayor Pro Tem is done. One more meeting.
All right.
Next item. No.
Okay.
Next item.
And one. This is,
And one.
This is,
Randy, do you need to make a presentation here, or
this
can
is
we
my
just
oral,
grant you?
this is my oral presentation that's required per our regulations, our Redondo Beach Municipal Code. If you recall, Los Angeles County Department of Beaches and Harbors submitted their application for the emergency coastal development permit to close the beach access ramp from Esplanade to Avenue A due to public safety concerns. That was issued to them back in November. It's a 60-day issuance, and then for any continuation of that, as they're putting together their permanent solution to improve that ramp and getting their funding together, every 60 days, they have to come in and request this emergency coastal development permit. That's what this is. That has been authorized. The third extension has been authorized at the end of May. They had, on May 26th, they had submitted their latest request, and it was granted on May 27th. And this is the official report to let you know that, and it's set to expire July 25th, so you can probably expect another report at the beginning of August.
So it's not even a receive and file, it's just the report?
You can receive and file the written report.
I move that we receive and file.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember MD, second by Councilmember Horvath.
Real quick, we're going to approve the plans and specs. They're going to come to us with their.
They will have to come, and that will be, it won't be an emergency coastal development permit. They'll be coming in for a full coastal development permit application. Yeah.
Councilmember Horvath, you have your hand up?
No, I was going to make the motion.
Make the motion. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Passes. Thank you.
Just confirming there was no public comment on that item.
Oh, yeah. That's why I can't wait to be done. with
Yeah,
this.
we had no Zoom
Beaches and Harbors here?
public items also, for the record.
All right, thank you. All right, and now we're going on to city manager items.
Nothing this evening. It's getting late, and we'll let you get to your last one and
All right.
close it out.
Mayor and council items. Discussion possible action pertaining to clarification or revisions to resolution number CC 2204-022, a resolution of the City Council of Redondo Beach establishing a charter review advisory committee. All right. This is a referral from council and the request of the, yes, Councilor Lowenstein, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I've had some people ask for clarification on a couple things. One is the number of times they can meet monthly or, while they're in charge of this. B, can they do it remotely? And can, on say Zoom or even by phone? And I think that was mostly it. So the number of times they can meet and can they do it remotely? I might be missing one other.
There's a couple of things.
Yeah. So that's what I'd heard.
All right, you have a,
I would say my own preference is that they should be allowed to do that. I think the alternates should be alternates for a reason, not just because somebody has to go on vacation, people have family vacations, but they still want to participate. We've gotten used to having, meetings remotely, and they seem to work fine. And so I think that should be allowed, especially during summer months, so they can do the business of the committee. And I think it would be fine if they'd like to meet twice a month. I think that's fine. Whatever it takes for them to get things done, if that's what they need to do, that's what they need to do. I don't know if there's extra costs. I assume there might be, but I'm not sure.
imagine there's noticing efforts with regard to if they decide to do it remotely, so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a budget response report on the prospect of allowing the commissioners to meet in a hybrid format. And what we're suggesting in there is anytime we have to staff a meeting that includes public television or televising and Zoom content and other media formats, that we have some level of tech support to ensure that occurs. Our existing staff are functioning and our managers are ready to be here on a FLSA exempt overtime basis for council meetings, but it's too much to ask them to do that for an additional 12 meetings a month. I know that's a little separate subject, but the point being that anytime you have a televised public meeting that has to be agendized, there is staff support and resources associated with that. And ultimately, the departments have to sort of bear that responsibility. In this case, the liaison is here to my right, and I can't speak to his bi-monthly availability. I imagine it's limited like everybody's, and the clerk's office would have similar obligations to be available for minutes and the like. Now, if you went to all Zoom versus hybrid, that might be a different scenario.
That's actually interesting.
You know, if you opt not to meet in person.
I didn't catch the whole thing, but I swear when I heard them talking about that, when I rewatched it, it seemed like they were favoring, at least some of them were favoring being in person here in Chambers. What did you gather?
They were.
Okay,
They thought the communication is not the same between the committee members as it would be in person.
Yeah.
And your rules were silent on that, and so they're going to, because your rules applying to hybrid, as you know, only apply to you, and so you're looking at, Councilman Nierenheim referred something looking at committees as a whole, and so at their next meeting, they'll be voting on their rules for what it would be, including that, unless you modify the resolution and tell them what you want it to be. The only thing, and I mentioned this last week, if you change the resolution so that instead of saying they shall meet once per month, they shall meet at least once per month, then that gives them flexibility to try and meet the demands. And as I mentioned, I promised them I would bring it before you tonight, and that was before the referral, because their next meeting they prefer to have on June 30th, so they don't have to wait all the way to July. And at that meeting, city manager is available and some department heads to be able to start working through the first things on your list, which are the purchasing and basically more cleanup stuff.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that? What the change would be? Shall meet at least once a month?
At
Yes.
least.
Yeah, instead of shall meet once per month, shall meet at least once per month, because there is cost, and so we can't. If you say shall meet once per month, then we wanted to get clarification.
All right.
And they definitely would prefer the flexibility to meet more than once per month.
Now, I had a separate motion, I believe, about elections. Would that also have to be modified for the
No,
resolution?
you can.
Provide them a date by which they need to come back with
Yeah.
This was
you
a
can do that.
report back, right? Yeah.
So, for example, the Reso says that they're to meet once per month, and now we'll say at least once per month, and that they're to report back to you every other month. If you wish, you may just give, hey, we want to have a full report on everything you're recommending by this date, because there was discussion of, well, who's going to make the report? Do you want it on consent? Is it going to be written? I suggested they may want to have something in writing and then have the chairman, Mr. Stutzberg, appear, but he's only available on some Tuesdays because of school board conflicts. And your calendar has been very heavy as of late, so you may not have time to work through it, but it's up to you. But you could just say, hey, we want everything by this date so we can consider, I think you mentioned November 7th.
The
So
first
we-
meeting in November.
Yeah, so that you can take action by the first meeting in December, which I believe is when Eleanor said that all the stuff would have to be on.
Okay, to me, that makes sense.
Just the 6th.
All right.
So it would be November 1st is the first meeting for November.
Okay.
Okay, by November 1st. I'll say two changes I would like to make, and then call in Councilmember Nierenheim, MD, is not require the alternates to come in person. No required attendance by the alternates, though they really should watch online. And secondly, that the city attorney need not be the person to audit them all the time or participate with them all the time, so that you don't need to do, if they do twice a month, you don't need to be the one here. Either you can have a deputy city attorney or any other member of the city staff. come participate with them. But if you want to do it, you can.
I will try and do it only because I have the most experience. I've worked in the city for 28 years. And so I've seen
That's
it
how old
from.
my son is.
I really needed that after 11. So I'll spend I've seen it from both an employee side as an elected official side. And they did request to get information from the city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer. But I will send a deputy. There's nothing in your current resolution that requires it, but this is a big issue. They're looking at all the things of basically our Constitution. So I'm making it a top priority. So I'll try and be there. And there is no additional cost to having it more than once a month. So.
Oh, thank you. All right, Councilmember Nierenheim. I picked a jury today, so I'm tired.
No, I bet. I don't know how you do it. It's a big job you got. So I'll zoom right through this. I wouldn't mind just putting in the resolution, adding our teleconferencing rules to that we are currently using, because they're a Brown Act commission, so we can't let them go 400% Zoom or teleconference. So
the rules are a little different in that there's a section in the charter that says you have to be here, and that's not in the committee. So, but you can put in whatever you can put in your rules, and
So,
the clerk gave them your rules as a guide, but whatever you want to put in the resolution.
I'm just saying our rules regarding teleconferencing, which would satisfy the request if one needs to be or is out of town, they want to be able to come in via Zoom. That's all I'm trying to accomplish on that, not more complicated.
What Wazansky is telling you is that there's an additional cost associated with having IT here.
What I want to do it is just for charter.
Just for the charter review
Because if
committee.
they meet not once but twice, right, in a given month, then I want to be able to accommodate them, number one. And number two, then if they can't show up, the alternate is here, they can step in and birth and shoot.
That's the whole thing. There is an alternate, but okay.
Right, but allow them the option. I don't want to prevent them from moving forward, make it as seamless as possible. That's all I'm trying to do. I talked with them before. I watched their meeting.
So you're saying allow for virtual?
And allow for virtual, remote. Yeah.
But then what's the point of the alternate?
They're still not always going to be there all the time. Everyone, especially if it's 2 meetings, and if they do 2 meetings a month, or maybe they do 3 meetings.
I'd rather let the alternate come up to bat once, make a vote, and participate. But go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm into the idea. Hey, shall meet at least once a month. I didn't think it would read the other way around. I specifically said that if they want to meet 5 times, let them go, but change that. I actually want to change the order of what they're doing. Because of the way that the elections are going, forcing them to deal with the treasurer and clerk's position, how it's going to be changed, if it's going to be changed, if the responsibilities are going to be different. It really won't matter if we put it onto the March election, because they'll be elected at the same time. So really, at the end of the day, what we need to get done first, if they want to do any changes and have them discuss that, is the city attorney's position, if there are any changes to that rule, because you can't change that in the start of their term, right?
Correct.
So what I would say is reorder what they're doing and their discussion regarding whether or not, or the thought process, the administrative items, Mike Wazansky, sorry, other Mike. Is that something we could just change, the administrative items? Do we need to have them deal with the minutia of the administrative items? I think the idea was, these are just simple little asks and changes administratively.
Yes, could the council self-initiate for the March election an ability to, propose charter amendment? Sure, it could, but I think you want the committee to weigh in on some of those suggestions, right, and provide you counsel on that. So I think that's why you formed the committee, right, to give you their perspective on those issues. So, and I think it's worthwhile to have them still working on it, because I think they provide, some value to the conversation.
Okay. It to me is, when I watched it, there was concern with time, length, conversation. It takes 2 or 3 meetings. We don't want to run up and against these times. So to me, it's what's more important, right? How fast do you think, or how soon do you think we have ready to start discussing these changes, the administrative type of changes?
I mentioned to the group, or a couple of them that have asked, and Mike, that I plan to make myself available for that meeting on the 30th, and I plan to bring with me a couple of members of the engineering team who have already presented to the Budget and Finance Commission on some of the muni code changes that would help their process. And while I haven't talked to them yet, there's an individual in the finance department that has some history on the procurement side that I'm going to task if he's available to be there as well to provide some context in city process. So we'll plan to staff the meeting to help advance the committee's conversation in this regard and hopefully move more quickly on those topics. I think the good news is, to your point earlier, the topics are fairly straightforward once you receive the presentation and understand how they create bottlenecks. And in some instances, the fix might be quite simple in that perhaps it, just punts back to the muni code for final decision making, right? So, yeah, I think they'll be able to deliberate on those issues.
So I don't want to pigeonhole them into, you have to finish this one first and then you start working on the next one. I know you guys are busy at staff, so could we have them manage their own time as to they work on the administrative change and the city attorney's position, and then at the same time, and then they can come back to the other 2 positions?
Can I just ask that, at this point, nobody's watching. The only people watching are staff. Just make a motion, make points to your motion, and let's move on. Let's close this down.
All right, that's fine. I'll do that. I'm more than happy to do that. I'll make a motion to add the following items of resolution: add teleconferencing rules from the council to the Charter Review Committee so that they can appear via teleconferencing. That they shall meet at least, change the verbiage to shall meet at least once a month. To deal with the city attorney's position and the administrative changes at the same time or in parallel as they choose. To let them set their own agenda as they discussed, meaning what they had discussed was if one person on the charter review wants to put it on the agenda, they put it on the agenda without a staff report, and then the next time they can decide whether or not they want to have a staff report and further follow up on that item. And the last, let's see, consent calendar. Report on the consent calendar. So the report that we give every month to every other month, that they can create that report and put it on the consent calendar to update us. Doesn't need to be, there was a discussion on whether it needs to be verbal or non-verbal, who creates the report with the minutes. The minutes, I think, are optional because they might not be done in time and certified and voted on by them. That's kind of a tight timeline, especially if they have 2 meetings a month. So just a simple report rather than giving us a complicated report.
So how was that?
How is it going to be prepared?
They can write it up.
Okay, and how can they write it? Are they going to write it up during the meeting? They have to vote on it.
It's every other month. They can.
Okay, so you're going to report. You're going to take time with a group that's meeting every other month to have them write a report.
Every other month?
Well, no. This meeting at least once a month. So if you had to do a report every other meeting, how long do you think it would take you to collectively come up with that report?
They're only discussing 1 or 2 items, or 1 item on the agenda.
Okay, it's up to you. I'm just, we'll put it, okay, that's.
Their discussion specifically was, do you want us to come down to give an oral report or minutes? They wanted to keep it simple, right? Because when it came to.
You want to get a second on your motion?
I've talked to some of the commissioners charter committee members, and I watched what they had to say. So it's not like I'm just making these things up.
But,
And
so
Can't they do
It's-
that with the rules?
they can do it anyways, and we're talking about the rules at their next meeting. So like something in the reso that permits them to do stuff is if they really, a majority of them really wants to do it, they're allowed anyways, unless the reso currently prohibits it. It currently says shall meet once per month. You're now changing the ambiguity. It currently says these are the order that you want to do it. If you want to change the order, then you can change that. But saying that because they tended to have a consensus around a two-step process, but they didn't vote on it. So I don't know why you would want to put that in the reso, but it's up to you.
it's part of their rules. I don't want the ambiguity. You already talked about the ambiguity. When I watched it, it was like, oh, the ambiguity. I don't know what they
So
said.
the sixth
In
point
terms
is
of
that
whether
they're going to
can meet
provide a
more
report.
than once per month, when your resolution says shall meet once per month. And I said, okay, we'll fix that. It's silent as to how they agendize stuff. And we talked about our process, and they wanted to do the two-step. But they'll vote on that if your rules stay silent.
Fifth facet of Councilmember Narenheim's motion is a report every 2 months, written report that'll make it to our consent calendar. Go ahead. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it. No, that's clarified. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember MD, were you next?
Was I?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I
that
closed
went
my
so-
app.
That went so long. You know what? I forgot. Sorry. I'm going to withdraw my thing.
All right. Councilmember Horvath?
Yeah, I'll just make a substitute motion to just change the language in the resolution to say meet at least once a month. And that's it.
I will second that motion.
All right. And I will make a substitute to the substitute that says shall meet at least once a month. They will provide us a report back of the recommendations only on or before November 1st, 2022. Alternates are not required to attend. And that's it.
Wait,
Not remote?
alternates are not required to attend to
They're
begin with.
not, they're not required to attend now, but.
They don't know that. They don't,
Okay.
they don't know that.
All right, you can, that's fine.
Did you talk to them regarding the teleconferencing rules?
No?
So it's silent. Councilman Nierenheim, right now, you're silent. And this motion would allow it to remain silent. And they can, when they pass their rules, which now will be on June 30th, they can pass any Brown Act compliant hybrid or Zoom or in-person thing that they want.
Except for the three things he just changed.
Except for the
And
thing.
you're not discussing what they're voting on, I mean, by the deadline, by November. So I guess
Whatever
that,
the recommendations are for us to change.
can they do that?
I seconded that.
Hold on, and I'll throw in there the remote participation. Okay?
I would try my second.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if they meet more than once. It's just, we want to keep this thing moving along, make it easy for them, as much participation for all of them.
So are you seconding my motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not going to tell people. when they-
All right, so now we'll take, if there are no other comments, we'll take a vote on a substitute to the substitute, which is shall meet at least once a month, report back November 1st, 2022. Alternates are not required to attend, and they may participate remotely.
And-
All in favor?
And
Roll call.
hold on. And to allow them to deal with whatever items they see fit. So
That's
they already
allowed.
know.
That's already allowed. If
Is
it's
that
not
already
stated,
allowed?
it's
In the
allowed.
resolution, it's not, because I remember it saying it's in the order.
If you're silent, they can create the rules.
Well, no, they can't create the rules because you specifically said, and I don't have the reso in front of me, you wanted them taking, because the problem is if they get into a controversial area, the other
stuck.
three was voted on, last time it was voted on after the last Charter Review Committee. 80% of the voters rejected changing it to make them elected. And so it's going to, that in and of itself will take time. And so what you had originally put in the resolution was, okay, we want to get things on the, before us as soon as we can. You can change that. You can say it's up to them to decide, but they could spend a lot of time on stuff that may not be your priorities.
Power to the people, let them decide what the priorities are.
All right,
To amend the
so
resolution, to
I'll
let
accept
them.
that amendment to my substitute, allowing them to decide. All right, is the substitute motion clear to everybody?
So it's no longer sequentially, it's no longer a list, it's up to them.
Yes.
To them.
Okay, that's
Calling for a roll
absolutely
call
fine.
vote.
All right, so, all in favor?
Calling for a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Does that mean I have to respect the call for a roll call vote?
I don't know.
Mayor Obaji, I just wanted to
You're the mayor.
mention.
Oh, public comment?
Mayor Pro
Do we have-
Tem.
Oh,
Yeah, we have no Zoom comments and no e-comments, just for the record.
Wait, can you repeat your motion? You've changed it. I'm sorry. One more time.
Meet once a month.
Shall meet at least once a month,
Mm-hmm.
report back to us on all their conclusions by on or before November 1st, 2022.
But it doesn't really say.
No required attendance for the alternates, and
Remote participation.
remote participation's allowed,
Allow them.
and they can decide what to discuss and what to move forward on, up to them. All right, our previous matters are just recommendations.
So if the alternate is here in person and the designated person's remote, the designated person gets to vote.
Yeah, apparently.
And the alternate can talk and speak.
They could make a rule on that.
No, they can't because you just created it in this thing. They can't change
They
it.
can give their 3 minutes. And, or.
Just a moment, vote, all right. Roll call vote, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Obaji, aye. Councilmember MD.
No.
All right, it passes 3-2. Councilmember referrals, Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
One referral, and that is we bring back discussion/review of the ordinance about video boards. And, yes. like
Electronic signage.
Electronic signage/video boards. And
Oh, okay.
the reason just a real clarification, we approved in the budget last year
Right.
money for the one down at the
Right.
Marina parking lot. So moldy, so,
And part of the South Bay Galleria motion might have included that at the end of the day.
so let's say end of July? Or,
Yeah, we can have the initial conversation about the rules. I mean, it would be, it would just be a presentation of the current ordinance as written, and then some basic discussion regarding option. It isn't going to be a draft revised ordinance or anything like that.
that's really all I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Councilmember, wait, was that a referral?
It's a referral.
Do you have a second? Anybody
Yes,
seconding that?
Yes.
All right, referral by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Horvath. Myself, nothing. Councilmember MD.
I'd like to get well, I don't know how to do this. I want to get an update on what Jonathan Svetko was talking about earlier. Why did we have an entire cannabis task force create an entire ordinance just to go hire someone to go create an ordinance? And it's just,
I wasn't really following his specific comments. I stepped away for a quick restroom break, but HDL is not hired to draft a new cannabis ordinance. They've been hired to draft a cannabis tax ordinance.
Measure, right?
Tax ordinance for the city for the ballot in March. And they've been tasked with reviewing the draft language in our current ordinance and providing any additional input. We're not asking them to revise or to redraft the ordinance, to simply opine on our current ordinance and then help us prepare our permit selection process so we can expedite implementation of the ordinance once it's adopted. Those are the primary functions that we are bringing HDL on to. And you're going to see that as part of, our recommendation next week when we bring the contract back, that you'll see the scope of work that's laid out in there for their purpose. we're not asking them to redraft
So you
what
can pull-
the
you can pull
committee's
it-
put
pull
together.
it tomorrow, next week, if it's on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. But, so, okay, then my question is when does when does our ordinance come back?
You've looked at the draft, it comes back as soon as we can turn it around and make sure that there isn't any other concerns that are laid out. I mean, I hopefully August,
No,
depending on.
the direction was to bring it back that first meeting in July. That's what the direction
Yeah, that might
was.
be, well, that's, yeah, so, and HDL is telling us on the review basis, they can turn it around very quickly. So.
Jill looks like she has something to say.
Did we do due diligence on them? Because I think we asked.
We did. We looked into the concerns that were raised, and I mean, we're starting to get a little far afield here of the
Yeah, no, I
referral
just
item.
wanted to clarify earlier that I believe, and I don't want to speak for you, but that we misspoke. The item will come back next week, next Tuesday, not the third meeting in July. That's what we said earlier on accident. Yeah.
On June 21st.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
June
next
21st, not
Tuesday.
July 21st. So that was one of Mr.
Cannabis ordinance or the consent item?
The HDL
Okay.
agreement. Yes. Yeah. And the cannabis
The
ordinance
ordinance will
is,
come back in July.
yes, I can do that.
That's the first reading. Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is not meant to delay. This is meant to actually assist ultimate implementation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, no more council items. Is there a?
I'll make the motion to adjourn in the memory of Pat Dreisler.
Sorry, in memory of Patricia Dreisler? Dreisler, sorry. Longtime Redondo Beach resident, city employee and community volunteer. I'll second that.
Matron of
All in
Redondo.
favor?
Amazing lady.
Yes.
Yes.
Founder of, what is the, what's the group? The Round Table, right?
Yeah, she's done many things.
Well, she's done everything.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Nope. Passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Oh, my